Are you guys hearing my commentary in the booth? I'm on full level here. That's all right. All set up. I can't change any settings on the screen, so it is what it is. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be like a contrast or anything on it. Or I figured that it would be in the menu. If you go down to advanced, it doesn't give you anything. All right. Oh yeah. There we go. Maybe we can. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Well done. Take the contrast out of it. I think we can play around with it, see how it works. Once we don't want to lose too much colour though. Let's see how it works once we've got some colour in there. Yeah, right. I went menu button on the front. I figured that would be all right. Ah, well, that would make sense. Well, I mean, it says.
I know, but it's kind of like, yeah, so ideally we come on camera in here for a second just to introduce ourselves.
Okay.
And then we have some VTs, which one of the things, one of the feedbacks from yesterday from our marketing manager, Karen, was we need to know who all this is up. Because we're a new setup in the studio.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, I talked to somebody. He said to record just in here for a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like I said, I don't want to get touched.
It's no worries. It's just
Anybody's
we've got to make it tidy then. Fucking tree.
it will be shot
Yeah.
about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it is literally just for that. Good morning, everybody.
Yep.
titles at bat. contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Village.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome to another day here in Cape Verde, Punta Preta. Conditions are on, and we are starting off with round number 4 of the competition.
Just a couple of riders eliminated yesterday. In fact, just 2 riders missing from our full entry list. So we're going to get to see almost every single rider today across the next 2 rounds before we really start losing people in the elimination rounds. But this first one we're going to see this morning is an elimination round, so we're going to lose quite a few riders.
Yeah, as you can see, our athletes starting to get back, and we are down here in the studio getting ready. I'm Josie Ashley, and joining me here for this event, I have Ben Constanduras, and we are going to be commentating on all of the action that we have out there today. Yesterday, already a complete full day. We made it through 3 rounds of the men's side of the Wingfoil, and then we made it all the way to the semi-finals of the women. This could be the day that we crown our world champions, because this is a one-day, a one-hit wonder of the Wave GWA Wingfoiling World Championship. Are we going to see the king and the queen of the world here? We will have to find out. Conditions a little lighter. We can see there's a lot more cloud than we had yesterday. Wind is the right direction. Swells are starting to pick up and come in. Competition is on. Let's see who is coming out onto the water.
Yeah, decent swells we've seen as we've been waiting to get this competition underway. And here is Marley Franco in blue for the first of our heats of round 4. We saw Marley yesterday and was very, very attacking in his riding style, committing, but a lot of incomplete moves, a lot of falls by which he wasn't really able to complete a full wave. This is competition. We are up and running, and therefore this is a wave that's going to count. He's alongside local Noah Angula.
Oh, and going down already in the washing machine, the tumbler. That is this point break, this right-hand point break. He was out there on the Nova Pro, your North athlete, and it looks like he has already deflated his wing. It is so sharp and such an impact zone that we have here. And let's not forget also Noah Angula, as you said before, coming out here from Cape Verde. And he is one of the locals, so knows this place like the back of their hand. Those are the gladiators. Those are the boys that are going to be throwing down for us here. I will say, if you're going to wipe out, it's better to do it on the first wave, because it does take quite a bit of time to be able to get back out, and that is if you have more gear on the shore. Best athletes in the world. You would think they do, but yeah, already Punta Preta, first heat, first minute, taken a prisoner.
And we know that Gnarly Marley is no stranger to being extreme and really, really committing, but unfortunately, as we saw in the early rounds yesterday as well, he is prone to perhaps getting it wrong and finding himself in some really dangerous areas to go down. He wasn't really very far from the beach there when he went down, so it shouldn't be too long to get himself back onto the beach and get himself in a new wing. It's not like we saw yesterday with some of the other competitors who went down quite far out and then had to paddle round to the sandy beach where they're launching from. He's already on the beach and already trotting down to his area where he can pick up, hopefully, a spare wing. But Is he going to have a spare wing of that exact size, or is he going to have to compromise for the rest of this competition with a different size?
Well, he's definitely going to be having to grab his breath. As you can see him running already to the shore. He's trying to make and get back out there. At the moment, there are no scores on the boards, and either of these athletes will be able to hit a wave. But there you go. All right, so a 4.43 for that last wave, and already ready to rumble going back into the water. Let's not forget, for this heat, we have 19-minute heats with 3-minute transitions. So a little different than yesterday. The time of the heats has gone down from 20. Even we had 18 minutes yesterday at the beginning of the competition. So obviously our race director, Juan Antonio, having a little look. We'll catch up with Alvaro Nieva, our head judge, a little later as well, as we were talking to him about the criteria, what the judges are looking for. Having a little chat, main thing he's saying is commitment. That was a word we were using throughout the whole stream yesterday. It is about putting yourself in that risk zone, linking those moves together and be able to get those aggressive turns. We've seen power surfing, we've seen airs with the new addition of that. They can use two hands and use the power of the wing on the airs. That's let's say the new factor, the new thing that has been added for this season. I mean, sky's the limit, Ben.
Yeah, and it has added an extra element of almost danger here, because they are now trying to really invent almost a completely new set of standards for a run on a wave, and they're so desperate, some of the freestylers especially, to add in those extra little tricks and airs using the power of the wing. But ultimately, so often we've seen it compromise their points because they've gone down from not being able to land, especially as the wave breaks so close to the shore. And if you do land, you can catch that foil quite easily on a rock, and that's going to trip you up as well. We do have Noah Angulo out there. He is... Oh, there he is now. So there's actually a third wingfoiler out there who is not part of the competition that our drone picked up just a second ago. Noah Angulo is in the white, hasn't yet managed to get a score on the board. And there is this third one out there who I thought was missing a lycra, but he's not. He's just not part of the competition.
Yeah, that was Nathan Van Vuren, who's going to be coming up next in the heat, the South African. Just, treading the water, getting a feel for it. Obviously, as conditions, you can see a little bit on the light side. Having a little look outside the booth, and I can see our race director, Juan Antonio, sussing up the competition area to see if conditions are suitable. I mean, the 5.4, there you can see the North athlete out there. That is the Nova Pro with that new end weave. A lot of the gear you can see on the water, they're bringing out the lighter materials. This is one of the things that in the industry, obviously the designs of the wings, let's say the shape of the wings is quite there already. The sport is already quite, they have those designs locked in. Now it's where brands are starting to play with construction. They're starting to play with what type of materials they're using. Alula, that composite that has been around for the last couple of years, lighter, stronger, faster, a little stiffer, meaning that they can reduce diameters, for example, of the leading edge and still have the rigidity and the stiffness to be able to, make these wings as efficient as possible. When it comes to North side, they have carbon in that front weave of the leading edge. All different brands have a little, their different way of trying to find that secret sauce, that magic construction. But yeah, really interesting time for wingfoiling to see what gear is coming out there. If you guys and girls back home have any questions on the gear, shoot it out in the comments. We got stats on pretty much most of the athletes that are going to be going out on the water when it comes to, boards, masks. If you want to ask them about, specific things of how to do a move or what they would use in XYZ conditions, make sure to tune in. A big thank you for all of you for tuning in live. But what better place to do it than here, Cape Verde, Punta Preta, day 2.
Even in the way that Marley sails, he just looks committed, doesn't he? Happy to get close to the wind, power up, really lean in. Tutored by Jesse Rickman over in Maui during COVID, and just spent loads and loads of time perfecting this art. And we haven't seen too much of him in GWA. Just 16 years of age. He's still so young, although so many of the competitors are.
Absolutely. I think we did the math yesterday, and the average age was 20 point something. It
yeah,
just
but if you
goes
remove
to show.
Kieran, then it drops massively. He's down again.
Yeah, under 20 years of like most of the top athletes in between probably 16 to style, it just drops even more. You know, we have for the likes of, for example, Benjamin him here in Cape Verde, 14 years of age, and he is going to be starting to come also onto the freestyle side of the tour. He's had a couple of wild cards into the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. There is the Youth World Cup that we've had events in, such as Tarifa, such as La Palma over there in the Canaries, but he wants to come out and play with the big boys. And I'll tell you one thing, there's a few veterans who are going to be very nervous when these youngsters are of age to be able to come and throw some fire.
And unfortunately, Benjamin, one of two riders that we lost yesterday, in fact, he was eliminated with the local rider, Sanchez Borgia. Only those two were eliminated in round 2, it was. Very excited to see what Benji could do, and unfortunately just wasn't able to put the runs together during competition. Watching him out there practicing in the morning looked brilliant, looked really exciting, but when the pressure comes in this 19-minute window that we have today, it was 20 minutes yesterday, making sure you get the right waves, making sure that you perform on that wave, and maximise the potential of a particular wave rather than just having fun. And that's sort of, I guess that's where experience shows, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw it. Wave selection was so key because to be able to pick off the good waves on the sets, to be able to get that scoring potential. You know, the judges, they are looking for that commitment. And if you are scavenging around on some of the smaller waves right next to the reef, also, you know, depending on how the tide is, you can pretty much need wheels to get across some of these rocks. And, you know, a lot of the locals, they almost have a GPS of exactly where each one of those rocks are, hence because they've probably landed on them a few times. So, yeah, it really is so important to know the break. And we've seen a lot of the athletes spending a week, 2 weeks before the event to lock in and get the knowledge of this wave, because also with the offshore to cross offshore wind, the wind is pushing you off of the wave every single time. So you really have to know how to hit those top turns to not go flying off of the back.
Seeing the direction of waves slightly different to yesterday from our commentary position on the beach here. It is breaking out our window, whereas yesterday was a little bit more northerly and therefore breaking over the real point that we have here. A little bit more southerly face, which is allowing it to break over the beach a little bit better, which is better for these guys, that's for sure. Now, Noah is about to line up his first wave. He's taken a while to get out there, but now has got a nice rolling wave, picked it up nice and early so he can start playing with it now.
All right, backside athlete here as well. Knows this break off by heart, and that is a good set way. Patience is a virtue, they say, and it looks like that is paying off. Cruising along, nicely set in the center, and you can just see driving and checking those turns top to bottom. The one thing I really like about Noah is the flow.
Oy.
And just getting the old tightrope, though, just as I was saying that.
Marley on a wave behind him as well on the next one of the set. A little bit of freestyle creeping in to this particular wave. Finds himself a little bit late, but gets himself out of it. Nicely jumps back into the pocket, and into the area where you want to be, and a 360 as well. And continues to run. Now, this is not something we saw very often yesterday because the wave didn't allow it, because the guys with the foils needed to get out the wave before their foils started hitting the rocks, whereas with that direction, they're going way past us here in the comms box, and in fact going down left. So they're getting a lot longer run, and that should be a good one for the judges as well.
Yeah, you can see definitely the swell has shifted a bit more to the northwest. So as you're saying, we are kind of, you know, those waves are opening up. The only, issue with that, it means they're not breaking on the better side of the reef. So they're not coming all the way in. So it has, the waves are opening a little bit more up into the bay. So they're not touching those rocks where we get that hollowness, where you get the, the signature punta preta, but still great to start off the day already with conditions out there. The forecast is saying that we're going to be having about 19 to 22 knots of wind throughout the whole day, looking at about 1.8 to 2 meter swells. And the good news is that the period is starting to increase. We've got about 14 to 13 seconds. So that's a little bit more than yesterday where it was in between 10 to 11. So hopefully with the tide, with the push, with a little wind and a wave dance, we will be crowning our world champions here in Cape Verde today for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Punta Preta, powered by Armstrong.
The two runs that we saw Marley perform yesterday in his 2 rounds were around a 10.1, 10.0. So a slight improvement from Marley over the points he scored yesterday, 10.9 on the board. Noah still needs to get a second wave in. That first wave, a 3.7 for him, whereas Marley's now on his 3rd or 4th wave here.
Yeah, that is right. And we just saw coming on the screen before, that was Hugo Marin, hailing out of France, Iranian athlete. And Hugo Marin actually won Dakar a couple of years ago, so he knows what it is to be on top of the podium of the wave side. Oh, I will give it to this guy. He is going for it every single time. He is trying to hit that critical section, and that wave, is he going to be able to get over the top of that? He's just maybe going to bob out. So he might have an opportunity here, as no, that is going to take him over the rocks once again. So Marley, bit of a sticky situation, but 6.47, that is a good score. Let's not forget yesterday, the average of the top scores was in between the 6.5s to 7.3s, 7.4s, and then Cash, 2 points ahead of that with a 9.0. So obviously Cash Rizzola, your current world champion, proving why he is El Capitano, and looking forward to seeing more action. Round number 4 now. This is the point of the competition where it is a one-way ticket home if you do not get the win. So we now have elimination situation no matter what with this 28 dingle where there were the 2 repertoires.
Yeah, so yesterday we got through rounds 1 and 2 and 3, and we only got to see Cash in heat 8 of round 3, the very last heat before we switched to the women. And he went and got himself a 17-something. A couple of points better than anybody else. But it was the usual suspects, apart from perhaps Leon Schell, who was very, very impressive. Much the same kind of style as Marley Franco, really, really committing to every single wave and not getting any safe waves in, just simply going all out for every single one he was offered. And it played out for him really well. He was consistently getting 5s and 6s across the one round that we saw him in. Looking forward to seeing what he can do today. And Noah having a nice run, but goes down, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see Noah a little bit far out on the shoulder. They're having to go a little bit further out because that inside section, you can see the bubbles. Those bubbles are rocks that are there to bite. So really, especially with the 4, where you're doing, the average mass size out there is in between 70 to 85 centimeters. So, that's a lot of mass going underneath the water. So very shallow on the inside. One of the things we will say about these Cape Verdeans is that they know the reef like the back of their hands. And sometimes you're like, hands on your head going, they are going to knock themselves out. But it's actually, they know how to navigate around. But yeah, Noah at the moment, I am going to say it, conditions are light, conditions are hard. And hopefully this wind is going to be increasing. Noah also one of the bigger athletes on tour. Coming up next, let's not forget, we're going to have Wesley Brito, who is the biggest athlete we have on tour, close to 100 kilos. I hope he has a big wing.
Yeah, right. Does look like Marley's pretty much okay with the wing that he's got. He's obviously destroyed one already on that first wave. Went back to the beach, picked up this one. This is 5.4 meters, and it looked good once he got up. He's just got to try and get himself back up and running. With 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, though, he may just sit and chill for a little bit because Noangula with a 5.4, Marley's way above. And actually that last wave that we saw from Gnarly Marley, a 5.07, which means his total is now 11.54. Noah almost, no, would be very, very difficult for Noah he would need the best score of anybody on a single wave to get himself ahead of Marley Franco. Not impossible. So Marley back up. He's got the working the foil under the water to get himself back into that foiling position. No, again, the power of the wing not enough to get himself sailing once again. And that will therefore probably allow the time to tick down to 0. 16-year-old from Maui is going to be the victor. He's going to progress through into round 5, where we join those that took victory in round 3 yesterday. So those that won their heat yesterday, they progressed from round 3 all the way through to round 5. We are seeing in round 4 here those that came 2nd and 3rd yesterday's competition. Marley heading out with just 10 seconds remaining. But he is the first winner of our day here in Punta Preta. A big day of sailing for our GWA competitors, where we will hopefully crown our champion.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Already have that first result. Marley Franco, 11.54, already taking the win, meaning he is going to be going up against Artur Tabor over there in round number 5. And coming up, we have Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba, your 2023 GWA Wingfoiling World Champion of the Wave discipline, representing Duotone, and Cabo Verde is going up against Hugo Marin. Hugo Marin out there on the reading. He is representing France. And let's not forget, Hugo was the Moroccan leg over there in Dakar champion as well. So both of these boys know what it is, know what they have to do to be on top of the podium.
And both senior in comparison to so many of our entrants into this wave category. So Hugo, 23 years of age, the experience of Wesley of this particular wave, of this particular site. They both know exactly what they need to do. A little starter Not a big wave for Ugo there, but it's something on the board.
It definitely is something on the board. I got a question, Ben. If they're senior, what does that make us?
I know, right? Yeah, absolutely.
It is incredible to see how the age is dropping, especially on the wingfoiling, one of the fastest water sports growing throughout the history, and kind of combining windsurfing, surfing, foiling. I think one of the big advantages, especially in Central Europe or lakes, is that with the wingfoil you can paddle out into the middle of the lake where there's wing. You don't have to be launching the kite and having that launch area. You can pack it down. Windsurfing is beautiful, but those ball bags on airplanes get bigger and bigger, and I think that's why it's so accessible and graceful, because you can just see calm and silence out there when you're floating around on a foil.
19-minute heats. We're 3 minutes in. Ugo with 2 little waves on the board, so there is a score. Wesley waiting for the set to come in. There is Wesley in the blue lycra. Ugo Marin from Camargue in France. That's down south, almost towards the Spanish border. All the other French that we have in here, the most represented in wingfoiling is obviously America, Maui. They're all 8 of them are from Maui. But then you have the French, 7 French in the entry. Most of them from up north, most of them from Brittany and Normandy. But Ugo from down south in Camargue. And he's picked up a bigger wave here. And he's got himself in a slightly better position, but not a lot of surfing going on. There we go. Now the movement begins.
Yeah, well, interesting fact of this heat is both of these athletes are backside riders, so they're riding with their back to the wave, as you can see here, Wesley. And this is what I'm saying about them navigating themselves around the rocks. Look how close he is, and he's keeping... Oh, goes down. I'll take that back. He ran straight into that one. And now you can see him scavenging to try and get that board before a set comes in. And I reckon he is going to be able to, because fortunately, out the back, it doesn't look like there's any energy. But he definitely made contact there.
Yeah, probably tripped up, wasn't he, by what was ever underneath him.
I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't want to be that rock.
Foil looks good, and wing looks good. So no need to come into the beach and change over. He was on the beach yesterday helping some of the other local boys when they were getting themselves into strife. Because obviously, as one of our top seeds, only started his competition in round 3.
And can we see the number? Looking, I know he's out there on the duotone float, but I'm wondering, it looks like he had a 5.5 rigged up. And he is also out there on the Sky Style. The D-Lab foil and a 625 was the one he had rigged up. Yep, but looking, I'm going to say he's out there on a 5.5 because we saw 5.4s before with Marley. A new float, the new wave-orientated wing by Duotone. And then rocking up with the Sky Style, the Carbon Edition for their team athletes. And going by it, he is looking like he's going to be on that 4.11. And then we can see here, Ugamaran, looking like he's out on a prototype from Reading, a brand by Kevin Langeray, one of the boys from back in the days, multiple-time world champion, Red Bull King of the Air winner, and a good friend through and through. Great to see some of the faces here from a long time ago, and if you're going to get on a wave, that style, I like it.
Nice, picks it up quite late, but now gets moving onto that wave, cutting back towards the pocket, a little bit too far away. The wave doesn't really develop, actually. But that's a lot further up the beach than we were seeing in the previous heat. So we may have already seen a slight shift in the wave direction.
I am wondering if that's going to be either the Supernatural SSD or the Supernatural by Reading. 'Cause it definitely is going to be a prototype because we can't see any branding on it. The Supernatural is especially the SAD. It's the lighter wind riding wing. Wind is light. I'm going to put some money on that. Maybe that's what we can see there from Ugo. We're going to be grabbing and catching him for an interview afterwards. So, well, be a question asked again if you want any knowledge of the gear, shoot. And here we can see, oh no, he's on a 5.0. Okay. We saw Marley, who is probably the size of one of Wesley's legs, on a 5.4. No wonder he's submarining at the moment.
Ugo also pretty tall athlete and would be a good 10, 15 kilos more than, for instance, Marley at 16 years of age. Training to be a pilot down there in Camargue, so no stranger to air, although hasn't had the opportunity as yet.
And there we can see Zany and the local boys who have an extra wing ready for Wesley if he needs it. But at the moment, I think they're going to have to get a fan out if they want him to come out of the water. Conditions are definitely light. I can once again see our race director looking out of the booth, eyeing the conditions. Definitely marginal at the moment. You can see that the wind is on the light side. I'm getting readings of 16 to 17 knots, so it has dropped a bit. There we can see Artur also getting ready for his heat number 5 as we continue on. And we could see Fryer there in the back as well. So getting ready to rumble, but yeah, lighter on the outside. Wesley having trouble getting back up.
Yeah, he's only got one wave on the board so far. We've still got 10 minutes remaining, but we're halfway through this heat as Ugo's picked up another one. And, you know, we said that that first wave that he picked up was pretty small and insignificant. It was only scored at a 1 at the time, but at least he's got 2 on the board. A 1.6 and a 1.4 is his scores. Absolutely not significant at all, but he's got a point on the board. And Wesley's still in the water. Staying up is going to be very, very important in these light conditions, because it seems as though as soon as you go down in the water, very hard to get yourself back up and foiling. Another insignificant wave. I think Ugo knows as well that, yes, he's catching these waves, but they're not going to be big scores. There's not really a real commitment from him in those waves, but he's just picking them off. He's going for quantity rather than quality here.
And saying hello to all of the public tuning in here on the stream. A couple questions already. Are the athletes using all the same size masks, or are there big difference? Well, Stuart, yesterday, talking to most of the athletes, we've seen that some of the guys out there on 65 centimeter masks, especially the guys that want to be able to have a little bit more maneuverability, a little bit more aggressive, but then they don't have the power of those arcing turns. But the average size out there is in between 72, 75 to around 85 on most of the athletes. If you want to know of a specific athlete, shoot it out there on the comments. Valentin, Axel Gerard with new wave moves. Yes, as Bruno would say, full taque from the axe. And we saw a backflip from Axel Gerard in the closing moments of his heat. And now looking once again, Ugo, he is sinking in. The only 2 of these athletes really lining up some of the waves, but hey, he's definitely going to have the upper hand so far.
It's a bigger wave, it's a better wave, goes for a trick at the end of it, doesn't manage to land it, but the set's rolling in now. Has Wesley got himself up and running? No, he has not. He's still in the water, and that's a significant miss there with the set rolling through and 8 minutes remaining. He might find another set. He might get another opportunity, but he's only got 1 wave on the board, and this is elimination. They will all, it's Friday today, if we get to the weekend and Wesley's still, well, we're hoping to finish the competition, aren't we, this evening? But if we can get to the end of the competition, later in the day, all of the local Cape Verdeans will be coming down to see Wesley perform. But if he's knocked out now, he doesn't have any more chances to perform in front of his home crowd. That last one, a 2.8 for Ugo, so he improves his score up to 4.5, but still nowhere near what we've seen. And he's in the water now, so that's a little bit of a worry for him. Oh, just about. Look at the power he needs to get himself back up. Good work by the Frenchman to get himself foiling once again. Heads back out towards the start of the wave. I'm sure he's not satisfied with the waves that he's been given, but he is just putting them on the board. Another one, just a little bit late on that one, so he's going to have to let that one pass, I think. But look, in the back of shot, Wesley is still bobbing around in the water.
Yeah, he is definitely not, and it looks like someone's coming down the judge tower there with the shakiness of the camera. Light feet, boys. Light feet. But yeah, both of these athletes, I was just chatting with our race director there. He is assessing the conditions because you can see both of the athletes are in the water. Obviously, Wesley on the heavier side, and he is out on a 5.0, so could have a bigger wing. But now it is certainly very, very light, and that wind is shifted a little bit. What is happening, let's not forget, northeasterly is the best wind that we can have here. And the more north it goes, the harder it is to come in on the inside of the bay. We saw it yesterday evening where you got those glassy flat patches and the athletes not being able to go up. And Ugo giving it full beans. Can he get up? Yes, he can. Managing to pump himself up. Once these guys are up, they are fine. But it is getting up where the issue is.
And whilst Ugo proves that you can, race director will be more than happy that it's still possible, and it's a choice perhaps that Wesley's made through his kit and his weight, of course, that is making it more difficult for him to get back up foiling. As we said, we saw Marley out, well, his second wing was a 5.4. Wesley out there on a 5. Hugo with a big smile on his face for our drone. Cruising down another wave. But with 5.7 on the board, he's going to want to do better than that. He's going to want the opportunity for a bigger score than that if it presents itself. At the moment, though, with Wesley's only one single wave, the victory is going the way of the Frenchman.
And there we can see Marley, so looking like, I wonder if that's that wing that deflated, looking like maybe the old duct tape is coming out to make sure that they can go on. Yep, it does look like, okay, changing the booms. Little details. How does this guy do it? This is, we can see the white in his eyes. You can see that shift lock system by North.
He's probably got a good hour before he's going to be back out on the water, having won that first heat. Hugo leaves that wave. Is this another set coming in with 4 minutes remaining? It's only 4 minutes since we saw the last lot. That looks like a really good position for Hugo.
It does, and you can see out the booth as well. There's lines stacking all the way across. This is one of the best waves we've seen so far. You got to love this drone shot. I mean, it doesn't get more picture perfect than this. This is where they have to speed along. So this is where it comes close to the rocks. He's pumping. He knows he's close. He's going to be dodging. And with the handle, probably going to jump off the back of this wave. Managed to get through. But that second one, is he going to have enough time to get past it? I reckon he is. Because you do not want to get caught on the spin tumbling. And here we can see our judges. José Luengo, Mallory Hassan de la Marquez, Noé Cantalouve, and Julian Cognier. And there we can see in the back Paulino Pereira from the right. Juan Antonio Aragon, our race director, a.k.a. Bono, looking for the conditions. And in the middle was our head judge, Alvaro Ornevia, who we will be catching up with shortly, as we had a little interview of him telling us about what the judges want to see.
Will Hugo's score there be an improvement? Having a look at Bobo down on the beach, getting himself ready a bit later on, getting the foot straps in the right position. And that is also an interesting thing. When they're out in the water, the position of the feet for some of our athletes completely different to others. We saw Benji yesterday very forward on his board.
Interesting to see as well. It actually looked like he was out there on the Wing FG board, which is not the surfing style board that they have. Obviously, let's not forget, as it's lighter out there, maybe Bobo's switching it up to have a little bit more volume, a little bit more buoyance to be able to get up, sacrifice, let's say, a little bit of the maneuverability, because conditions are marginal, and in the end, it is about getting those numbers on the board.
Yeah, you don't want to be Wesley, who's been sitting in the water now for a good 12, 13 minutes trying to get up. What a disappointing way to lose the 2023 World Champion. Just one single wave from Wesley Brito down into the water and has not been able to get back up foiling since. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. And yeah, he's only got about 30 seconds, I reckon, to get himself up. Another small wave from Ugo won't improve his score. That last larger wave was only a 2.7 from the judges. So it's a small score for Ugo Marin to go through to the next round, but it's enough.
I tell you what, I do not want to be that panel of judges when Wesley comes out of the water being sunk for about 12 minutes.
Race direction's going to get an earful, I reckon.
He is going to be anything, as my granddad would say, as a happy Vegemite. That is, unfortunately, conditions are marginal, and we really are going to... I've already asked the race direction kind of, what they're assessing to be able to get some more information for you guys and girls back on the stream, as I know questions are going to be floating in, and here they are already. And Miso, joining me in the booth is Ben Constangiouros. He is our second commentator, joining us here for the first time on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. And I will be getting Nathan Stewart, have some equipment stats on him. Let me get the old notebook out while we're filling in, and we can watch Bobo here. So Nathan, he is out there on a arc front wing 515 all-round carve. His mast is the Modulus 780, and he's out on the Control 160 back wing. Wesley Brito finally getting up just at the closing moments of that here. And one of the interesting things with Nathan, as I can see Stuart asking questions up here, he has a shorter fuselage, meaning that he can have a little bit of more maneuverability, and he's on the Ultra X 60-litre 4.1 board, who he designs himself, and as product manager would say, sexy as beep. So there's the stats if you guys want any more. Wesley getting up at the end of that.
Oh, Wesley missing out on the whole of the heat and getting up right at the end. I think he's heading out to sea. What a disappointment. The local 2023 world champion out of the competition, eliminated by a tiny score from Ugo Marin, but it was enough because Wesley didn't even get a second wave in. That is Heat 2, done and dusted.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Welcome back, everybody. So waiting for those results to drop in, but definitely was looking It was going to be Marin for taking the win. Coming up next, we are going to be having out there on the water. We can already see Nathan Van Vuren there on your screen, who is going to be in the blue lycra. Hailing in from South Africa, we just talked about the gear setup, and he's also out there on the tower, the Fry Surfer wing, airing himself around.
Where was this wave in the last heat? Oh, he goes down.
Oh, lucks out and doesn't go completely over the falls with that one. And you can see the white in his eyes because he knows what's coming in. Look, so this is what I call the panic paddle.
Boom.
Yeah, fortunately, that wing going over the wave, he has had Murphy's Law is on him. This guy has to go and buy a lottery ticket today, getting past those two and being able to get back out. First wave of the heat, starting off with a bang. And he is going to be going up against Andrea Crociata. So we're going to be seeing the two athletes that are joining us out here on the water. Nathan Van Vuren, South Africa, Andrea Crociata from the United States of America. So let's not forget 90-minute heats. Athletes have 12 wave opportunities. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. Panel of 5 international judges. Top score, bottom score gets scratched. Then the number that you guys and girls see coming up on your screen is the average of the 3 middle scores. What are judges looking for? We're looking for commitment, fluidity, 100% surfing. Really riding that wave with flow, with aggressiveness, and hitting it in what we like to call the sweet spot, which is right in the pocket.
Andrea, one of the low seeds that came into the competition, so we've already seen him through rounds 1 and 2 we saw him perform, because he had a horrible round 1 where he spent most of the time on the rocks alongside Souza, who was competing in that same heat. But the two of them were just basically sitting on the rocks trying to get themselves back out. Picked himself up a nice little wave here. It's not a big one, and he's quite a long way along the shoulder, although the shoulder rapidly disappears away from him. And now, oosh, big fall there. I think the foil got caught on a rock, and he went straight down.
The question is, has that hit his wing? I can see the board on top of it. Your Armstrong athlete. It does, can't quite see. Has that deflated? I can see him touching it. The one thing, these guys have those foils so sharp, to be as efficient as possible. If it nicks the leading edge, if it hits the wing, sometimes it does, end up in pieces. But it kind of looked like it was okay. And there we can see Nathan already out the back. It looks like he's riding a bump in. Little bit of swell coming his way. Let's see what it is. At the moment, it is a 3-1-7 for Nathan. And just waiting for some numbers to be dropped for that last wave there from Andrea. 14 minutes in. And let's see who is going to be going through to round number 5 as elimination round here with round number 4.
Andrea picked up a 10.1 in Heat 2 to eliminate Benji Kassinskud. So did have to get himself through from round 1 through round 2 into round 3, whereas Nathan, one of our top riders, we only saw him once, second in Heat 7 behind Leon Schell, but it was 11.33 for Nathan in yesterday's round 3. So on a good day, it would be a very competitive heat, this one. But just look at this. Almost stops dead in the water.
Yeah, obviously as the size of those waves is quite low. And boom! Just hitting one of those rocks and going down, unfortunately. A couple more questions coming in on the stream. Nathan, I saw him have a 5.0 pumped up on the beach. Hopefully we'll be able to see a closer drone shot to be able to see the number, but it is looking like a 5.0, and I've seen most of the athletes out on that size. I did talk to him yesterday. He did have a 4.5. Ben, jump in if you see a number, mate.
Blimey, almost on the beach by the time he finishes that wave, but it was a good one. The whoops from the beach.
It's almost like he's done that on purpose. Yes, he is. He's coming out. He is coming out. Where's the size? Come on. Give me a number. Any number. 4.5. So Nathan is out on a 4.5. He does like to go with a smaller wing, kind of floats into it. Now you can see the SFC foil. Again, you can see that shorter fuselage. So the separation from the front wing to the back wing is narrower. So it's shorter. What that happens is it means he can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more flowy, but with speed won't hold as much, not like you're on train tracks where we've seen the likes of Marley or the likes of some of the more powerful athletes. But, you know, pick your poison. All these guys, Nathan actually designs a lot of his equipment himself, so can fine-tune it, so to say.
And you could see how much he was working as well. He was definitely working the kit rather than the kit working for him, if that makes sense. 5.3 for Andrea on his Armstrong wing. Both of them at the moment in the water. And the nice set rolls in.
Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. As the waves are starting to come here in Punta Preta.
Must be frustrating to be in the water. I mean, neither of them are trying to get up at the moment. But if you're trying to get some power in the wing to get yourself back up foiling and a full set comes in like this, especially in competition mode, must be very, very frustrating. But
mate, I'll tell you, frustrating is watching this on a television screen when it's 5 meters ahead of me. All I want to do is put down the mic and get out there on the water. Having Punta Preta for yourself as well while you're getting ready to be able to be out there. Most of these guys, they're all friends on and off the water. To be able to be out in a world-class location and have it all to yourself is a privilege.
Yeah, right. That's the difference between a pro athlete like yourself and a commentator like me.
Oh, mate.
I'm looking at it going, looks awesome, and happy to appreciate how awesome these guys are. But if I was out there, I would be broken neck on the rocks.
Oh, mate, I'd be face forward on those rocks, but still with ease. That would be nice. Enjoying the conditions that we have here at Punta Preta. You can see light on the inside as this is the event location. You can see that little A-frame that breaks out. When it gets bigger, it actually has a left-hander as well, but the peeling right-hander, that is Punta Preta, the top wave here in Cape Verde. We're just on high tide right now, as it was high tide at 9 o'clock, just 20 past 9. And while we are waiting for action to happen, we caught up with our tour manager, Tom Hartman, a little earlier on this morning.
We are back in Cape Verde on the island of Sal at a special spot that's called Punta Preta, one of the most known waves, I would say, for wind sports around the world. We've been running this event now for the 3rd season. We scored epic conditions the last 2 years already, and this is probably the most anticipated wave event of the year. We already started the run the first day, straight kicked off with amazing conditions. We got the best riders in the world here. It's been a tough one to select the top 28 men and also the women that can enter this competition, because they had a long waiting list of people that want to get into this event. We have a big crew from Maui here that's competing at this event against the Frenchies and the rest of the world. And yeah, we are looking forward to day 2 now. We are gonna have maybe the finals today. It will depend on the conditions, how we can quickly run the competition. But we're excited to see what's going to happen here today and who's going to take the crown this year in Cabo Verde.
Well, there you go, Mr. Hartman. Giving us a little info of what has gone down, and as he said, the excitement of the action we saw out there yesterday already, and the possibility of crowning the Queen and the King of Cape Verde here today. Out on the water, Nathan Van Vruren, Andrea Crociata, as they're banning it out. 3.17 there for Nathan, 1.17, and it looks like, no, that isn't going to be them. So for a moment I thought they were going to be going out. There we can see Chucho with his Cloud9 equipment. And, oh, that is not a sight you want to see.
So it did go down.
Yeah.
We were wondering whether it had, and initially it didn't look like it had done, but that is potentially game over then for Andrea. He's only got 1 score on the board. He's paddling his way back. Here, though, is Nathan on a smaller wing than we've seen from anyone so far, but making it work for him, and now picking up another wave.
Yeah, and also you could see he was actually using the wave to pump to be able to get up. So good moves there from Nathan. Just on the one behind us as he's going to be dropping in. All right. Nice carving turn. This one's jacking up nicely on the reef. One of the bigger sets we've seen so far. Beautiful. Dragging that hand all the way around. Nicely close to the pocket. Open himself out and start to go a little higher in the wave so he doesn't go into those rocks and past that critical section. Even a little bit of a crouching like a tiger there. And this is the difference. Wow. That cutback, going all the way back, roundhousing, that is pure surfing. And this is what the judges are wanting to see. That is going to be a very good score here for the South African.
As you say, got himself a 12 yesterday in his only heat that he competed in. And if you can do that again, then I would say that it's going to be similar points again for him. That last turn particularly, heading back into the foam section, the danger zone. But also, just as you were describing, those fluid, nice turns, left and right. Knew where the rocks were to avoid going too deep in the wave on those particular moments where it could easily snag the foil.
Yeah, and you can see Nathan, at that initial, Punta Preta has 3 sections. You have the top section where it kind of fumbles off and then starts to form on the reef. Middle section is where it gets hollow. That's where the athletes really have to speed down even barrel possibilities when the conditions are right and the size is there. And then kind of the end shoulder where we've seen a lot of them getting in air or just doing a trick at the end. But Nathan really reading that well. Beginning of the wave, he was going back, going way past the white water to when he makes that turn, hitting it in that critical area. Then saw that the wave was starting to jack up and reach on the reef, powering his way through that so he can get past that one and then be able to perform more maneuvers on the end. Let's have a little look at the scores. 5.70, and that looks like, so 8.87. Good score there for Nathan. Conditions are on the harder side right now, and hopefully Andrea will be able to get some more equipment in. We can see just about to go into the water. That is Chucho representing the Netherlands out there on the Cloud9 equipment and getting ready to rumble. But yeah, Nathan looking very smooth here today.
On another small little wave. This time using the power of the wing rather than putting it in that neutral position. Not particularly stable. It's a small wave as well. Oosh, and he just gets caught out right at the end. With 4.5 minutes remaining though, and with Andrea in the water, I guess not a massive need to take too many risks. But putting on a good show for us. Nathan Van Vuren, spending most of his life in Maui before moving back to South Africa and developing the signature brand. There is a sorry sight of an Armstrong wing deflated. And I think Andrea is done, possibly just knackered from the paddle in.
Safe to say, in the inside of 4.5 minutes, he's not going to be going back out on the water. So here we can see, look at the excitement in the eyes of our judges. Look at that. Got a smile there of our head judge in the back. And the boys getting ready. Our international panel of 5 judges there. As they are clinical and eyeing down the competitors. As we always say with the judges, it could be your best friend or your worst enemy.
You were talking about volume of board. And Nathan isn't one of the smaller, lighter riders, and I'm suggesting there, looking at the way that board is still almost buoyant in the water when he's sitting on it, that he's got quite a large volume board underneath him, which possibly helps him get up in these situations, even if the wing is small.
And there's Zany guy, the youngster, the young Cape Verdean, who has been rolling out there on the water. You can see looking like small wing as well. It's the XPS there from Armstrong, a 4.6. Nathan out there on a 4.5. And then most of the other athletes we're seeing with 5s and 5.5s. I mean, obviously, you know, as it's waves, you do want that wing to be smaller than bigger to be able to maneuver it around. But when conditions are marginal like this, and let's not forget this is a competition, it is about getting numbers on the board. So maybe sacrificing a little bit of that maneuverability will allow you to get on the waves and be able to get scores. But yeah, here, Andrea, unfortunate for him, but great riding here from the youngster.
Sort of a repeat, basically, of what happened to him in round one of the competition. Unfortunately, just spent so much time in the water. And so 2 heats now where we've seen effectively one competitor unable to fully score and the second competitor getting some scores on the board. Nathan just chilling out there now. 2 minutes remaining. No need to get going again. Could seriously risk his kit if he was to find himself in the danger zone over those rocks. So just letting time pass by. Heat 3, round 4. Scores on the board for Nathan, a 13.83. Considering the conditions, that's a decent score, because he really hasn't had many waves. What has he had? 4 waves in total. A 3, a 5, an 8, and a 2. But also capable of getting himself back up foiling, which we didn't see from Wesley in the previous heat. And that was the difference. Had Wesley got himself up foiling, potentially would have been able to compete. But he spent 13 odd minutes just sitting in the water, and only on the last minute was able to go back into competition mode, and it was too late by then. Letting the clock run down. Let's see a little bit of a show from Nathan Van Vuren whilst we run the clock to 0. And then, of course, we'll go back into round 4, heat 4. There'll be 8 heats in this particular round. We're eliminating those that come second. So we've lost Noah Angula already. Wesley Brito we lost from the second of the heats. We're going to lose Andrea from this one. And next up, Teo Dominguez and Chucho Nuno. That will be heat 4 of round 4. Has Nathan got himself a wave here? Oh, he might do for a little show. It's not a big one, but he has picked it up before the end of the clock. Gets off that wave, and therefore that is round 4, heat 3 done. Nathan Van Vuren progresses.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que consegui bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos E minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer. Me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo. Minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluiu. É pouco mais brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante que entendem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr. E é um exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Investir em energia solar. GoGreen Gossal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. GoGreen Gossal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, que agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar nas competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que consegui bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer. Me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho um trabalho fixo. Minha trabalho é um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando é bem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluiu. É pouco mais brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante que entendem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr. E é um exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Welcome back to Ponta Preta, to round 4, heat 4. Midway through this round 4 competition as we eliminate half the field and get to the serious business end of this GWA World Finals. In fact, we will round our world champions today. It's Teo Jimenez and Chucho Nuno on the water for the moment. No scores on the doors. The competition is on. The 19 minutes has begun. And whilst we wait for the sets to roll in, let's go down to Joe on the beach.
All right, standing down here on the beach with the South African Nathan Van Rooyen. Congratulations, taking the win of that heat. That looked hard.
It was really tough out there. I mean, it started really light, but the waves are looking really good. So really fun. Had 2 wipeouts like on the rocks. It's pretty crazy. My competitor ended up popping a wing and swimming. So a lot of fun, super exciting.
I mean, Punta Preta, we know it takes no prisoners. Like you said, a lot of equipment is being going over the rocks and taking the old tumble in the washing machine. One of the things on the stream, a lot of the athletes, a lot of the comments are asking you about your gear. And I know you design a lot of it yourself. Tell me about what's under your feet and over your head.
So that's super exciting, as you mentioned, being able to design the own foils that I'm riding right now. It's such a dream come true. To compete on this setup, it's feeling really, really good. Pretty small wing. It's like a 500 square centimeter. Really solid. I hit it on the rocks today. It's full carbon, so I don't really have to worry. It might just have a couple of scratches. But really awesome to be riding some really nicely designed equipment.
Well, congratulations. Continuing on, round number 5 coming up next. I'm going to let you grab your breath as you're going to be going on the water. Back to you, Ben.
Nice one, Joe. Good to see the best wave so far of the day for Nathan Van Vuren. And we have started to get some scores on the boards between Teo and Chucho. Small waves for the moment. A 1.9 for Teo Jimenez. And we've just finished a wave there with Chucho Nuno in the white. But no big sets as yet. Chucho, Dutchman. With French and Brazilian nationalities as well, Chucho Nuno, the 20-year-old. And he runs alongside here in the blue, Theo de Menez from the French Republic, the island of Saint-Martin. His parents running a surf and windsurf school down there. So this is Chucho's first little wave. And as we saw from Hugo Marin earlier on, just getting some points on the board, just getting some waves underneath you. You don't want to be in a position that we've seen from Andrea and Wesley earlier on, whereby they have not been able to score because they only got one wave in before dropping into the water. Oh, no. That, I think, is Theo in the water, and down onto the beach just underneath us as well has gone Chucho, both in the water and both on the rocks. So here's Chucho first. And this was what we were watching, right? Just a small little wave. Is he going to get tripped up? A little trick. Lands that nice. But he's so close to the beach. Comes out of that one. Okay, so that's fine. No problems at all. And it was the next wave. He must have picked up another one pretty quick. And both the blue lycra and the white lycra are down. Now, Theo looks as though that wing is still fully inflated. And the water pretty flat for him to get back out again. Here it is. 2 hands on the wing to go for a little bit of air. Nice. Lands on the backside of the wave, goes down. And then is that another wave rolling in to throw him towards the rocks? I think it is going to be. And just as that happened, Chucho was also tripped up. So, Theo de Menez getting himself back up and foiling. Hopefully. Just waiting for that wind that's really shifted, actually. Much more easterly than we saw yesterday, but is able to pump his way back up into foiling, is he? Yeah, just good. So, 2 scores on the doors for Theo de Menez, a 1.93 and a 4.5. So the judges rewarding that second run, even if he went down at the end of it. This is what happened to Chucho Nuno then. Just moments after Theo got himself a nice wave, heads back towards the pocket a little bit. It's quite ahead of the wave, in fact. Now starts to surf. Only the one turn, and again very, very ahead of the wave. Picks up the wing to go for an aerial. Oh, nearly drops off the back of the lip there. Finds himself well in the foam. Oh, tries to save it, but ultimately the beach comes up too quick for him. Now, is that I wonder if that's the wave that he's been judged a 3.9 on. Either way, we do have 2 scores on the doors, and at the moment, Chucho is fractionally ahead with a 6.7 versus de Menez with a 6.43. So it is tight. Joe's back in the booth.
And I tell you what, it's raining, mate.
What?
It is raining in Cape Verde. This was definitely not in the contract. It was supposed to be sunny, shorts were out, but yeah, it is raining outside here in Cape Verde. But normally, maybe it is the calm will come after the storm, but hopefully we'll be able to see some more action. But no, really cool to be out there. There's a vibe out on the beach. You can start to feel the people filling in, and especially as a lot of the Cape Verdeans are coming up on the water, you can feel that energy. Anytime one of them is making a move, they are shouting out there. And at the moment, Chucho and Theo, 2 very good friends, battling it out, where at the moment we are 0.2 of a point difference in between the 2 of them. So anybody's money.
350 days of sunshine here on the island of Sal in Cape Verde. And somehow, in the 15 days that there isn't sun, we have landed on one of them.
Call us privileged, mate.
Well, yes, I suppose. The hoodies are out this morning. I mean, it is still early, right? 9:40 in the morning local time here in Cape Verde. 1 hour back from the Portuguese or British time. Previously a Portuguese colony, these archipelago islands, but it gained independence in 1975. And although the national language is still Portuguese, effectively it's kind of Portuguese Creole, as you find in so many of the islands. So, no better scores on the doors yet. Teo de Menaz, Chucho Nuno, just hunting. At least they're both up and running. At least they're both foiling. And we've got a proper competition on our hands in Heat 4 here. No pretty drone shots for the moment whilst the rain falls, unfortunately. So we're going to have to rely upon our cameras on the ground. I don't imagine this is going to be something that's going to set in all day here. We are... Oh, nice big air from Chucho and lands it. Remember, only marginally scored the new air element to this year's competition. They're allowed to use the wing as a power element. Previously, they were not. They had to have it in the neutral position throughout the wave. But now they can use it for a little bit of freestyle and tricks. And Chucho doing exactly that and extending his advantage to 8.16 plays 6.43. And Teo choosing not to pick up a wave on that last set.
Yeah, and Teo, you can see here, he's riding the Mantis V4 from Cabrina on a 411 link. And also he has the Cabrina Hollow 85 centimeter mast, 650 front wing with a 140 back wing. So kind of the average setup that we've seen on quite a few of the athletes with the 685s. Boards averaging in between to 40 to 60 litres, where we saw Nathan before. And Teo, nice carving turns through this one. A little bit of an air here in the middle of the wave, not off the lip, but still adding variety of manoeuvres. And now both hands on, goes for the power air, landing right in the section. And can he get past the foam ball? It looks like he is. Good wave here from the Frenchman.
And again, the beach whoop in delight for that one. He hasn't finished yet. Still got a little bit more to play with. The drone back out. Oosh! And just gets caught out on that very last landing. I mean, again, look how close to the beach he was. Behind him, though, Chucho's gone with a wave 2 on this set. Plenty for the judges to watch out for then. And we're going to have 2 new wave points coming in on that one. But I presume that, Joe, your professional viewpoint, one of the best waves we've seen so far today.
Yeah, Chucho, he's known for his surfing ability, tweaking it out, comes from the freestyle. He's been around on tour for a very long time, and he's out there on a 53 litre POM, a custom board, and then Cloud 9, 550 front wing, 157 back wing, and an 82 centimetre mast. So quite similar, the equipment for both of these guys when it comes to stats. But yeah, Chucho, I'm going to say the surfing from Teo is a little bit more top to bottom. You can see Chucho's concentrating a little bit more on his air game here. Going to be interesting to see what the judges like. But yeah, both of these guys throwing down, and it does look like as that tide is now starting to go out, meaning that we are going to get into that mid-tide point in about 2 to 2.5 hours, which is where Punta Preta really starts to work.
Chucho going again. Quite far down the wave for the moment. You can see the break behind him. Playing around with the lip. Using the wing for air. So again, it's more freestyle than the wave surfing element that the judges are looking for. Now just have to work that foil really hard to get out of the danger zone before another little air off the lip. The last score of 4.5 for Chucho. This is a really good competition between these two. It is still Teo de Menaz with the advantage, but potentially a better score coming in for the Dutchman.
And Teo here on the inside, similar story, similar image that we've seen throughout this morning as bald patches here. And it looks like he's actually trying to see what is going on the shore as he went down right. I mean, I'd prefer sand over rocks. He did go down, but he was right on the beach break. Maybe you know, and it worked for him, 5.67. And here, Teo de Manis in the lead so far, 5 minutes to go. But yeah, look, you can see those bald patches in the middle of the competition area. The wind has shifted almost purely north now. So hopefully that will shift back to northeasterly and we'll be able to continue on with good conditions. Marginal out there at the moment. You know, we saw with Nathan down on the beach, catching his breath. The athletes are really having to work it to be able to get those scores. But both of these guys very similar. Teo de Manis with the upper hand so far.
That last wave with 3.7 from the judges for Chucho. So no improvement on his score. He's going to have to go again if he wants to progress through to round 5. Both of these athletes, just their first progress, or their first round was round 3. Three and a half minutes remaining of this heat then, of heat round 4. Still opportunities for improvement, potentially. Though it looks very, very flat out there for the moment, looking out of our window. Absolutely nothing rolling in. A couple of sailing boats out the back. Chucho needs a wave. There's no way he can improve with a small roller. He needs something big to be able to go big, to be able to get up to that 10.5 points that he needs to take victory here.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Ben, while we're waiting for that next set to come in, we caught up earlier with our head judge, Alvaro Nieva, to talk to us a little bit about what the judges are looking for, which we'll be bringing on screen ever so shortly. But both of these athletes, like you were mentioning, fishing for waves out there so far.
There is not even small waves rolling into the beach at this particular second in time. And this could mean, as Teo de Manis, as you say, there are people on the beach telling these athletes where they are at. They're not going to know the scores that they're getting from the judges out on the water. They need somebody on the beach to tell them. And so Teo will be now aware that he is leading and doesn't need to panic, whereas Chucho up and at him, trying to find another wave to improve that score. He needs almost a 6, right, if my maths are correct, to get himself ahead of Teo.
Yeah, absolutely. He would need, his backup score is a 4.23, so if he had a 6, that would be a 10.23, so just under a 6, 6.97-ish.
7. Wow, yeah. We haven't seen any of those today. Actually, Nate got an 8. Was his that one wave was an 8.4. I think that was the biggest wave he saw today. But in these conditions, I would suggest that that's going to be a difficult ask.
And you can see them just floating around out there. Hopefully we'll be able to resolve the stability on that camera.
We to ban the judges from moving, basically. They're not allowed to walk up and down the stairs.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the towers broke, so we had to stick the second camera right next to the judges. It looks like they're tap dancing up there.
Hey, they've got a nice viewpoint. It's just, unfortunately, a little bit wobbly. 1 minute to go then of round 4, heat 4. Nothing really rolling in by the looks of things, and that's a disappointment for our Dutch competitor with, said earlier, a French and Brazilian heritage as well. And therefore, when listing his favourite beaches, he has one beach from each individual nation.
That's cool.
Just to make sure that he's not going to be a favourite to an individual passport. He has a favourite beach in Brazil and a favourite beach in France, and also then his beach in Holland as well.
Citizen of the world, mate.
Yeah.
Citizen of the world, and wants to make sure that he gets down with the locals, not by saying that the beach somewhere else is good. So, good tactics. Politician in the mix.
But unfortunately, that's it for Chucho. We're not going to see him again. He's picked up a wave. The time's gone to 0, but he'll be very lucky if this is something that develops into a wave of 8 that he needs. Let's see.
Yeah, so you can see Chucho, he's going to be needing just above a 5-something if he wants to take the win, 4.57. So let's see if he can pull that off. But no, he's not going to pull that off with just one air out on the shoulder, unfortunately. So that is going to be Teo de Manis is going to be moving his way through to round number 5 as we continue on. And coming up next, we are going to be seeing out on the water Vinicius Martins and Anor Sosa.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
And welcome back, everybody. Vinicius Martins and Anor Sosa. Both of these athletes, Cabina riders. Vinicius coming from Brazil, Anor coming from Fuerteventura. And we will see the players coming out onto the water. Vinnie having a very good back end of the last season, getting 4th in both of the 2 second last events over there in Dakar and Ibiraquera. Just had a quick shout at him on the beach. Break the streak. He wants a podium. And then Anor Sosa, the youngster from Fuerteventura, putting in a good performance out there yesterday. And looking to improve. He got a 7.487 in that first round. And then he got a 5.60. So looking to improve. He's going to have to do bigger numbers. But there they are. Vinicius Martins, Brazil. Anor Sosa from the Canarian Islands of Fuerteventura.
Anor having to go through the first round where he was drawn up against Kieran Verma, the Australian, who hasn't managed to arrive as yet, maybe on the island now, but wasn't able to compete yesterday. And so Anor getting almost a bye through from the first round into the second round where he met nobody thanks to the draw. So he didn't have to compete in round 2 and then came back for round 3 where he was up against Axel Gerard and Wesley Brito, which was a pretty harsh competition for him. He came 3rd and found himself in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, when there's a lot of the athletes don't do the complete tour, seeding is an issue because, you know, the lower seeded athletes are going to meet the higher seeded athletes earlier on in the competition. But, you know, that's part of getting in to the World Cup scene. And Vinnie here is going to be starting off with a big air mid-face. And now going to be going into that surfing mode. As I mentioned before, top 4 in both Dakar and Ibiraquera, the final of the season. Wants to improve that. Your Nil Pride athlete. And then we have Anor Sosa, our Cabrina athlete. Looking like he's actually on a 5.0 for a quarter glimpse of the number there. But Vinnie just loosening up, as Mr. Angulo would say, getting loosey-goosey. And Punta Preta is definitely starting to increase.
Interesting that he went for the air at the start of that wave, then went into surf mode. Considering that the beach is so rocky, you kind of almost want to be in the air at the end of it, I reckon. Whereas when you've got the water out further back, you can get those beautiful carving turns in that the judges want to see. They want to see surfing. The air element is an added element, but it's only a kind of a bonus, let's say. It's about the carving turns, and all you need to do is scroll back on yesterday's stream and have a look at Cash to know exactly what the judges are looking for. Aggression, big, sweeping carving turns back into the wave, away from the break, and then turning back towards it once more. Add in a little bit of trickery as well, and it was over 17 points awarded, our best run of the day yesterday. 19-minute heats, and we're already 15 minutes still to go in this heat. No wave scores on the board. Yeah, now just coming in, 2.6 for that one that we saw from Vinnie, but both of them paddling around what looks to be a very, very bald spot.
Yeah,
unless that was somebody else.
Having a little bit of a conversation out there as well, but yep, as you mentioned, wind is, it is definitely on the light side out there so far.
I think that was the next two actually coming out, wasn't it? There are our two competitors in this heat.
Let's not forget, 90-minute heats, 3-minute transitions out there at the moment. Vinicius Martin's 2.67 for that last wave. Anor Sosa just an in and out. The good old quickie of a 0.67. And the clouds are here. And I'm going to even say it's almost a little bit chilly, Dan.
Jumper may come out. It came out at 6 in the morning when we woke up.
It definitely came out at 6 o'clock in the morning.
But
jumper and coffee was the equipment needed. Early starts here in Cape Verde, as we have a lot of competition to get through. Let's not forget, in this Cape Verdean waiting period, we have the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, the GK Kite World Tour, and also our SFP, Surf Foil World Tour as well. So a lot of riding, a lot of athletes, a lot of heats, a lot of time, where we will show all of the sports. And Vinnie, wave selection. Better wave of the set here. Let's see what the Brazilian has for us. Coming from a big wave surfing background. Nice, powerful carving top turn. Look how he carves back and cuts back. So actually goes back towards the wave. Judges, that is what they're looking for. Those long opening hacks and playing it safe, because if he gets caught out there in that section, we can see what Punta Preta does.
I've seen it far too often already in the earlier rounds. Anor bailing out of his first wave, picking up another one of this set and getting a couple of turns in, but certainly not the same kind of surfing style that we saw from the Brazilian 2 waves ahead. That's surely going to score better for Vinnie over Anor.
Yeah, let's not forget the winner of this heat will be going up against Liam Corral, who we saw performing yesterday very well. And also, next we will see the winner of the heat in between Odis and Benoir Carpentier will be going up against Axel. A lot of the people on the stream saying that Axel has some new wave moves, but conditions are marginal out there at the moment. Your second day here, the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup. Cape Verde, Punta Preta. We've just gone past high tide about an hour ago. And then Punta Preta is known for its mid-tide magic. And we can see these athletes circling around to see if they can find anything. And while we're waiting for those sets to appear, let's hear from our head judge, Alvaro Nieva, what the judges are looking for.
The judges want to see here in Cabo Verde 2025 have different main topic for the criteria. Number 1 is the commitment and power. Everything must be done on the critical section. Everything must done with the proper energy and very committed. Number 2 is the technical difficulty and the variety. So it's the degree of the difficulty of the maneuver. Plus, they can show all the wide repertoire that they can do. They have to show carvings, they have to show air tricks, they have to show power slide, proper carvings, and the more variety repertoire they can show, even better. Number 3 is this connection in between the sections and the smooth and the fluidity. This year we had one rule, and now they're allowed to use the power of the wind on air tricks. So we take all those things in consideration together. Not only the jumps using the power of the wind, but also the whole variety, the whole carving combination. They can express themselves on each section of the wave.
All right, well, there it was. Alvaro Nieva, our head judge. Now we know exactly what the judges want to see. Commitment, power, variety, fluidity, linking those moves, and just ripping this Punta Preta apart. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more winds, as the wind has dropped. We've got 16 to 18 knots at the moment. That's why we're seeing a lot of the guys even going on to the 5.0s and 5.5s. Anor Sosa here is making his way in. Similar scores on the individual waves, but Vinnie just a little ahead with a 3.0 and a 2.67 at the moment in the driving seat of this heat.
10 years difference between Anor, aged 18, and Vinnie Martins, aged 28, one of the older men on this particular tour. And with world titles to his name in stand-up, in SUP.
Coming out of Brazil, out of Buzios. Beautiful location with some very nice conditions. And looking forward to be going to Brazil at the end of the season. Always a great place to finish off. And Vinnie, he's been on tour for quite a few years and coming to all of the different stops. And a top 5 contender on a lot of the events. He's looking for a podium spot. His best result ever is 4th position on the waves, which is his speciality, and has had a lot of time on the off season. But at the moment, I mean, that tide, we said it yesterday, when the tide changes, it's kind of half an hour to 40 minutes where let's say the ocean resets before it starts pushing. And as it's on the, it's going from high to low. In about an hour's time, we'll get to that mid-tide and hopefully be able to see some more waves. But yeah, 16 knots of winds. You can see we've got about 1.8 swell. 13 to 14 seconds period is up a little bit, but the swell has ever so slightly dropped. And hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of better conditions coming our way shortly. But we move on. Round number 4, heat number 5 of our GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Cape Verde. Powered by Armstrong, as we are seeing who will be making it through, because elimination round on, and who, if we complete the competition format today, we will also be crowning 2 new world champions.
Nice little air there from Vinnie, who's picked up this little small wave. Now goes into surf mode, a little bit more aggressive than we saw on the previous wave that we followed him on. Possibly, I mean, we keep saying it, from the drone shot, it always looks as though they're further away from the pocket than perhaps if we were on a beach shot. But felt as though it was a pretty safe run there from Vinnie. Both these two guys staying up on their boards. I was about to say, as he jumps up in the air and puts himself in a position to potentially drop into the water. That wave has died off for him, for Anor, so getting out of there. 2.67, the backup score for Vinnie Martins. Potentially a better score coming in on that last run. But, again, we talk about the fact that it's not necessarily the athletes that are not performing. It's actually the water and the waves that are not performing to allow you to get yourself a big score like we saw from Cash. Then you start to have to really get creative as to what you can do. 7 minutes remaining in this competition, in this particular heat. Just 3.2 is the score for Anor right now, although let's see whether we can improve that. We should get a better score. Yeah, it's now come in. So 2.03 for Anor on that last run. Again, not massive, but it is an improvement. I think we're still waiting for points from Vinnie Martins' last run. Where are the waves then? Oh, things are starting to roll a little bit here. Is this the opportunity with 6 minutes remaining to get those points up? Vinnie just ahead of Anor here. But this is a set wave coming in. Vinnie drops into the neutral position. He's miles away from the pocket of the wave on this one and not doing a lot with it. Big air. And lands it as well. Now he can start surfing once again. Surely he can make use of this wave. It's the biggest and best wave we've seen during this heat so far. Good carving turns. Toe side up on the top of the wave to heel side. It's fluid. Again, another little air. And the wave has really allowed him to continue as well. It's nice and long for the Brazilian. Surely that's a better score for him. And what happened to Anor Souza? There he is. The beach whoop in delight for something that he's just done too. And the set has delivered. Has to bail out a little bit earlier there. Once again, having a look at Vinnie Martins. Started off with a bit of an air, then got himself into that neutral position to start the carving. And you may see in the back of shot Anor's run as well. What do you reckon, Joe?
I am liking it. Great wave selection. You can see top to bottom. Really just cruising down the line. Not too vertical. Getting a little bit of a pop at the end of that. That's not going to add big scores, but still nice numbers are going to be coming up here for Vinnie. Let's have a little look, see what the judges are thinking. So judges still looking like it's going to be around the 5, so medium to average score there for Vinnie, but definitely in control. And here we heard the whoop on the beach. Let's see what Anor had. Very deep in position, a little bit of a wiggle and a wobble there, but going backside, and I think it was this where he started to pull the move. Okay, going for a little toe side Rayleigh, but not quite getting it in the sweet spot. And that was where the whoop came on the beach.
Yeah.
Going with that 3. Again, mid-face, not too much surfing. Let's not forget it is the surfing what the judges are looking for. We heard Alvaro and Evo explaining what they want to see to be able to give all of the athletes the double thumbs up and the top points, but waiting for that exchange to come in and see what scores are going to be there. I saw 5-ish coming up for Vinnie. And going to be interesting to see what's going to be coming up for Anor, because 2 airs, but not so much surfing. Vinnie more surfing than airs. Let's see what numbers. So we're having 5.27 and a 5.53. So pretty much almost the same there from those two. So great riding from both of them.
Keeps Vinnie ahead, though, by 1.5 points, although I think there's been a slight improvement on the backup. The backup run for Anor Souza, just a 2.2 for him, as we now see Vinnie get himself another wave, much smaller than we saw previously. Still making it work for him, though.
Going into crouching position there, hands behind the back to grab some speed, add in style. And I'm liking the shouts from the crowd there, also a 3. So he's obviously seen what worked for Anor and decided to go against it. That is a better air. You see there, really hitting that sweet spot, really hitting the lip of the wave and just disappearing behind the tower there. But as he was so far along, but that's going to be another good score for Vinnie answering back. And look at the smiles there we can see. Zany, Josh Angulo there in the middle as well. Noah, all of the local boys giving the love to the Brazilian.
So the wave really allowed him to run all the way down to the sand break there. There he is. Almost looks like he's starting a run.
Yeah, you can see the camera up on top of the judging tower and 90 seconds to go and he's going to be paddling back out. I'll give him A for effort. I'm not sure Vinnie's going to be able to make it back into position. Anor having a little look-see out of the judges tower and booth here. He is in position. Will we see another wave coming through?
If he can get a 3.6, he can, at the moment, he could take victory here. That's not undoable, and that almost looks like a set coming in for him. Is Vinnie in the wrong position, having taken that wave all the way down to the beach? This is a good wave set coming in for Anor.
Nice selection, already going for that toe side air to start off. We want to see the surfing. This is, like you're mentioning, a very nice set wave. Top to bottom turns, gaining speed to get past this. Two hands go for yet another air, but mid-face. He's going to want to up his surfing game if he wants to be getting those higher scores. That's better. Where the head goes, the body follows. Nice cut back here. Pumping, losing a little bit of momentum. Goes for the free Anor. He could be putting the nail in the coffin on the buzzer. Here, the young man from Fuerteventura, El Torito. As we're going to be closing off in 10 seconds. This is definitely got to be, is going to be more than a free. I reckon he's done it.
Vinnie Martins has improved his score. That last wave that we saw him taking all the way to the beach was a 4.07. So the total for Vinnie, 9.6. But we haven't got the scores yet up for Anor Souza. This was a replay of Vinnie's wave. So he was on a wave as well as we were watching Anor. But it was a great wave selection from the Fuerteventurian. And also Vinnie went down. So let's not leave the picture yet until those judges have awarded that final wave. It was wave 7 for Anor Souza. But the feeling is here in the booth and up in the judging tower that could be enough for Souza to take the victory. Elimination zone here in round 4.
You can see the smile on his face as well. He knows that that was a critical moment. Buzzer beater, if he does get it. Buzzer beater. And hopefully...
Still waiting.
Waiting for those scores to come in. I can see here on the judges panel, wave is in. But waiting for that final score. Who is it going to be?
Oh, they're having a great time up there.
Is it going to be Vinicius Martin or Anor Souza?
Watch the top left of your screen. At the moment, that 2.27 is a score from earlier on. Waiting for graphics on... You can follow live timing on the website, wingfoilworldtour.com. That hasn't updated. Neither has the TV scores up in the left-hand corner.
I am hitting the refresh button like the Energizer Bunny, mate.
Come on. Sure, the judges have been... They were yawning. They'd finished a long time ago.
Yeah, waiting to see as it's not in yet. It's not in. Well, while we're waiting, let's continue on.
There we go. There it is.
Competition.
It's a 5.87. Anor Souza takes the victory in Heat 5.
Boom, shaka, laka. Congratulations there, Anor Souza, making his way on and continuing in round number 5. Great performance from both of them. Nail in the coffin on the final wave. Coming up next, we're going to be seeing Odis Buckingham and Benoir Carpentier. But before we start, let's have a short commercial break.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the water, Odis Beckenham and Benoir Carpentier as they're getting ready to rumble here. Round number 4, elimination round. Benoir Carpentier, he has been a world SUP wave champion back in the days and a very, very talented surfer representing France out there on starboard and free wing. And then we have Odis Beckenham. Odis putting on a solid performance yesterday and looking to continue on in the competition as well. So, battle of the boys. Heat number 6, round number 4. Coming up on the water, 19-minute heats, 3-minute transitions. Day number 2 here, GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Coming to the beautiful location that is Punta Preta here in Cape Verde.
Expected a lot more from Benoir Carpentier in his round 3. He remember he was up against Liam Corral and Marley Franco and only managed a 5. Spent a lot of time on the beach and in the water. It's going to be tricky if he does drop it here. We've seen already the likes of Wesley Brio really struggling to get out of the water. Benoir, 29-year-old, one of the older competitors from the north of France, up in Brittany. Yeah. But you would expect of him to be stronger considering his ranking across last year, ranked 5th and seeded 5th for this competition.
Yeah, let's not forget back there in 2023 as well, Benoir having one of the top performances here in Cape Verde, where he was out there on the podium. So always a force to be reckoned with. He got 2nd place, Cape Verde 2023. As you mentioned, 5th last year. So knows the break, knows the waves, know how to get on those top spots. But like you mentioned yesterday, not being able to link it together and got caught out on one of the waves, meaning he was swimming for pretty much the majority of his heat out there together with a KT rider, Odis. 2.13, so a first little in and out there for Benoir, just to get some brush off the cobwebs and get ready here for the second day. But plenty of time. Sets taking their time. We've got about 6 to 7 minutes so far in between sets. Even though the period is bigger, the waves have dropped ever so slightly. And let's not forget that tide is on the going out. So hopefully further on in the afternoon when it starts to be pushing back, that's when we'll see the better waves coming. But yeah, mid-tide is normally the sweet spot here for Punta Preta. Swell has shifted ever so slightly more north instead of the northwesterly that comes into here perfectly. So a little sheltered, but still we're seeing some good waves come in today.
Is this Otis's first? A couple of rollers coming in from the back. This one looks like a good one. In the blue. Otis Buckingham from Maui. Gets his kite set up into the neutral position, and here we go. It's a good wave.
Beautiful top turn there from Odis, and you can see double pump on the bottom, iron out, tweaking the air. Another one of the Maui boys. So many athletes coming in from Maui, as you mentioned yesterday. Must be empty breaks over there on the islands. And a nice air there, and airing out, showing control. The judges, obviously, that's not going to count, but just shows the control this athlete has. He was in that position. And then out the back, Benoir sliding that foil as he powers his way through. Off the top again. Great wave here from Benoir Carpentier. So both of these guys exchanging. And Benoir actually keeping 2 hands on the wing, not going pure surfing style. Going to be interesting to see, but I reckon Otis is going to have the upper hand of that exchange.
Otis really clever at the end of that wave as well. Kept the foil really high in the water just to avoid any potential clashes with the rocks. Here is Benoir's wave from earlier on. And was earlier into that wing foiling position, just breaching over the top of the lip of the wave there. Does it for a second time. So if you do tricks, you need to vary them. You can't do the same thing twice. One of the judging criteria, and then pops out the back of it. Crucially, both of them staying up in the water, and a nice set. Let's see what the judges think. As I say, it'll be the second score for Benoir Carpentier. He got that 2.1 up early doors. It's just the first wave for Otis.
Right, so here we can see Odis, who's dropping in on that set, disappearing behind the line. Love how he powers through, pushing against that fall, going back, cutting back, linking. It's the same speed. Again, nice air mid-face, fully in control. Judges are going to be liking what they see, and then flying to the moon, landing right back on the wave. Odis already has a 5.87. And let's see what his second backup score is going to be. Also, Benoir Carpentier, for that wave we saw before, is going to be landing around the 5 mark. So both of these athletes thrown down early on, as we're just about coming on halfway through this heat. An elimination round. Whoever loses has a one-way ticket home.
Scores just being generated to be displayed for you. But we do have 8.14 for Otis Buckingham, playing 7.73 for Benoir Carpentier. Plenty of time, in theory, still to go in terms of the heat duration, in terms of what waves are on offer. Well, looking out the window, it looks better. I can see that Benoir is heading towards the beach, as is Otis here. It's funny, isn't it, how some of the heats only really have one, maybe two proper sets, and then others seems to be getting lots of different options. Here we go for Otis once again.
Yeah, he rode this one all the way onto the inside. That is a beautiful air right off of the lip. He has looked for this wave, searched for it, and gone very, very close to the rocks to be able to perform those maneuvers. Nice roundhouse there from him as well. So finding a little gem there, because it didn't look like it was going to be much until it kind of came in. Great reading there by Odis. Right, so we have a 2.27, 5.83 for Odis, total of 8.14. Benoir Carpentier, 7.73 total, 5.60 for that last wave. Both of these athletes, they have a good main wave, but their backup score is low. So plenty of time to be able to swap that around. As we continue on here, second to last heat of this round number 4. And then we will be continuing on with round number 5. Let's not forget, on the women's side, we are already semi-finals, where we saw yesterday. Waiting is going to be Francesca Maiani against Nia Suarez, and Muna White up against Annie Richard. Idea is to complete all of the competition today, where we'll be crowning our 2 world champions. And Benoir looks like he's going to be picking up a very nice foul. Here we go.
Bailed out the wave before to pick up this one. Slightly ahead of it. Now starts to carve through these surfing turns. Still has 2 hands on the wing, preparing himself to air if he needs to. There is an air off the lip, just about, gets back into the wave, pops out of it again, right on the lip of the wave.
Risking it there.
Yeah, commitment. That's what number 1 priority for our judges, commitment.
Yeah, you can see just not being able to get pushed back down on the face, just going off a little, ever so slightly light. But a very nice wave there from Benoir Carpentier. And here we can see the replay. Powerful turns, 2 hands on the boom, working his way around and generating that speed. And then here you can see having a little look-see at the rocks, having a little look-see at the lip. Nice tweaked out air there from Benoir. And here trying to push himself down, but then getting bounced out. Odis with a 4.83 of that backup wave. So he is now taking the lead, 10.70.
But that should be, for Benoir, a better score than 2.1 to improve his backup score as well.
Yep, absolutely. I don't think it's going to be enough to go into that first place. As you mentioned there, Ben, will definitely be enough to be able to improve overall. So at least both those athletes getting a nice wave there on those sets. As we now wait on for that next set to come in. Just coming past 10:30 in the morning local time. If you're just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are joining us from. Grab a warm one, grab a cold one, and enjoy the show. Don't forget to add in on the comments if you want to know anything about gear, locations, what the athletes had for breakfast, what they are planning on having for lunch.
Joe knows it all.
And we will be able to get that info to you.
He's been studying every athlete's breakfast.
That's absolutely. It's envy, mate. That is envy. All day breakfast. Probably the only thing I miss from the UK.
I think we're still waiting for a score to come in for Benoir.
I think we are, yeah. It does look like the system is a little on the slow side. But we will find that out as it does. It looks like that one's been on. So 3 waves each for both of these athletes. Coming on 6 minutes. So far is the young American. Buckingham is going to be in the lead. Winner of this heat will be moving his way forward and is going to be going up against Leon Shell. But while we're waiting for that set to come through, let's have a little look as we caught up with the man on your screen, Benoir Carpentier, a little earlier today.
Yeah, I guess I just missed the 2 first sets, so I was like, I had to send it. You know, the 2 other guys kind of ripped on the first few sets, so I had to send it, and fortunately didn't make my trick, and there was a bigger wave at the back, so my wind just got blow off in the rocks and just a bit scratch. No, the blade are still intact, so I'm all good. But yeah, it's all fixed now, and I'm gonna go back today and hopefully get some set this time.
You can see Benoir all set and ready to go into his heat. We caught up with him a little earlier this morning, so we can see his mindset for going into this heat.
Well, also a reminder that these guys are not robots, and when they do slam, it does hurt. And he's a little bit bruised after yesterday's encounter with these Cape Verdean rocks. Funny to see on our Instagram page. If you don't follow, you should. The one-word summary of Cape Verde, so many of them just saying rocks.
Rocks.
Yeah.
Rocks, bites, ouch. And then we can see athletes starting to get ready. As we can see, the youngster putting on a solid show out there yesterday, as he's going to be heat number 1 of round number 5. So he's starting to pump up his gears. Looks like he's pumping up the Unit D Lab there from Duotone. A little bit of a Lula coming into the mix, as we are just coming up on 4 minutes to go. And we can see Noah Angulo, unfortunately, eliminated from this competition, as wind a little slightly on the lighter side there near Swadias. Anita Amado, who I talked to, as we did have the question of multiple flags. Her father is Brazilian. She was born in Italy. She has grown up in Cape Verdean, so she has a Brazilian passport, but is Cape Verdean at heart. And then Nia Swadias, the lady to beat when it comes to freestyle slalom, and one of the top athletes here for the wave riding. And the battle is almost set in between her and Muna White. Will we see a repeat? But there is Mar de Arce and Bobo and Van der Linden who want to have a say of who is going to be going into the final, as we are in the semi-finals of the women. But so far, little bit of a lull out there on the waves.
Here's something rolling in for Odis. Odis is leading at the moment by 2.5 points. So Benoir needs a big second backup score, doesn't he? Odis bails out of that one, but Benoir just behind another of what looks to be a set wave coming in. Benoir just not quite with it enough. Now heads back out, whereas Odis has picked up that second wave, bailed out the first, now onto the second. Way, great air. Huge air, and lands it. And then lands on the rocks.
That was the biggest air we have seen yet. Talk about Buckingham Airlines all the way into the sky. Does land it perfectly in the section, so that is going to be counted as landed, but so close to the shore, he had to bail to get past the rocks. Let's take a look at the replay of that one, Ben.
So he was on a wave. He bailed out of that wave to pick up this second one. A couple of surfing turns. There we go. That's the bail, isn't it? And then he goes and picks up the one behind, deciding that's a better wave. Quickly switches into a new wave. So he's been scored for that one. Now he'll be scored for this one. Not a huge amount of surfing going on, though, but a huge air.
Boom. Tweaks it out, and you can see lands it perfectly, but here it's just had to give up to be able to get off. So let's see how the judges score. Obviously not going to be a top score, but props for the show out there on the water.
I did hear one in the judges' cabin yesterday. If it's cool, then it gets judged well. That was one comment, and there's no doubt the beach thought that was pretty awesome, although not strictly wave.
Yeah, obviously judges, I mean, love the show, love the action, but they will.
We've still got 1 minute remaining. Benoir desperately needs a big wave if there is anything left. 2.7 is his backup score, and if he doesn't get himself anything half decent, there was a couple of waves there, wasn't there? Odis was able to do something with it, but Benoir was going the opposite direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And while waiting for the action to come on, as it does look like there is a complete lull out there on the water, let's have a little look at some of the highlights of this heat.
Later.
Yeah, and we're just I'm just asking Ben to see how we coordinate that, because he's talking, you're talking, I'm talking. Alright, so that is the end of that heat, and seeing some of the highlights as we're just waiting for confirmation on the final scores there, Ben. Good action, but it did lull out at the end. You know, sets are very far and few between. Winner of that heat will be going up against Leon Sheeran in the next round. And we continue on, and next up we're going to be seeing Zany Guy and Aaron Fryer.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. GoGreen GoSalvilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. GoGreen GoSalvilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, que agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar nas competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que consegui bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo a dificuldade para morrer, me derrubar arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluiu, é um pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É o importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr E é exemplo disso, de muita equipe mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro. Bolsa Atleta.
Através das bolsas atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo dificuldade para morrer, me derrubar arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho é dia sim, dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem, depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evolui, é pouco mais brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É importante porque tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é exemplo disso, de muita equipe mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Welcome back to Ponta Preta, Cabo Verde. We are two heats away from the end of round 4. And in heat 7, it's Zany and Aaron Fryer. And then in heat 8, we'll be watching Bobo Gallagher and Jeffrey Spencer. Before we move to round 5 and some of our top riders from the third round, the winners of the third round heats. And that is where we will see them in round 5. But for the moment, we're watching those that came second and third in round 3. And it's local hero, local young gun, Zany guy. And first time on the tour, Italian Brit Aaron Fryer. Aaron with twin brother also here. We'll see them in the surf foil competition, which will happen when there is less wind, but obviously needing some swell as well. It's Aaron in the white. There he is, already with a score on the board, a 1.23, and Zany, who has so much support, obviously on the beach here from the locals, but also from the likes of Wesley Brito, who now no longer in the competition can completely focus on Zany, who won his round 1 against the other qualifier from the local final, Sanchez Borges. Andrea Cocchiara was also in that heat 1, but it was Zany with a 10.27 who took victory in round 1, moved into round 3 and finished second to Tom Uber with a score of 8.0. There he is, wearing the blue. Not got a score yet on the board. Got a little roller to play with here. It's not going to be massive. And it doesn't really develop into anything. So turns back offshore. So we did get a wave in at a set-in, I think, right when the buzzer went for the start of the 19 minutes. And yeah, here was a nice air from, oh, hang on, that's last heat, no? Because that is not, yeah, this is what we saw from the last heat, not from this heat. There was that massive, massive air that we saw from Otis Buckingham Airways. I like that joke. Very, very good. Not much happened in this one so far, though. Just 1.23 on the board for Aaron Fryer. And there he is. On the left-hand side, the RRD athlete, Italian passport from Livino. 17 years of age. And although has a twin, Sean, both sponsored by different brands. At least that's one way of differentiating the two of them. What a place to learn to kite, Livorno in Italy. Zany running in towards the beach here. There's in the background is the main point. He's got absolutely nothing to play with there, but coming all the way into the beach. I mean, it is a wave, I suppose. Now he breaks into surf mode, but not much to play with there, and he breaks away. At least it's a score, though. So that should at least put one score, one wave on the board for Zany. But I mean, from the drone shot, didn't look like anything. He was inspired and created to pick up, but they're much further downwind than we see the really big waves that need that point. As Joe was saying, need the rocks to break over to really create the barrier that we ultimately want for the best show, for the best pictures. Oh dear. Aaron getting caught out as he was heading back offshore there. 10 minutes still to go in this heat. Not much to offer up. 2 scores now come in for Zany. So actually, at the moment, he is ahead because Aaron's not yet managed to get that second score up. Heading back out to pick something up. Aaron back up on his board. So that's good news. At least it's not as we saw earlier on where the guys were struggling to get back up foiling. Aaron taking a swim, but is straight back up on the foils and straight back moving again. But really nothing at all to offer the judges right now. Joe's been outside, experiencing the conditions.
Yeah, it's a little nippy out there. I mean, I will say it's stopped raining and the wind has dropped ever so slightly. I was talking to the race crew and they have got a clinical eye on it as they know there are quite a few ball patches. And also having a little chat to Alvaro that they are adjusting the scale as conditions are challenging. Obviously, if the athletes that pick off the good waves and do perform on them, they're getting higher scores because of how challenging the conditions are out there at the moment. Zany Guy, obviously one of the local young rookie, as he is getting ready. Round number 4 will be wanting to continue on to round number 5. Let's not forget he is the last Cape Verdean standing as well, as Wesley Brito was out of that last heat. So the youngster would want to be getting through to this round because then he will be the highest rank Cape Verdean wingfoiler of this 2025 World Cup.
Here we go then. Another little wave that he's picked up. Maybe it's building for him. Certainly looks bigger than the previous wave he picked up, and some nice surfing turns here from the local.
Ah, beautiful. I mean, the watercolor here, even it's cloudy and you can even still see the popping blues, but forecast is saying that the wind is going to be picking up a little bit further on in the afternoon. And then Monday is also looking very, very good. So obviously race crew deciding on, do we finish today, do we wait, and do we continue? As let's not forget, we also have the GK Kite World Tour and then the Surf Foil World Tour as well. as it stands. Action is on. We continue. Sets every, would you say about 8 minutes, Ben? 7 to 8 minutes. We're seeing a couple of sets.
Yeah, they've become more regular, haven't they?
Yeah.
But also become more disparate. I mean, Aaron's still not got a second score on the board from what I'm looking at.
I can also see Stanley asking. I can see Stanley here also asking about the competition. The idea is to finish if conditions are suitable and that the conditions are there. I agree with you, it is marginal at the moment, and the race crew is deciding, do we continue pushing on or will be there a moment we stop? Semi-final of the women's so far, and then also looking to make it to quarters or semi of the men. Aaron Fryer, there you are, the athlete, just coming off the back of that wave. Nice little surf down the line there from him, and Zany close to rocks. We can see the replay here.
Compared to what Zany had behind him, definitely a better wave.
Yeah.
And was really able to complete the turns. Not too many turns, unfortunately. And no kind of classy, fancy air or anything like that. Unfortunately, he's down in the water.
Yeah, you can see him out there on the Roberto Ricci Designs gears, out there on that Evo Gold with a little of the Alula. And looking like he's also on the Beluga and the Blaze setup. And while we're waiting to see if there is going to be any more action coming out of us, we're going to wait to see Zany on this wave as we have an interview with him. And here we can see a little bit of a surf, which is what we saw on the wave before. So when there's a lull, we caught up with him earlier, and we will be hearing what the young Cape Verdean rookie had to say.
Hey guys, Zany here. I'm 19. I'm actually from Boa Vista, just Iceland here close. I started winging, it's been 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. I'm in love with all water sport, and at the moment I just love the freedom that foil gave me, that I'm able to go in the water with every type of condition. And I'm just so happy to be here. Actually, it's my second time here. I've been here last year. And I'm having a great time, and I can't wait for more. Actually, I started kite foiling in the beginning, and then I went surf foiling, and then I started the wing foiling with Wesley, and then he just kept pushing me, and now I ended up here.
Well, there you go. I think the smile says it all. He is enjoying his time down here in Cape Verde. Couple of lines starting to flow through, and then when it comes to the scores, at the moment it is Zany who is rolling in first position as he has a 5.4 and then a 3.63. And we saw just that wave that he had while we were looking at the interview.
Yeah, right, exactly. I watched it out the window, in fact. And not a big set, but both himself and Aaron able to get a wave and get a score on the board. Aaron desperately needed that score. And unfortunately, it's now flattened off again. But both good waves, but long waves passing our comms box down to the left-hand side.
Very straight liners though, mate. Even though they make it all the way down here, they've got to get the turns if they want to have if they want to have those scores. And you know, it isn't about the quantity out there. Judges are definitely asking about the quality, and we can see it is obviously definitely past breakfast time as the beach is starting to fill up. The tourists are here to enjoy the best wing foilers on the planet.
Still waiting for Aaron's score to come in on that last one. Zany with a 6.1 total score. Scored better on that last wave than his previous. He's got a 3 and a 3.1 on the board now. And to say, those coming in, those two scores whilst we were on that interview. 3 minutes still to go. Still opportunities to improve, certainly with these lower scores. But that score for Aaron not yet through on the timing screens.
Yeah, he is waiting for that one to drop. 2.23 and 2.37. And it looks like our judges are walking around. Hopefully we'll be able to resolve the stability of that camera. And here, Aaron Fryer, wingfoiling family, together with his brother and his father. He is currently here, round number 4, trailing, but it's anybody's game. I mean, you're 3 and a 3.1 from Zany. Those are score, easy scores as long as they can, land a set. 2.5 minutes. It's been a while since we've had a set. Let's see if the Ocean will throw another bone and we can see a battle as second to last heat. Coming up next will be the final heat of this round number 4 of the men in between Anson Gallagher. So Bobo going to be going up against Jeffrey Spencer. That is going to be a big heat.
Yeah, Jeffrey didn't have a good heat 1, did he? Or was it heat 2? He was on the beach and struggling. Aaron needs to get himself about a 4 to surpass what Zany has got already. Weirdly, that wave hasn't been scored. But this is a wave for the Armstrong rider. And it's developing nicely. Gets into that neutral position and begins to carve. Just the one turn for the moment. Hey, looks good with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, great wave selection here from Zany. Already nice, powerful carving turn off the top. Gets the cut back now, speeds it up. This is where he's going to be going for that air. And on the lip, still similar to what we saw from Benoir, having to bounce out, not quite going back down the face. Obviously, judge is going to take that into account. But are we going to see Aaron? He could have left the door open for Aaron to get the next wave on the set.
Yeah, where is Aaron on that drone shot? Here's a replay of what Zany was able to do. Just a couple of turns at the start of the wave before he then pulled that air and then was stuck on the lip for the remainder of the wave. Aaron out the back there. I mean, possibly better than a 3. Possibly an improvement on the score. But Aaron needed to be on that wave set, and he was not, was he?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't in position, unfortunately. And now that final minute, final seconds counting down as we're about 20 seconds to go. I can't see any lines. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it is going to be Zany who is going to be closing this one up. Let's not forget, if Aaron is on a wave before the buzzer, it means he will have time. So here we can see the final 10 seconds. Is he going to have an opportunity? Is there going to be a bump for him? It's looking as flat as a pancake out there. So it is going to be Zany Guy who is taking the win and continuing on in the competition.
And it was an improvement for Zany as well. 3.53, the judges scoring that last run. And so moves himself further away from danger. Unfortunately, Aaron out of the competition. And just again, perhaps inexperience of how the competition window in that 19 minutes needs to be used. But Zany Guy, the local, allows those Cape Verdean flags to continue to fly here in Ponte Preta.
Yeah, we've been trying to signal you for the last 3 minutes that your mic is on.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos E minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer. Me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo. Minha trabalho é dia sim, dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para chão, quando é bem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo. É pouco mais brilho, energia no treino. É ter mais foco.
É o importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr. E é exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Vilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Vilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar nas competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que consegui bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer. Me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo. Minha trabalho é dia sim, dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para chão, quando é bem. Depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evoluindo. É pouco mais brilho, energia no treino. É ter mais foco.
É o importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr. E é exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on here for round number 4 of the final heat coming out on the water. Bobo Gallagher going up against Jeffrey Spencer. Already seen a couple of waves, which we're going to be getting on the replays, but waiting for scores to come in. 90-minute heats, 3-minute transitions, 12 waves allowed. Your top 2 waves are the ones that are going to give you the scores. 2.10 there from Bobo. And waiting for the one to be dropped for Spencer.
Jeffrey Spencer in the drone shot right now, on a wave in the white. Not a huge amount going on there, but at least it's something. 3, he's got a 3 already, so there's obviously a few decent waves rolled in at the very top of this heat. 2.1 for Bobo, a 3 for Jeffrey, whose brother Finn is already through to the next round.
Yeah, Finn getting one of the best heats of the day. He had that best heat of the day until Cash came out. He had a 7.23, the one of the best waves. So Finn, as you mentioned there, Ben, already waiting in that round number 5. And now the battle in between Bobo and Jeffrey to see who will continue on in the competition. Front side versus backside. Here you can see on your screen a replay of one of the last waves there from Bobo. And getting a big air. Unfortunately landing off of the pockets. And that will not be counting on for his wave. But both of the guys at least getting some numbers on the scoreboard. As we are seeing, swells are far and few between. You really have to find the old diamond in the rough out there. Conditions are hard, to say the least.
Scored a 2.1. Anderson Gallagher for that one we've just seen. I like the fact that he surfed towards the wave, towards the pocket, then turned back away, and really allowed him to be in a sweet spot. But unfortunately, the fall at the end, he lost a few points for that. There are the faces of Bobo, Anderson Gallagher, and Jeffrey Spencer. Bobo just 16 years of age, another Maui rider. And Jeffrey from Canada.
Living out there on Maui.
Living in Maui, yes. We kind of put that across most of the people who are here.
Yeah, and I think, like we said before, the breaks in Maui would be nice and empty with all of these boys over here enjoying Cape Verde. And a very big Maui crew together with Annie as well. So great to see athletes coming in from all different corners of the globe. More than 19 nations joining us here for this first event of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. As we continue on, and it looks like Bobo might be having a little look and see if he can find an award.
Here we go for a Bobo Gallagher then. Backside to the wave. Goofy stance on the board. Pops a little bit out of the wave. And now starts to surf on not a lot. The wave behind actually looking like it is slightly better. Oh no, but there's no wind to keep him going. Drops into the water. Here was the earlier one. Very, very straight for the air. And so, as we've spoken about a few times, that's what the judges want to see. They want to see the pure surfing element. You can't just do an air and be straight. But then at the same time, the direction, the wave, the water, the amount of water we've got versus the rocks underneath, kind of, they've just got to go flat out sometimes to get themselves out of a danger zone. Either way, that will be a second score at least for Anderson Gallagher. That means he will score in total. And it's probably not going to be much better than what Jeffries has on his second score, on his backup score of a 0.83. Something rolling in at the beach. And we've got our local MC now down at the beach entertaining the crowds that are rolling in. Curious to see what's going on down here at Ponte Preta, just up there to the north. A couple of big all-inclusive resorts, including where we, as the organisation, are staying. And so, no doubt, the romantic morning walk along the beach will stop them here in curiosity as to what exactly is going on. Actually, Anderson being scored pretty well for that last wave. Didn't really get much out of it, but 2.3 means that he now leads. As an individual wave, Jeffries 3.0, much, much better, but the second backup score not so strong. And now we wait for the next set to roll in. Bobo Gallagher, 16 years of age. At 14, he was the youngest and, at that point, only man to wingfoil from Maui to Hawaii. Some 40-mile trip. Now he's still the youngest man to do it, because others have copied and others have followed. But just sort of zigzagging his way around the back at the moment, waiting for something to roll in. 10 minutes still remaining on the clock.
And here we can see Bobo dropping in as well, Anderson. And here we go, backside, all the way along. Oh, he is flying down this wave. You see him out there on a 4.5. Having to regain control as the speed goes to that toe side there. A nice little tweak out midsection. This could be a good one. We've also got Jeffrey on the back extension. Watch out, Mum. Put away the China. Oh! And talk about escaping there from Jeffrey. And he knows he's in that position. Frantically paddling to get back. That's what I call an exit.
He knew where he was, though, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Dropped the kite and bailed out of it. But this was the early part of that wave. Really nice turns. As we saw, to be fair, from Bobo, both of them really, really strong. Did the air, then had to get a few more pumps in, and then knew exactly where he was. Drop the wing in the water, dive through the wave, and get himself out of danger zone.
And having a question in here from Valentine. What is the red thing on Jeffrey's bounce? I am not sure. We were asking when he comes off of the water. I've seen some athletes go out there with flotation devices that you can activate. I've seen also, you know, some of them when they do the downwinding, they have a little a little kite, so to speak. So maybe he uses the same leash for all of them. But great question. We'll get that back to you. But still great exchange from both of them. And definitely the commitment there from Jeffrey on that wave. Let's see how the judges have liked that. Still waiting for scores to come in. What have we got over here? No, so it's still loading.
So that was Jeffrey's run that we were sort of watching at the same time, the two of them happening exactly the same time. Sorry, that was Bo's run. We saw Jeffrey behind.
Yeah, both of them. I mean,
and that's an improvement for Jeffrey. So that score has come in now. So 3.23 for Jeffrey. Puts him... Oh, look how close it is, Joe. 3.6 plays 3.23. Sorry, 6.3 plays 6.23.
Yeah, no, really, I mean, both of these boys are exchanging. And, you know, to be honest, scores are quite on the average at the moment. It's a 4.17, like you say, just improving ever so slightly there. And then we can see a 3 and a 3.23. So, I mean, if a set wave comes in, 4 5s, 5s and 6s is what we've been seeing from a lot of our athletes. And we've seen both of these guys produce those numbers on any given day. But wave selection here, especially today, is so key. Jeffrey knew who he was and bailed on that last wave, going kind of completely underneath and escaping the pounding on the rocks. But hey, you know, you got to risk it if you want the biscuit, and both of them pushing forward.
Certainly an opportunity for Bobo to improve that 2.13. 7.5 minutes still to go. It is definitely not over. This is the last heat of round 4. We're rolling straight into round 5, where we'll see some of our top seeds, some of our best performers in round 2 of the competition. The likes of Cash and Finn Spencer, brother to Jeffrey. They will be both last year's winner also. Mallow will be with us.
Yeah, and just information coming in from the race crew. We are going to be going all the way, continuing with the men to the semi-finals. So we will be going through round number 6, and then we would go into the women's semi-finals. So equaling both sides of the elimination to be there at the same. And here we have Spencer dropping in. This is looking like a very nice set wave. Pumping, getting the speed. All right, starts it off with an air, nice and clean. Now pumps down, doesn't use the wing to get back on there. Here, gaining speed. We're going to be seeing an air off the top. Yes, we are. Tweaks it out as well. Lands right back on the face. Can he get back in? No, we've seen that happen. Benoir, Zany, and now Jeffrey as well. They really have to land right down on the bottom, which is where we saw those top scores from Cash yesterday.
What if that's a little bit in part the wind direction today? Slightly almost pulling them off the top of the wave rather than allowing them to stay within it. But again, great air, great entertainment for the crowd, but the judges want to see surfing, right? And there was not too much from Jeffrey there, just a couple of turns at the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw from Alvaro Niero, our head judge, when we talked to him earlier today, yes, area maneuvers is an important part, but it is not the most important part. It's the commitment. It's the execution is always a word that gets thrown around. It's how you perform that maneuver. And if you can link them together with fluidity, if you can join those moves in the critical section of the waves, that's when you start to get those top numbers. 9.0 we saw from Cash, and a lot of the guys and girls here on the stream saying that he's going to, you know, be taking the win here. Definitely one of the most powerful athletes we have out there, but there are some very good surfers. And this youngster, 16 years of age, Bobo, he is throwing down, but still yet to see any of those big sevens that we saw yesterday.
But isn't that partly down to what the wave is able to provide? The wave's definitely not what we saw yesterday in the peak of the conditions yesterday. Another little run there from Anderson Gallagher, Bobo from Maui. I haven't seen Jeffrey actually for a while.
No, he is.
He's hanging out the back there.
He's hanging out the back, waiting. I mean, he knows he does have the upper hand ever so slightly, 4.07. So he has anything can change, because look, the big score from Bobo is bigger than the big score from Spencer. His backup score is lower, so he can get anybody's game out there at the moment. 4 minutes, plenty of time for something to come our way. And we can just see here a little replay of that last wave there from Bobo. I mean, look how close he is. This is when they're starting to scavenger. And now just a couple of check turns, nothing too special. But, trying to get some scores on the board, because they do know that the difference in between them is minimal.
That looks to me as though it could be better than a 2.1, which would improve his score total, because that backup score of 2.13 is what's actually holding him back right now in this competition, versus a 3.23 and a 4.07 from Jeffrey Spencer. There is Jeffrey. We haven't seen him do anything else for a while. But we also have yet to see the judges score from that last wave, and they are...
It's a smile, mate. We've got a smile.
I mean,
Watch out, we've got a
presumably
smile.
they're discussing that wave. Although I would say they've almost already inputted their scores, and it just hasn't quite got to us yet.
There we can see Rumea just doing the old Italian wrist.
2.8, that was scored. So it is an improvement for Bobo Gallagher, but it's not quite enough to take the lead with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Needs to go again, needs to find another wave. And just look at that. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's just nothing out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, 3 minutes. It ain't over yet. And as they say, it ain't over to the buzzer, but it is definitely looking quite flat out there. And as we are just coming on, both of the athletes, they're in position, which is important. So if a set does come through, we are going to be seeing an exchange in between these two. But so far, it's definitely looking like Jeffrey with the upper hand, but only by, what do we got? 0.33 of a point. So if Bobo improves by 0.34, so by a hairline basically, he will be taking that lead. Couple of ripples coming on, but yeah, I mean, state of the tide, it was high tide at 9 o'clock. It's now 11:30-ish. So we're looking like we're coming to that midway point, but let's not forget the tide is going from high to low, so it's not as much as a push as if it was going from low to high, which is why kind of in the afternoon yesterday we saw a little bit of a push and the waves increasing. But at the moment, continuing on with this round number 4, coming up next is going to be round number 5 of the men. While we're waiting, Ben, let's have a little look-see of what we have to expect. And we have that first heat. It's going to be Marley, Franco, Arto, Tabo. Arto doing very well, the young duotone athlete yesterday. Hugo Marin up against Finn Spencer. Similar power surfing, both of them quite tall athletes and making their way through. Nathan Van Vuren, Tom Aubert. Nathan, we saw putting on a solid performance here in that round number 4. And it looks like Bobo just about to link on another wave.
Critical with 1 minute remaining. What can he do? Can he improve that 2.8 that he's got? Bails out of it. Presumably knows how long he's got left. Knew that wouldn't be an improvement over the 2.8 that he's had before.
Yeah, exactly. Going back into position to see if that opportunity, I mean, that is the waiting game. But yeah, nothing coming up on the horizon. There we can see coming onto the screen as well. And we will see if there's going to be an exchange. But I'm going to say, Ben, it is looking very flat out there.
Got to get creative. Bobo's on something here as well. Just in the desperate hope that the wave begins to develop and he's got something to play with. With now just 12 seconds remaining, this really is his last opportunity. Turns towards the wave. Needs to get surfing now. This needs to be a 3.2 or something like that. There's not a lot of surfing going on.
Can he land it? Tweaks it out right in the section. This could be another nail in the coffin. Is this going to be a buzzer beater? Gets the 360. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he might have pulled it off on the closing seconds here. Bobo all the way down on the shore. And another big tweak pretty much onto the sand. That is what I call an exit. We are going to be waiting for those scores to come in because Ben, what do you reckon?
Surely better than a 2.8. He only needs it to be a 3.2. Just got to wait for the judges to make their call. The previous wave was only a 1.5 for him, so it wasn't an improvement. Here is the wave again of Bobo and Gallagher. It looked small beginning, didn't it?
It did, but then it came up on the reef and really started working. And, you know, adding those airs in, milking it as much as possible, without a doubt. And you can see nice tweak, 180 toe side there, all the way around. And then let's not forget that free very nicely in the pocket.
And then there was one last jump to finish. What I see lacking there is too many carving turns, but stylish as anything. And almost landed on the beach to finish off. Oh, it looks like the points are cleared, unfortunately, on that one. So we usefully don't know who won. Let's have a look. Yep, website's cleared it as well. So, but not yet updated online. So just waiting to find out exactly who's taken the victory between Anderson Gallagher and Jeffrey Spencer. As the next heat gets underway, round 5, heat 1, the time has begun.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
We're back live here in Ponte Preta, Cabo Verde, and we move towards round 5 now. Elimination of some of our best competitors in the competition. We're going from 16 down to 8 over the next 8 heats. And the first of our matchups is Marley Franco and Arthur Tebu. We haven't seen Arthur today. He was the winner from Heat 1 of round 3 against Hugo Marin and Vinnie Martins with an 11.6 yesterday afternoon. Just an update on the previous heat. Anderson Gallagher did get a better score. Best score, in fact, of the pretty much of the whole of round 4, an 11.00 for Anderson Gallagher, eliminating Jeffrey Spencer out the competition with that last run. So in round 4, we have lost Noah Angulo, Andrea Quacciara, Vinnie Martins, Aaron Fryer, Wesley Brito, a big surprise to lose the local 2023 world champion. We also lost Chucho Nuno, Benoir Carpentier, and Jeffrey Spencer. We will see those that eliminated them in these next 8 heats. Oh, look at this from Marley. All day long and yesterday, Marley has been absolutely on the very limit of extremes. And that was another wave from the young Maui waterman where he was on the very edge of elimination from the wave. And unfortunately, by the end of it, it did catch him up. Commitment. He's heard that word from our judges. What are they going to score him? Arthur Tibble is in the white. With a ranking from last year of 25th. He was in this competition only last year, hence why he's down there. From Guadeloupe, just 15 years of age. Cousin to Mael. So a really strong first run for him to get himself up into this position. There are the faces. Artur on the right-hand side, just 15. Marley Franco, 16. It's a young man's battle, this one. But Marley with the experience of conditions today, I wonder how much that's going to play into the hands of those that have already run through round 4. Nice and far out here for the Frenchman. A few waves rolling in down by the beach. Looks like there is a set there. Where is Marley? Is he still struggling to get back out? No, there he is. Foiling. Wing out the water. And it is 14 minutes remaining of this first heat. So far, oddly, no scores on the doors. I'm surprised by that because we definitely saw at least one run from Artur. Presumably the judges have scored it, and now Artur's run again. Look how close to the pocket he's running. Really, really high in the water. And stays up foiling as well. So we've seen Marley with a similar kind of a wave, but unfortunately dropping it at the very end. But Artur happy and close in the pocket as well. Just got to wait and see what the judges think of it. Here it is again. That cuts towards the pocket seems to be so crucial in scoring a decent result. Getting yourself right where you need to be. It's a risky position to be as the wave breaks around your heels. Maybe just a little bit too much battle for survival on that run rather than actually feeling comfortable in the position that Artur was, and then pure surfing. Almost just seemed to be scrabbling to get out of that wave. Marley Franco cruising out the back. Scores have come through then. Marley with 2 waves, a 6.1. Artur now gets that second score of a 4.77, so 8.2 in total. And Artur leads. Marley can certainly improve, though, on a 2.0. We know how risky he can be. In round 1, we saw him with a 10.03 total. Didn't really need to push too hard in that first heat with just Anor, Sosa, all 3 of them going through. Although, sorry, both of them going through because Kieran wasn't participating, although is entered. And then it was a 10.0 in round 3, and this morning 11.54. So Marley with room to improve for sure. They've obviously seen something, haven't they? Artur and Marley in full speed mode as they head towards the beach. Where's the wave developing? You can see it. Really only from the drone is it possible to be able to see. Just one wave ahead then is the Frenchman from Guadeloupe. Into that neutral position. Really good positioning. Almost falls off the back of it. Oh, a bit clumsy from Artur. What about Marley? Yes. Here's the style that we've seen. The pure serve style from Marley Franco. And he gets out of it. Not too much fancy footwork. Nothing particularly special freestyle trick-wise. But the surfing looked really, really good from Gnarly Marley on that one. And certainly improve his score. Here's a replay from the very beginning. Gets into that crouching, attacking surfing style. Bottom turn, back up to the top again. That's 3. Here's the 4th surf turn. Little tweak as well. And then grabs the kite, but doesn't use it for any kind of tricks. Just to get out of it. Oh, he's on another one, though. And a huge air there, right in front of the drone. Gotta love it. Gets caught in the soup, though.
Yeah, risking it and getting absolutely pounded there on that inside section. A little bit across from the rock, so he does have an opportunity to get out. We see here. But it is that move. Look, coming all the way from the inside, going back towards the power section of the wave. And here, couple of surface, just little check turns. And this is where the power begins, right in the pocket. Look at that image and landing about as perfect as you can get. But going down, you can see bailing out there on the waves. Great moves there from Marley. And equal scores, Ben. 8-2-7, 8-2-7 for both of these athletes.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've got all of the judges' scores in for that last set, for sure. Marley doing 2 waves in quick succession. The first one, very pure surf. The second one, the one we just saw with that big air as well.
I mean, judges, what they want to see is the combination of everything. Here we can see Artur. He had one of the best shots of the day yesterday, going high into the sky. This young Frenchman out there, you can see on the unit D-Lab by Duotone. And off and above, and it does get it. Can he continue on? Similar situation that we just saw there with Marley. A little bit further out, though. Let's see if he's going to be able to get away from this impact zone. I mean, the difference of some of the top athletes when we saw the likes of Cash is he's pulling those moves off right in the critical section of the wave. So if he would have been falling off, there would be no return. These guys going a little bit further out on the shoulder, but really landing nicely there, but then getting caught up on the bottom. 6.67 for that last wave from Marley. Now we're talking. These are the kind of scores we were waiting to see. But hey, round number 5 of the competition. And it looks like there's lines stacked across the horizon. Even the judges look interested, mate.
Yeah, this is what we're expecting from the very best. As I said, the top 8 from our first rounds yesterday now appearing for us. Marley with 3 runs yesterday, through rounds 1, 2, and 3. And a pleasure to watch. Again, another little tweak. Oh, absolutely bails out of that one.
Yeah, dodging a bullet there. Round number 5 of competition. A couple of people asking. Malo Galileo is going to be coming up in heat number 4. Cash Pizzola will be out there in heat number 8. And eyes on Leon Shale we saw yesterday. But the youngsters out here on the water right now, jumping the tightrope, bailing. As that tide is starting to go out, you can see the wave is starting to get a little bit hollower on that second middle section here, Punta Preta. And here we can see Artur Turbo, who's out there on a 4-meter. He's going to be going back into position. Just under 6.5 minutes to go.
That's because he's tiny.
He is. Yeah, he can definitely be on a smaller wings. I mean, we saw the likes of Nathan Van Vroom is out on a 4.5, and then we have also seen 5.5s. I mean, obviously, you know, it's a double-edged sword. You can go out on a smaller wing, so it's more maneuverable, but then if you do kind of get stuck on the inside, it's very hard for you to get back on the plane. Or some athletes go, okay, I'm going to take the bigger wing, kind of play it safe, and if I have to sacrifice a little bit about my surfing ability, I will, but still getting numbers on the board. Competition, everybody has their strategy. But at the moment, definitely looks like working for Marley because 6.67, that's one of the best scores of the day.
And a 10.84 now improved up to 11.1 11.17, so that next score has come in from that second wave that we saw, both counting towards that final score. 11.17, better than he was managed in round 1, round 2, and round 3, but pretty consistently above the 10s. That's where he needs to be. And look, creative as well, picking up another wave here. Decides to bail out of that one, but perhaps it's starting to develop for him. Artur, with an equal amount of waves, they've each run 4. But Artur's been down by the beach a little bit, recovering. And once again, Marley turns towards the beach, picks up what looks to be inconspicuous, but he knows that it can offer him something, having to work the foil hard through the water to keep up with this roll. And here it comes then. Now begins to surf. I don't know how he's going to improve on a 11.17, but that's what he wants to do here. And there's just not too much opportunity on that wave.
Yeah, but look at the lines out the back, mate. You can already see Swallows definitely look like he's pushing up a little bit. Looking at the forecast, wind was supposed to drop a bit, which I'm going to say it has. But the waves are 1.7 when it comes to the evening, respective to a 1.5 in the morning. So it looks like the swell is going to be a little bit up on the push and a little bit more northeasterly, which is kind of what we want to see for it to be hitting in. And we can see a northwesterly waves also coming in. So hopefully that would be bringing, because it needs to get past that bump you see on the middle of your screen is Monte Leon, and that is what blocks the squall. If it is too northerly, if it kind of pans out a little bit more, it comes in here to Punta Preta, and we can see some of the quality of the waves we've had this morning. Waves are there, just occasional moments of windless out there.
But as we join some of the younger and therefore lighter competitors, kind of easier for them to get back up onto the foil. We saw with Artur there.
Releasing the wind there for some reason, getting snapped out of his hand.
When he was standing up on his board, he was almost floating. The volume of his board equal to the weight of him, which you can't say the same for Wesley a bit earlier on.
Yeah, they were asking about what Wesley's out there. He was out on a 60-litre board. The information I have been given in. So he was out there already on the Sky Style 5, the 4.9, so a 65-litre board. Obviously, big boy, light wind, but unfortunately, even with that, was not able to get back up on the plane. And as we can see, struggling a little bit here as well, and he's probably about half the size.
Yeah, literally. Artur picking up something here. It's not a big wave, and he needs a big score up against Marley Franco. Got to take all the risks if he wants to progress to the final 8. Elimination from now on in, or from the last round on in. This is heat 1. We're just in a holding pattern, aren't we? Waiting for that next set to come through.
Yes, it's been a little bit of a lull again. I mean, we've seen Marley has had 6 waves, and we've got 4 waves here from Artur. Backup score of Artur is bigger than the backup score of Marley, so if he improved on a 6.67, he's going to need something like a 6.4-ish, 6.3 something to be able to overtake. 1 minute to go, and having a little look out the booth here, mate, it does not look like we have any energy on the horizon. So let's see if that is going to be the end of this heat. And coming up next here in this round number 5 is going to be Ugo Marin up against Finn Spencer, who was the second best athlete out there yesterday. Held the top score for pretty much all of the day until Cash came out and got a 9-0 and a 17+ total. But yeah, definitely Finn throwing down some textbook powerful turns all the way along. And yeah, definitely no energy out there, mate.
Artur was able to do to get a total score of 11.6 yesterday with 2 waves of 5.8 8. So better than what he's managed in this heat. He actually took victory ahead of Ugo Marin and Vinnie Martins in round 3, heat 1. The first of our broadcast action yesterday. But just nothing there. 10 seconds remaining on this round 5, heat 1, and it does look as though it's going to go the way of the Maui Marley Franco. 11.17 is the points victory, and Artur Tebo gets eliminated.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 float from Duotone.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Coming up next, Ugo Marin is going to be going up against Finn Spencer, as we have two very powerful athletes joining us out here. As you can see, the beach starting to crowd out, as people starting to come down to see the world's best. And let's have a look at the faces of our athletes that are going to be going out there on the water. Representing France, Ugo Marin. And coming in from Canada, but living out in Maui, Finn Spencer. As we mentioned before, Finn having some of the best rides of the competition so far yesterday. Let's see how it pans out here in the second day of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Cape Verde.
Finn, the younger of the two brothers, at 21 years of age, versus Jeffrey, 24. Unfortunately now having to watch from the beach for the rest of the competition, having been eliminated. Ugo already having ridden this morning. How much of an advantage will that knowledge be of being out there in these conditions just, what, an hour and a half ago versus Finn, who's experiencing them now for the first time?
Yeah, that is a good question. I mean, I think it's very depends on the riders. Both of these athletes know this wave. I mean, look, Ugo dropping straight in. Look at the beauty on that. Wrapping around, even a little barrel there on the backside of that wave. But Ugo dropping down the hammer straight along, 19 minutes. Let's not forget 12 waves, top waves, 2 waves are going to be the ones that count. And we can see him out there as he's looking like he's on the Supernatural SSD. Then Finn straight off the back, the duotone floats. And a beautiful air pushing down. You can see, look at the aggressive look. Look at these turns all the way out, linking them together. Judges are going to be loving what they see here. And now that midsection where it airs out, lets the grab right back into the pocket. Wow, Finn really putting on a big performance of his first wave. What an exchange. What a way to start a heat.
Absolutely can see the class of Finn Spencer right there. Aggressive turns, beautiful wave. And there's going to be 2 big scores on the board already, thanks to that. Here is a replay once again. Just how arcing those turns are. Then goes, well, actually just use the kite just a little bit to reposition himself on the wave. Then a nice big air.
And you can see just pushing his way down. He keeps that speed. He wants to drive his way through. A little bit of a fumble there. But then another nice air here off the top, right off the lip. Great riding here from both of these athletes. Let's see how that exchange came out as we're waiting for those numbers to come in. But a great start to this heat. Round number 5, and they know it.
Hugo was definitely more arcing with his turns. He was also, I got the feeling, more conscious of where he was in comparison to the beach. He was looking and almost waiting to turn, to time the turn so that he was taking himself away from those danger points of the reef and the rock. Whereas almost Finn had it in the back of his mind and was just smashing it out. It's going to be 2 decent scores for the start of round 5, heat 2. You've got to say, advantage to Finn Spencer for the moment, we would imagine.
Still waiting for those scores. Obviously, I think both, as we get to these further heats, judges take a little bit more time considering, consulting, seeing, where everything is at. And there it is. Wow, Finn. 7.67. Bada, bim, bada, boom. And then Ugo with a 4.83. Definitely the air game there of Finn, and the speed, the power, the pushing has made a difference. Judges loving that's improved his best score of yesterday of a 7.23.
Now needs to do it again. 2 waves to count, of course. And where are those waves? Ugo Marin runs towards the beach and then turns back offshore once again. Only a 4.83, a big difference then between those 2 scores on effectively, well, was the same set, not quite the same wave, but within 2 or 3 of each other. And as you say, the aggressiveness, the amount of turns that Finn was able to put into that single wave versus Hugo, quite different.
Yeah, and
making the difference.
Also the positioning, you could see he was right underneath the lip of the wave. Really, the air's hitting it right in the sweet spot, but then, pushing against those turns, and it's showing, that body language that I'm here, I am going for it. I am not holding back whatsoever, and showing he is definitely one of the guys to be looking at this event. But Ugo Marin, he is a very good surfer. Backside here at Punta Preta on these right-handers. But he won Dakla a few years back, and that is a right-hander as well. So he can do it. He knows he has it. Hopefully a few more sets will be coming through, because starting off on a set right away, and here we can see the Iranian athlete looking like he is on a 4.5. Is that 4.5, 4.2? Let me have a look of... Yeah, that's going to be a 4.5 as he continues on, makes his way in. 30 minutes of this heat, so plenty of time for more sets to be coming our way.
Finn progressed up until the mini-final last year. Lost that to Nathan Van Vuren, so picked up 4th in this competition. And was able to then roll through to be ranked 3rd by the end of the year after the competitions in Brazil and Morocco. So definitely one of the men to expect to really progress through. Remember, we're at 16 men right now. By the end of this round, we'll drop down to 8. For the moment, there's nothing out there for these two to play with. They still need to get that second wave in. Both have only had a single wave. Not interested in playing with the small stuff, waiting for the big ones to arrive. It's not like we saw from Marley Franco, where he was really creative with some of the less good waves, but was able to still get a couple of 3s and 4s out of them. Because ultimately, a good set can only potentially be only once per heat. They're not coming that frequently at the moment. Back out offshore, heading northwards. Just getting themselves in the right position. Obviously, if you could just sit there in a single position, in the ultimate position, and wait, that would be the ideal, but not possible on the sea, not possible under wind power. And so you've got to be zigzagging and trying to make sure you're in the right place at the right time when those waves arrive.
Yeah, we've seen that sometimes that athletes kind of, sit out like you would see with surfers out the very back, but especially in these light conditions that it's hard to get up on the pump.
Yeah, right.
We won't see that. I've seen it when the wind is stronger that they just, kind of cruise, but of course they have a surface that is going to pull them downwind. So normally, as you're saying there, Ben, they just, cruising and circling around like a couple of sharks getting ready to chomp. But at the moment, Finn Spencer, 7.67. That set pretty much 30 seconds into the heat has defined the first wave here of these athletes.
But there's small waves coming in, and that's what we saw from Marley earlier on, that he was using those.
Very much so.
These guys aren't interested in those right now. They're hoping for another big one. I suppose with 10 minutes remaining, they can still do that in the second half.
Yeah, and I think also, the way both of these athletes surf is they excel in the bigger size. They are looking for those set wells. Both of them know that to be able to beat each other, they have to have good scores. A 2 or 3 isn't going to do it to a point, because if it is getting close to the end, you need to scavenge because every decimal will count. But, I think they're just eyeing each other up. You can see there Ugo having a little look-see back out there on the Supernatural. 4.5 for Ugo, 4.5 there on the float for Finn. Your two athletes, Canada and France, but Canadian/Hawaiian out here in the water. Look at those colours.
Saw a load of locals come in at the end of the day after the competition closed last night for the Sunset Tour. Beautiful to watch the sun come down, and it literally falls straight opposite the beach with the kites and the wings out there. A real spectacle for those that were able to stay until the end. A little bit overcast today. As I said earlier on, 350 days worth of sunshine usually. I don't know whether the tourist office attacked the Wikipedia page, but that sounds pretty good. But we have slightly overcast conditions for today's competition. A 10-day window all the way through to next Friday to complete both the GWA, the SFT, so the Surffoil Tour, and then, of course, the first round of Wave Kite for 2025, the GKA. So lots of work to do for the organisers to get through all of those competitions in the 10-day window and with the best conditions. And that's why perhaps we're in a situation here whereby if this was just a single competition across 10 days, we might be waiting for next Wednesday for the slightly stronger winds, but we can't run all 3 competitions on the same day.
Yep, absolutely. And obviously, a lot of different factors to making a competition. A lot of people don't realize how hard it is to have a competition in a certain location, especially a remote location like Punta Preta, where it is, we are here for the conditions, we're here for the perfect wave that we have. Conditions are still suitable, but when I was out before talking to our race director, Juan Antonio, he is really looking at it here for this round number 5 to decide if we continue on or if we might have a little bit of a pause until the tide. But still, numbers say it all. 7.67 there on that first wave. Conditions are there.
It was good, wasn't it? That first wave was good. Nothing's come since. Some 12 minutes since we saw that first wave. And Ugo Marin just snaking his way around to entertain himself.
You've got to keep yourself busy out there.
All right.
Got to keep yourself busy. And this is the waiting game. And we can see there a little line. Like you mentioned, Marley was taking off from some of these. Finn deciding to have a little look-see. I think Ugo might have tacked around here on the inside. Yes, he has.
He's going to take that one.
Ugo's going to be dropping in for his second wave attempt. Here we go. Looking like a nice one all the way up on the break here in Punta Preta. Straight line in so far, pushing himself down. This is where he's going to have to get creative. Note, you can see that wave breaking very far up on Punta Preta, meaning that it doesn't have that wraparound effect where we've seen some of those lines open all the way out and down here at the commentary booth, which we're pretty much at the end of the third section. Again, they're going to have to be patient. Finn had a little look-see and decided against it, but yeah, time is ticking, 6 minutes.
At least that will be a score, though, and it's obviously a pretty small and not particularly significant wave, but at the moment, we're now 5.5 minutes from the end of this particular heat, and we only have one score, one wave from each of our competitors. You won't qualify through if you've only got one wave. So the fact that Hugo's got that second one, it's only a 1.83, but it does mean he now is on the board. He is registered. Finn needs to do the same. Yes, you can wait for the good stuff, but if he doesn't have a second score, even if it's a 0.5, it would still be better than what Hugo has managed. I mean, he literally just needs to surf down a wave, doesn't he? That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking for around a 3-ish, so he needs to get another wave now. There we go. All right, those are the lines we want to start to see. It's small, don't get me wrong, but I am getting a little bit excited here. Hugo Marin is already making his way up, and I reckon he looks like he's going to engage on this one. The one behind, he knows Finn is on the one behind. Is he going to turn around? Yes, he is. Smart move. All right, we're going to have synchronized surfing out here. Let's enjoy this 2-wave set. 4.5 minutes to go for both of these athletes. Hugo needs to get that second score. Finn in a very safe position as he has a big one. Finn already with a big turn out the back. Hugo here on the inside, just straight lining it. Got a little bit more. Finn goes off the back. Hugo still yet to engage a turn. Gets a free. Now are we going to be seeing some surfing? This is what he was looking for. Couple of check turns. This is a better wave from Hugo. Okay, we got a 360 in there. You got a couple of turns. Nothing too radical. We saw out the back there from Finn. Looked like 1 or 2 decent turns. Gonna have to wait for the scores. There could be a mix-up here now.
At least Finn's got a second score on the board. When that's 7.67, it's going to be hard to beat that. Hugo's got to improve his backup score for sure with that one, but nowhere near close to a 7.67. Just not the creativity in there. Quite a lot of this going on. Straight lining. And in part, I suppose they're doing that straight lining just to reposition themselves on the wave, to get themselves away from some of the danger zones underwater. And Hugo did come from downwind, so he was trying to get up to it and perhaps wasn't in the ideal position. So 3.6 for Hugo Marin. Still waiting on Finn's score, but he was much less on that wave. So the total, an 8.43. It means that Finn only needs a 1 on that last wave, and he still will be leading, with just a couple of moments remaining.
Yeah, definitely he will be leading after that one. Small wave, but still, as you're saying there, Ben, he only needs above 1 to be able to go through into that first position, which coming out about 2 minutes.
It's not what they want, though, is it?
But no, I mean, you can see, look at the face of concern there of our race director, Juan Antonio. As you can see, conditions, I mean, this heat, there has been 1 set, which is at the beginning of the heat. The rest of the heat, minus this little 2 waves that have come through now, it has been no conditions. So Hugo, scavenging, going. Let's have a little look and see what the scores are and time left on this hit. In and out, decides no. Is Finn in position? Yes, he is. Coming to the closing moments.
Is there something for Finn Spencer? He doesn't necessarily need it. That second score's come in as a 3.6. So a total of 11.34 is some of the best scores we've seen today. So nothing really that Hugo can do unless in 1 minute 50 a big set rolls in and he goes huge and committed.
I mean, Hugo is going to need a 7.7 something. Nice set wave. Good first top turn. Here we go. All right, dropping in. Straightens himself out, goes off the back. Know that that doesn't have the scoring potential. Now it is the waiting game. Finn also going back out. Attacking in front of Ugo to get that priority to make sure that he has the decision on the set of what wave to do. Good move there from Finn, protecting his waves.
Yeah, it's almost a defensive move, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Knowing that he's leading.
You know what they say, a good defense is always a great attack. And now, as we closing out in the final 60 seconds, can't see much action out there on the back. It's close, but Finn, that 7.6 put him in a comfortable position from the very beginning of this heat.
And it was an awesome wave to kick off the heat. Nothing much happened since, but it was a really good show from Finn Spencer. One of the best tricks, one of the best runs of yesterday, and did it again here. A little wave and a little bit of a show for the crowd on the beach. It is the Canadian who lives in Maui who's going to go through, and Ugo Marin, I'm afraid, is going to go out.
But great riding for both of these athletes. Not easy conditions at all. 15 seconds to go. Finn just trying to increase on that. Oh, here comes the air off the top. Little grab as well. Right back down into the section. And pops out as we are going to be closing out this heat. And it is going to be Finn Spencer making it through to the next round. Right, so while we're waiting for the action to come back out here on the water, we caught up earlier with some action from your ranked world #1, Cash Bazzola.
My girls, we hustlers, certified bosses, take no losses. We run this, I'm a queen, built like an hourglass, every man's dream. My girls, we hustlers, certified bosses, take no losses. We run this, I'm a queen, built like an hourglass, every man's dream.
Beachside here in Punta Preta, and we're getting ourselves ready for heat number 3 of round 5. And once again, another big name to hit the water. Nathan Van Vuren, with the experience already this morning, will go up against Tom Uber. Uber ranked 8th after last year, from Normandy in France, going up against the South African who we've already heard from down on the beach. Nathan finishing the mini-final victory and 3rd position here in Cabo Verde last year. Uber was 5th on that occasion, so eliminated in the semi-final. So this is a competitive heat, and there is already getting a rave, Nathan Van Vuren. He was so creative earlier on. He was able to extract the best out of some of the smaller waves that we saw. And that's exactly what he's already done. Got himself a score on the board. It's not a big wave. It's not a set wave, but it's something. And we had to wait some 12, 13 minutes for the something from our previous heat. There's the red skull cap of Nathan Van Vuren. Quick look at what he was able to do on that first wave. Fin, the foil breaching over the top of the lip. Not a huge amount, but it's a wave and it will be a score. 3.6 from the judges for that one. Waiting for Tom Uber to get himself on the board. A Frenchman from Normandy. As much of a French waterman as you could possibly have. His home water being the Channel, as he's from Le Havre. Whereas the rest of the Frenchmen either have the Mediterranean or at least the Bay of Biscay to play with. But Uber comfortable on a sup board, kite, wing, you name it. As I said, dropped out in the semi-finals this time last year. A little bit far away from the pocket, not too much creativity going on. Now starts the carving turns. That's a nice top turn from Tom Uber. Back into power mode with the wing, but doesn't do anything with it, just tacks away, gets a score on the board. That's probably going to be similar to what we saw from Nathan Van Veren. The South African has found himself a set wave though. Decent amount of power, big air, stays upright as well. And now the scores are coming in. You can imagine Tom Uber's run there, similar to what we saw from Nathan on his first run, but look at this, much more direct with those carving turns. And a nice big air, and a decent landing on the backside. Already heard from him down on the beach as to just how cool it is to be able to be involved in the design process as well of his kit. Signature foils, his brand with his father, Ivan. Still waiting for that score to come in for Tom Uber. Just 3.3, there we go. And Nathan with that second run of a 1.47. Early stages, though, of round 5, heat 3. Tom with the duotone wing. Just looking over his shoulder, seeing what's coming. Certainly now we're getting to the sharp end of the competition. They are looking more and more for the bigger wave, for the perfect wave, for the stuff that's going to offer big points. Not so concerned by the little stuff, although, as we saw from the competition in Heat 2, they kind of needed that small wave as well at the end, but they waited until the last couple of minutes before realizing it. Stunning imageries from our drone pilots. The eye in the sky giving us such a great perspective over the water. Just need that sun to come out, just to give us a little bit more blue. Plenty of days though, as we say. Competition window ends in a week's time. Hoping to get this competition and crown our champions by this evening. Now Nathan cuts in. He's on a wave. Is it going to develop into something? Already claimed it quite early on. And a few carving turns using the wing for power. May want to just now release that and start some proper surf turns. A massive air and lands in the pocket. Now has to pop out of it because he's going to land on the rocks. Surely he's not going to be able to continue with that. The beach MC loving that as well. On the one behind, Tom Huber. And he's going far down the beach. Big air from him to get out of the trouble zone. 2 decent runs there from our 2 competitors. And let's see what the judges score. A few moments before they make a decision. 2 guys in the water right now. 12 minutes remaining. Let's go down to Joe, who's got Finn Spencer.
The beach with Finn Spencer, who just took the win. Nice work, mate. You had a hard time out there, only 1 set.
Yeah, got a good set right at the start. I was super excited. I thought the heat would be pumping, but then it just went flat after, so it was a little stressful the last 17 minutes, but made it through.
How do you play that? Because we've been seeing throughout the competition, you know, patience is a virtue. Do you wait out the back and wait for those bigger waves, especially as you're coming up against, you know, athletes like Marin, or do you try and scavenge as you get to those final moments?
I think every athlete in this contest is super good, so you need to be on good waves to make it through. And I always try and wait for the good ones, especially just because you don't want to take a small one and then have a set come through, and then if that's the only one, that's kind of it. So I was really waiting, but I think it's good to maybe get 1 or 2 small ones if there's no sets, get a couple scores, and then you can wait.
I mean, obviously, you were 3rd overall last year and 4th in this event. Kind of want to up here on this podium. Waves are pumping. One of the things the judges are saying about you, you had the 2nd best wave yesterday and the best score wave of today, is your commitment, how you are powerful, and also combining that new section that we have for this year of using the power of the wing in the airs. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I love the new judging criteria. Just allows for much more creativity, and yeah, that's really my goal here, is just to push it as hard as I can. If I fall, but yeah, got to do stuff in the critical section.
And I can see also you're riding the new float by Duotone. What about the gear? What's under and above your head?
Love the new float. This thing has been kind of a game changer since last year. We just made it purely for drifting, for wave riding, and you can see it here. It's just, I never have to think about it on the wave. And then for powered, it's super lifty, super powerful, so I can ride a bit smaller wing and get going easy. And then for airs, it's got some lift.
It definitely looks like it's working for you. Congratulations, mate. Through to the next round. Ben, back to you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Great to hear from Finn Spencer there. Didn't miss too much as well, because we've had 2 riders, competitors in the water. And we have Tom Huber out on the water again and was fractionally in the lead. That last score from Nathan Van Vuren came in. This was the run from Nathan Van Vuren, which is the best run so far of this particular heat. A 4.43 it scored, big air, and he landed in there. Remember, he was just trying to get himself out of difficulty, and unfortunately knew there and then that he wasn't going to be able to. Landing on the rocks, he ended up finding himself having to get out of the water over the rocks and onto the beach. So you may have seen at the back of the interview there that there was Nathan Van Vuren scuttling along the beach with both wing and board under his arm. This was the run for Tom Huber. Really nice run. The judges decided that was a little less strong than Nathan Van Vuren, scoring at a 3.9. So they've both got scores on the doors. And it's pretty close, an 8.03 playing a 7.2. The only man on the water right now, though, is Tom Huber, as Nathan Van Vuren is getting himself back up and running from the beach. Still anything to play for, though. Scores are low, especially for the level that both Nathan and Tom are usually able to achieve. Nathan, 3rd in last year's competition. Tom eliminated in the semi-finals. And here was what was going on behind Joe, which was an exit through the rocky stone beach and then a run along back down to where they launch on the sandy stuff a bit further down. Another run for Tom.
I did think I saw a little bit of colour fly past me in the background there. And talking about flying, we can see Tom Huber going all the way into the sky. Nice little chat there with Finn. And we were having a little reggaeton, a little dance before. And one of the things I always say about Punta Preta, it is so hard to keep your concentration because every single moment you are so close. This is like it's like a theater. It's like a coliseum for wingfoiling or for surfing or for kiting. The public, the crowd is maybe, what do you say, 5 meters away from the action, sitting down on the rocks. And especially when the Cape Verdeans are out there, you can hear them roar. And here we have Tom Albert making his way to the sky. Currently, he is in second place, but very close in between these two. And Nathan dodging a bullet on that inside roll where he had to come out over the rocks.
So that run needed to be better than a 3.3 there for Tom Uber to improve his backup score. Suggested it would be. And 4.4, the best score across our 4 waves so far. Easily beatable with the right conditions from these two.
Yeah, but I mean, talking to Finn there as well is only one set in his heat, and then he left up on an opportunity. So at the moment where how conditions are, you really pretty much have to take what you can. And, we saw, like you said, Marley was doing a really good job about that. And look at here, Tom Albert now knows he's only about 0.7 or a point behind Nathan, and few nice good turns. This is where he's very close to rock. Will we see an air? He's looking for it. Yes, it is. Little bit leaned back, so not as much style, but numbers on the score.
And it's another wave. That last one, a 2.87 that came through. So judges deciding it wasn't as good as the first one of the day. Nathan's back up and running again. He's on a wave too. And you just see the difference. He's just the way that he rounds off those turns, comes straight down the wave. Then the bottom turn is complete. It's a full full 180. Before getting to the top of the wave and doing a full 180 again. Should be another wave score coming in for Tom Aubert, his his fifth wave. And was that from Nathan Van Vuren better than a 3.6? Winners of these round 5s going through to the quarterfinals, to the best 8. Losers going home. Elimination time. Probably not going home, probably then just sitting on the beach and enjoying the competition. We actually haven't had the opening ceremony yet. That's coming up tonight, 7 o'clock in town. I think Kieran Verma will be there, but unfortunately already eliminated from the competition because the competition took place on day 1 and he wasn't able to make it to day 1.
Let's have a little look here. So we have Nathan Van der Vuren, Tom Aubert, next Teo de Manes Malo Genole. You can see a lot of people here on the stream asking for the past year's champ. Second on the overall ranking. Always trading punches with Cash Pizzolo, who we saw a little earlier. And he's going to be coming out on heat number 8. And Nathan picking up on a little bit of an inside roller here. But once again, great wave selection. Beautiful turn. You can see throwing that fly surfer toe around. Oh, open face hack there. Power surfing here for the South African. Nice little air right in the section of the waves. He hasn't had to use his wing at all. And now this is where they speed to get past that inside. Oh, even a claim. Even a claim. And as they like to say, that Ultra X is definitely looking very sexy out there.
2 airs, from Tom Uber, but drops it on the second one. He was on the wave just behind. Nathan super happy with his. Let's see how it compares to Tom's then. Gets in the neutral surfing position. But just a little bit more, it's a little bit more sweepy, a little bit more rounded than Nathan's more aggressive turns. Able to put more turns in than Tom. Tom gets the 2 airs at the end of it. Unfortunately, the second one knocks him down. He has improved his score. It's that last wave is a 3.53. Still waiting for the wave we've just seen to come in scores-wise. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Amazing how different this heat is compared to what we saw in Finn's heat. Absolutely nothing in Finn's heat, apart from that first big wave. They've had a few different chances here in heat 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see already we've got 6 waves for Tom Albert, and it looks like we're going to have 6 waves also for Nathan. And, you know, like you said, that previous heat, maybe I think it was 1 decent set and then 2. But, yeah, right now, Nathan Van der Ruyen, 7.43.
He knew it.
That is a huge score already thrown out. Let's have a look in that previous heat with Finn. I think it was 7.57, just hitting the old button here, 7.67. So Nathan, right up there, second best score of the day.
And that on the wave just before Tom Huber, and Tom Huber's score of 4.33, an improvement for him, but ultimately still a big chasm of a gap between Nathan and Tom in this one in terms of points with just 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Tom Huber needs a set to roll in pronto and needs to go absolutely massive, because even the backup score for Tom Huber lower than Nathan's. In fact, Nathan's backup score the same as Tom's primary score. So one hand on progression for the South African for sure.
Yeah, definitely 90 seconds to close out. It doesn't look like there's many lines coming in. He's going to be turning around. Tom Albert's going to be out the back trying to see if he can get into position, but the clock is ticking. And they are definitely cooking with gas now. Conditions looking like they are improving ever so slightly. Wind 18 knots. And we have a swell of about 1.6 meters at 13 to 14 seconds is what the forecast is saying. I am going to say maybe on occasional sets it's a little smaller than yesterday, but definitely not as consistent.
No, absolutely not. Not comparing Heat 3 to Heat 2, just like that. Shows the difference. And all of a sudden the wind's died for Tom.
Wind is definitely coming down. Absolutely. Just got a reading in 15 knots so far. They're out on 4 5s and 5s. And here we can see, all right, closing 30 seconds. He's picked up.
Doesn't need one, but he's going for one anyway.
Look at the speed. 1 foot gets it in. Oh, yeah. Adding the freestyle, but not being able to get it quite back down. And durability test approved after getting munched like that. The towel can take a beating.
Well, he did say to you in the interview earlier on, it's carbon fiber, so not to worry. But that absolutely got, his wing got absolutely munched there and stays in one piece.
Yeah, you can see he's able to keep the speed on the foil. He's out there on a 5.15. It's one of the smallest foils, front wings that we have. But great riding. The South African has taken it. He's got it in the bag.
There you go. Clock is down to 0. Heat 3, round 5 goes the way of the South African with a show run, some big air, and one of the best waves that we've seen so far.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
All right, so coming up next, we are going to be seeing Theo Demanis from Saint-Martin. And he is going up against the previous champion here in Cape Verde, Marley Genolé, coming up from Vinnie, the north of France. Had a little chat with him this morning. Says he's definitely enjoying the warm weather this time of the year.
Yeah, right. Because Brittany is brutal at this time of the year, that's for sure.
Penguins with coats this time of the year, mate. So there we are. Theo Demanis on the left, Marley Genolé on the right. France versus Saint-Martin. And as I mentioned before, Marley, he was second on the overall ranking last year. He is definitely one of the men to look, but Theo putting on a solid performance so far. Marley got first here in Cape Verde. 9th in Morocco, and then 1st in Ibidaquera. And then when it comes to Theo, he is also he got 9th here last year. And he is also one of the few athletes that does both the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour and the GKA Kite World Tour. So a very waterman out here. And all right, it looks like we've got some movement and a set coming in. Theo de Manis dropping in.
Has the clock begun?
The clock has begun.
Yeah.
Maybe you hit the refresh button, guys. And sometimes it can be a little glitchy.
Oh, it's a lovely wave.
It is. Great set wave. Looks like we're still... Oh, big air. Right in the pocket. Tail. Oh, such a shame. And let's go. That Mantis V4 beating your Cabrina athlete. And Malo looking out the booth. I can see he's already in position out the back. There he is. You can see him out there on the new droid. Your Gong athletes. 60-leader lethal board. And one of the top athletes in the world. He's been a freestyle world champion. He's been a wave top athlete and looking to see if he can take another win here in Cape Verde.
Theo knows he needs to go big here then to try and knock out Malo at this point in the competition. I mean, we haven't seen too much. The top seeds don't get a lot of running in the competition, do they? If they're starting round 3, and if they win that round, then it's round 5, and then straight into the quarterfinals. So a lot more airtime, a lot more experience on the water for those that have to get through those preliminary rounds. But Malo Guinole has been out here for a while, so I'm sure he's been surfing outside of competition time these conditions.
Yeah, you can see him powering and tacking around a wave there as he looks like he's going to be picking off on the first decent set. One of the things with Malo is when he does that top turn, look at this, he powers his way back to where the white water is. So he's showing that he's carting back. Oh, breaching the foil there as well. Airing off the top and dodging the bullet as that one was closing out. You can see first wave, 1, 2, 3, so 4 to 5 set waves at the moment here. Malo also, just talking to him before, he has gone out on the Fluid H600 front wing. And he has the Surf Freestyle bat wing and 85 centimeter mast. And then when it comes to Theo de Manis, he's out there on the V4, a 411 link and a 650. So bigger wings due to the fact that it is a little lighter. If the wind picks up, we're going to start to see 500s come out to play.
I was wondering where Theo was, and he hasn't yet recovered from that first smash, which is a bit of a shame. So he's missed that whole set that just rolled in.
He's been spun dried, mate.
But and it continues. Both athletes in the water.
And you can see holding off for dear life there. I mean, we've seen time after time throughout this competition, if you go down in Punta Preta, it takes no prisoners. If you have to make sure you're kind of on the outside, but if you want to get those top scores, you've got to commit in those critical sections. Then we can see our safety crew having a little look-see, just making sure our athletes are okay. A big shout out and thank you to them. These guys spend about 10 hours on the water non-stop without coming back in. So incredible job this safety crew does, making sure our athletes are A-okay.
I don't know what's worse, though. I mean, what's better, actually, I'll rephrase it. Sitting in a container with a window or sitting on a jet ski in the wind and the waves. I would kind of choose that, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, pick your poison, mate. Pick your poison. But now we can see 4.73 Malo, 3.77. So equal up on both of these guys. Looking like Theo is going to be out on a 4.5. And Malo also on the 4.5. So conditions are definitely on the lighter. Let's not forget some of the biggest, let's say, wave-orientated wings we have out there are 5 to 5.5s, because if there's anything bigger than that, it really does hinder the performance of how you can swap that wing around and kind of move it. And there, Malo is up, pumping like his life depended on it. It's a good job these guys are 20, mate.
Yeah, right. Well, he's now up and ready to pick up another wave, whereas Teo's still struggling to get himself in the safe water to then get himself up on the foils.
Yeah, interesting fact you could see there with Malo. He was actually getting up, pumping towards the beach. As it's quite light, he's used the swell to be able to get a bit of momentum plus the pump of the wing instead of kind of going against the current, so to speak. So good move there. Obviously, experience. He's won here before, and he's won other events. Come off a win at that final event over there in Iberequera. And Teo just waiting for that magical gust to come his way and be able to get back up and in action.
And also, it's such a struggle, isn't it? Once you're in the water and you're floundering around in the foam and in not a particularly comfortable position, and then you've got to pump your way up onto the foil. It's taking away all the energy that you really need just for that wave set. And then when it's unsuccessful, you're back in the water again and got to reset. Whereas now, much less energy expelled from Malo Guinole, who is just now foiling and surfing his way back into position for another wave. He leads, but neither are actually really registered at the moment because neither have got their second wave in.
Yeah, we're kind of having a similar situation we had that heat with Finn and Hugo. That there was a wave, a couple of sets at the very beginning of the heat, and then a huge lull. Somebody throw a rock in the ocean and make some ripples, please. There was just 12 minutes to go. 90-minute heats. Your round number 5 at GWA Wingfoiling World Cup. Punta Preta, Cabo Verde. And as they would say down here in Cape Verde, no stress, no stress.
Well, it's interesting that Finn said to you, I was kind of stressed for 17 minutes. And as soon as that first wave went through, he was waiting for another. He's still not up on his board.
No, and if we look out the window, he's actually quite far on the left where the wind's even less because it has switched a little bit more northerly. Really wants to be a little bit more from the side if we're going to have an opportunity for it to be coming in. That inside section really quite bulged, patchy, and windless at the moment. You can see the flags even having a hard time staying up, reading 15 knots just come in.
A reminder that Teo is in the same heat as Cash Brazola yesterday, second to Cash in the final heat of round 3. So then we saw him this morning auto participating and knocking out Chucho Nuno to progress into this one.
I mean, tough deals for Teo. Taking out of 3 athletes, Chucho, an absolute banger. Also, who saw him yesterday and today, but Teo making his way through. But to have to be drawn with first the current world champion, and then come here and be drawn with your number 2 and winner of the event last year. That's what I call a tough path to walk through. But the beauty of the GWA is that any heat can be a final. You have the top athletes, best athletes in the world joining us here from all different corners of the globe to prove who is that number 1 and who is the most complete rider. Obviously, this is the one stop of the wave discipline. You can see it's all about what we have here on screen. It's all about the surfing. Malo off the top. He just links. There's not a moment of breaking. You can see just getting that full. It's so hard to get that full out of the water, then back in, kind of like breaching it. Pure surfing style. But Malo, at the moment, he's doing damage control. He's getting a couple base scores just to make sure in case sets don't come his way.
Yeah, that was exactly what that run was. Not a big wave, nothing special within it. At least his best score is better than Teo for the moment as well. It's not big. It's not the 7s that we saw Nathan was able to do in our last heat. But at the moment, well, is Teo even up and about? I'm not sure I can see him yet. No, he's still in the water to our left outside the comms box. Whereas Malo is up, waiting for that score to come in. It's not going to be massive, but the judges taking their time. And I don't know. I mean, what can you do? Could Teo come into the beach and get himself a bigger wing if he has one on the beach? You could. I mean, with 8 minutes to go, where he is in relation to the beach, surely he could switch up his kit a little bit. Because, I mean, he's doing nothing sitting out there right now.
Yeah, the problem is for him to be able to get into the shore, that might actually be his biggest wing. So he said he had a 4.5. I mean, conditions down here. And again, you know, every athlete has their set in the way of what they take out. You know, he might go, okay, I'm going to wait for this gust to come in because I can perform on this 4.5. But, you know, like you're saying here, getting to a point where he either gets out there or sitting down, he ain't going to get a score. And he does look like he's looking at the shore. Had a question on a little further earlier here in the stream is, can caddies help out on the water? And they can't, because a caddy can't enter the competition area or they would be disqualified. They have to grab the gear outside of the box. Malo keeping himself busy. This is a longer wave right down the reef. Kind of staying high ride in this one, but back and forth. And it's turns like that. That is why Malo has taken a win here. Smaller sets, wind is definitely light, and saying hi to the camera, they're getting close.
That second wave, by the way, a 5.6 from the judges. So even though we were saying he was just collecting a few points, the judges seeing that as a better run than the early wave that we saw. And a third one now to be added to the list. And there, Teo Jimenez is back up and running. That's good news. We do have a competition now. Teo just needs to get himself a wave.
Obviously, you can see judges take into account the conditions. They can see there's no set, so the really selection on these better waves. And the beauty with Malo is how flowy he is. You know, he gains and drops speed when he wants. It's not like he has. And look at that, tweaking that air out, right lands almost completely back on the floor without even touch the board. The amount of control you need to be able to do that. Then a nice breaching slide off the top, and here just making sure he gets past this middle section to continue on. Great surfing here from the Frenchman.
And the judges loved this one. 8.4 is the score for Malo. Biggest wave of the day so far. And that puts him surely out of touch from Teo Jimenez in this competition with 6 minutes remaining. A 14.0. It's not the cash score from yesterday of 17, but then it's not the conditions to be able to equal to it. Great run from the Frenchman.
Yeah, and we can see, so Teo he's comboed out. Teo is comboed because even if he had a 10, he would be underneath the 14.0. So he needs to improve both of his scores. Needs to get back out there. Malo dropping the hammer with that last wave. And judges, obviously, as we mentioned, taking into account the conditions here. 8.40, great score. Separating himself from the pack. And usual suspects looking like the top contenders. Once again, Cash Pizzola, Malo Gonele, Finn Spencer are on full form.
I guess these guys have just got to change their mindset a little bit, right? It's not a case of just waiting for the big ones and getting the big scores. You've got to be creative with some of the smaller stuff, and that's what we've just seen from Malo, which presumably is what he's used to down in Brittany. You don't get massive wave sets there. It's much more that kind of condition, and so the bread and butter of his riding will be in smaller stuff where you can perhaps be more creative, and he's done a great job. Teo back up. Still hasn't got a second wave in. And now, I mean, he's not going to know the scores, of course.
No. I mean, there are caddies on the beach, but obviously here with the rocks, they can't come close. But some of them have signboards. Some of them are, we'll see them signaling on the beach, but it's basically saying, you're in first position and good, which would mean a good margin, or you're in first, but bad because it's right there. Different teams, different caddies. We've seen some of the events. The French athletes sometimes. Nico Dalmas comes as their coach, so he kind of takes charge of all those little details. Some athletes like all of the details. Some athletes just like to be left alone. But it's great to have the live scoring, because if they want to, they know exactly what's happening when it's happening, and can know if to push or to save themselves. So yeah, I mean, technology's there, and decide how you use it.
What he does know is that he only has able to be scored on one wave. because he hasn't been able to ride anything else yet. Spent a lot of time getting back up and running. And surely he would know to a degree that his competitor in this one is one of the best in the world, and he would really have to push. And that first run was relatively unsuccessful, and he obviously needs 2. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Teo needs to get 2 waves in at least, and they need to be massive, scores-wise.
Yeah, he really, needs to improve. 14 points, you need 2 7s and 8 in the 6. You name it, how you want to add that one up. But Teo here looking like he's going to be going on a wave. This one is coming very close to the shore, and he is a little bit further out on the left because this is when it starts to hit the reef. All right, Teo dropping in. Nice style. He's in position. Mid-face turn there, not quite going as vertical. And here straight lining it all the way along. No turns yet. Malo getting all in the back. Okay, a little bit of an air there from Teo. Can he keep it together? This is where he's coming close. All right, decides to jump over. But Malo, again, on the better wave of the 2. And beautiful off the lip there from the Frenchman. And look at that control, power, fluidity, variety, and a smile. Malo Guinole, ladies and gentlemen, proving why he is the man to beat out there today.
Absolutely in control of exactly what he was doing. The wave was not the boss there. He was. And where it came a little bit dangerous, got himself into the position where he can use the wing to his advantage, lift the foil out the water to dodge the worst of the rocks underneath him. A few breaches off the lip as well. Got himself in the danger zone. Got himself back out of it. That was stunning. And was able to land it as well. It's going to be another massive score, that one, surely. Even if the wave is not big. It's going to be a while before the judges come in. He's on another one here, Joe. He's found himself a 5th wave.
Just look at the control. You can see every single time he knows exactly where it is. Look, lands straight right back into the pocket. That is one of the best airs we've seen all day. Malo, and look how close he is to those rocks. Staying high in the wave so he gets past it. And now as he's coming down to the sandbank, just keeps airing it all the way along. Kermit the Frog out there. Absolutely amazing riding here from Malo as we're waiting for that score to drop. But I reckon we could be seeing one of definitely the best score so far. 17.17, 15.57. So a huge score here from Guinole.
And we've got another wave to come, I think. We've got 2 to score from that one. And this is the last of those, which is yet to be scored, I think. So we could at least say equal to what we saw with Cash yesterday. I reckon you need to go and grab your microphone again, Joe, and have a word with Malo.
Yeah, I ain't going to get outside and get an interview with him. Just double checking as Cash had a 17.03 in that heat. I'm waiting to see if we see those numbers coming our way while we're waiting for that final score to drop.
And a final update on Malo's score, a 16.37 total with a 7.97 coming his way on that last wave. An exceptional run from the Frenchman.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Village.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar nas competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que consegui bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo a dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem. Depois que ganha aquele bolsa e a coisa está me evolui, é um pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
Ele é importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras que gostar mesmo de correr. E é um exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar seus sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Round 5, Heat 5 is our next competition on the water. 2 athletes already in competition mode. The time has already started. It's Anko Sosa who scrabbled his way to victory, if you remember, earlier on this morning. And he goes up against Liam Corral, another of our Maui-based Americans. 17-year-old on the F1 with Sosa from Fuerteventura on a Cabrina. Both 17 years of age, both young, creative riders. 16 minutes on the clock. And there is sort of a wave. I think we're pointing to somebody else, however, because, I know. Is that Anchor? Not sure, they're in the competition area. There's Liam Corral. Yeah, that's correct. We saw Liam yesterday, just in round 3, taking victory in Heat 5 ahead of Marley Franco and Benoir Carpentier. It's a strong heat, that. Liam with a 11.43. For Anko Sosa, second position behind Marley Franco in round 1, Heat 3, which meant he had to go through Heat 2, but that was a bye for him. And then this morning we saw him then it was third position to Wesley Brito and Axel Gerard. Good wave here from Liam Corral, who goes big with his air. Couple of surfing turns in the early part, really in the danger zone. And now pumps his way out of it just to avoid the worst of the rocks. Another air, and needs to get a few more surfing turns in. He does. This is a great run from Liam Corral. The wave opens up for him to make sure it's a long one too, and they've got an early set in. Anko Sosa, unfortunately, down midway through his wave. Let's see what happened to Anko, but it's surely going to be a big score for Liam Corral, who 360'd into the start of it. Got a couple of surf turns in. Took a bit of time to prepare for the air, using the wing, as you can do this year for the first time. New regulations for GWA. A second pop out of the water. Then a couple of more surfing turns. And then back again to power out of that wave. Surely going to be an impressive score compared to what we saw from Malo just a few moments ago. Anor back up and running again. What happened to him? So he was on a wave a couple of rows back. Goes for the 360. Yeah, all good there. Not much surfing going on for the moment. Just straight lining it. Little grab. And then the wave starts to catch up with him. So he grabs onto the wing. Oh, wow. Just almost lost balance there. And the board being taken away from underneath him. He's back up and running again. 6.8 from Liam Corral. 4.03 for Anka Sosa. It's just so cool, isn't it? There is nothing better than the drone. And again, looks like Liam's found himself another wave to go on. These guys having to be more creative. They must have all watched that heat with Finn and realised that they're just going to have to go for it a bit more. Nice and close to the pocket. Now gets his hands on the wing. Spends a long, long time here waiting to get on the lip. Another big air and lands it. But needing to use the wing for the big air. And a second landing into the pocket as well. That's two decent scores for Liam Corral. A nice little pop at the end. And once again, a wave that keeps on giving. And again, Anka Sosa behind. Looks like he's dropped it. Here's the replay. I think the thing that Liam slightly lacking in comparison to Malo is the full turn, getting all the way to the top and then all the way to the bottom of the wave. The air's there. Some nice tricks, which is that new addition to this wave discipline, adding a little bit more of a freestyle element to it. And that last couple of turns, quite nice, but obviously at the point where the wave is at its smallest. Anka Sosa, again in the water. That's the third time we've seen the Fuerteventurian having to bail out of a wave. Whilst we've got a little lull in proceedings here, let's go back down to Joe on the beach with Malo.
All right, so standing down here on the beach, Malo, congratulations. Second best heat of the day, 8.4 for that wave, where if I'm not mistaken, you looked the judges in the eyes.
Yeah, I was lucky with this wave. It was like peeling down perfectly, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna do like what I want. So yeah, I just like boosted an air of the leap, and I said like, maybe it might be stylish if I look at the judges. So I did it. I thought it was pretty fun, and then I kept rolling. So yeah, some pretty nice waves today.
One of the things we noticed with you, Mano, you have that very kind of longboardy power arcing surfing. One of the, what the judges are really saying about you, that you're linking all those maneuvers together and keeping the fluidity. You are last year's champ. Any secret sauce to get the title again this year?
I don't know, I won't say it much for sure. But yeah, no, for sure I don't like to break the flow. I mean, I've been raised longboarding only and like only surfing, so flow is pretty important for me. So yeah, I try to never like do huge breaks and stuff like this, but always trying to keep the speed and everything, or like break it at the right time to be at the right spot. So yeah, here, and here it's even harder because the wave is going so fast that if you do like the smallest mistake, boom, you're behind the section and it's done for you.
Well, it definitely looks like you are flowing into the next round of competition. Congratulations, Malo. Look forward to seeing you more. Back to you guys.
Great to hear from Malo there. Absolutely clear about everything that's going on here in Cabo Verde and how best to extract from the wave. Here's a quick look at Anor Sosa. And once again, okay, nice little air there, lands on the wave, finds himself close to the pocket, gets out of it there, and then slightly dies. But a nice little run from him. But he's got some serious work to do because Liam Corral's had 2 7-point plus runs, a total score of 14.8, so 7.5 and then 7.3. And it's a really hard competition for Anor Sosa to compete with. Another wave for the Fuerteventurian. Nice little pop, but still a little bit far away from the power zone of the wave, and chooses to come out of it. I mean, Liam might as well park up at the back and just chill because there are 2 massive waves. Third wave was ridden during that interview with Malo. Scored at a 4.1, so not as strong as the first 2 waves. Let's see if we can work out why.
I mean, Liam has been flying through this competition. He's, you know, one of the youngsters, and really has that flow, as we were just, you know, talking with Malo, that, you know, the judge is really looking for that joining and linking those sections. We saw him in the previous heats, and already 7.53 and a 7.3. Those are 2 big numbers. Anor has really got to have his A game if he wants to get past this one.
Yeah, visibly stronger waves than what we've just seen in replay with the 4.1 there.
And look, he's smiling. He's even got a smile. Just saying hey, saying hi to everybody here. You can see out there on the 5.0, that is the swing from F1, your new generation rider, Liam Corral. And Anor out the back, who could be an athlete from Fuerteventura. The young Spaniard, El Torito la Bestia. He's going to have to really get an up gain. He's not comboed out, because if he got a 10.0, he would be ahead, but still, oh, yeah, that has changed. So Anor is comboed. He needs to improve on both of those scores.
Is a little wave from him, little 360. Having to really work the foil through the water to build speed. Not much else that he was able to do with that wave. But, I mean, Liam, first wave, boom, 7.5. Second wave, boom, 7.3. Laying down the gauntlet and putting serious pressure on Anor Sosa. Joe caught up with him.
It went super nice, yeah. I catch 2 okay waves, so I'm really stoked about that. And yeah, let's see if the result of the last wave's coming in. But I'm really happy that I was competing against Vinnie, so because he's my best friend. So, and yeah, let's see. You.
And welcome back, everybody. So you can see the vibes of this young man. He's been here a few times, knowing all the locals. And just kind of, as I was outside the booth, Ben, one thing I can tell you, the Cape Verdean music, the drums are starting to happen. And when that happens, you start to see them moving from side to side, and that only means business.
As also, that noise is going to be reverberating around what is only about 30 square meters of the Sal Island. The whole island's going to hear it. And they are going to be down here to come out and support. They've still got Zany Guy in the competition. And so that is a call to action. The drums.
Absolutely. The war drums are on as they have their youngster, the local, who wants to throw down, and he is now the top-ranked Cape Verdean in this event. And as we saw the interview we had with him early, nothing but smiles.
Big shocks, though, to lose Wesley Brito so early on, not only in the competition, but also in today. Obviously, that was barely 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, conditions are tough, especially for the heavier guys. These light winds, it ain't easy. He was out there on a 5 meter, but not being able to get up. You know, it's definitely a hard cookie to crumble. So, you know, sometimes this is how competitions are, that, you know, they're pushed forwards, and as long as conditions are suitable, they do keep going along. But yeah, feeling very, very bad there for Wesley, because he can, you know, one thing is to lose if you are showing your potential, but not being able to show your potential and going out is, you know, kind of not what we want to see. But in the end, the sports crew race direction is what they decided on those heats, and we push forward.
And he'll still be celebrated tonight at the opening ceremony in town, even if the competition is, well, should be hopefully secure by then. The idea is that we will crown our champions for 2025, both in the male and female Wingfoil categories by this evening.
Yeah, and we can see already this is heat number 5 coming up next. Odis Buckingham are going up against Axel Gerard, who I just caught as I was grabbing that interview with Anor. As Bruno says, full take. So he's going all beans, all in. All right, Anor. Line up. This is looking like a nice set wave. Here we go. Backside, good first turn. Bottoms in, got to keep the speed if he wants to get it past this section. As you can see that wave starting to jack up. Straight lining it so far. Nothing on this one. Drone following him, seeing the white in his eyes. Anor gets the free, but goes down. So that is not going to be a score. He is really concentrating on that air game. And all right, here we can see also Liam, a lot more surfy, a lot more to say on the wave, hence why he has the better scores.
Not quite as aggressive in the turns as he was on those early runs as well. A bit more cruisy, and probably almost keeping half an eye on what Ancor's able to do, and knowing he doesn't have to push and risk a kite, risk a wing, for instance, deflating. I think that's Anor done with 2 minutes remaining. Not going to get back out there with a new wing.
No, unfortunately. I mean, a lot of the times they clip the wing with the foil. These things are so sharp. And that is going to be the end of the run for Anor, because he's no way going to be going back out in time. But congratulations to him, making it to round number 5 here of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup in Cape Verde. So a solid performance. It is going to be Liam Corral is going to be going through to the next round, and he is going to be waiting to see who it is going to be in between Odis Buckingham and Axel Gerard, who they will be meeting there in that round number 6, which would be the quarterfinals. As we continue on, 1 minute to go. Will we have a last moment wonder of Liam, as he can have a little victory run out there?
Yeah, that last run from Liam was only a 3.4, so definitely very different to those 7s that we saw before. But here we go. This is a bigger, stronger wave for him, and the carving turns are more aggressive.
Yeah, love how he just pushes back. You can see releasing that wing. But those first 2 turns, so he just goes up the top and then really pushes, closes that turning arc. Hence why he is getting those top scores here from our judges, 7.3, 7.53. So at the moment, definitely Manor, Finn, and Liam, the top athletes so far. As we are moving on with 30 seconds to go. Coming up next, Odis Buckingham and Axel Gerard. One of the things a lot of the people have been saying on the stream, that Axel has some secret wave moves up his sleeve. Let's see if we see them out here today.
One last wave for Liam Corral. It's not a biggie, but with 5 seconds remaining, claims this last one. And actually, it's developed nicely, hasn't it?
Very nicely. Good selection. Look at this under lip. Gets the air, and now this is when he starts to get a few more surfings. Look, turns, keeps the speed as he's in that middle section. And this is where they grab onto the wing, because if they don't, oh, holding on for dear life over here, and he keeps it together. Going for the free as well. Victory lap here for the young American. Ladies and gentlemen, your heat winner, Liam Corral.
Is that going to be an improvement on his 7.5 that he did at the very top of our 19 minutes? I like how he switched it up from the wave carve surfing part that he needs for the judges, then into the more freestyle tricks, then back in, really mixing it up. That's what we saw from those early runs as well. It wasn't, I'll do some turns and then I'll do a trick and that's it. There was a mix of all the different kinds of things and a couple of different tricks in, including that 360 at the end. It doesn't matter for the competition. And in fact, I think my data is going to not tell me.
Yeah, we're going to go over here. Let's have a little look-see. So it was going to be... Hit the old refresh button, mate. And still waiting scores to come in. It is Liam Corral. So Liam Corral, 15.70.
Yeah, it was an improvement then.
So great work there for him. Coming up next is going to be Odis Buckingham on the right-hand side versus Axel Gerard in the white. All right, here we can see Odis Buckingham in the United States of America, Axel Gerard hailing out of France, as we are in round number 5, heat number 6. All right, well, while we're waiting for this heat to start and the sets to come through, we're going to take a short commercial break.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on in the competition here for this round number 5. Out in the water, we have the two gladiators of Gerard and Buckingham. You can see your KT athlete in the yellow, and blue lycra is Odis Buckingham, and in the white, that is Axel Gerard, who is also out there on the new Delight from AFS. And Axel talked to him yesterday. He's on the pure 700, 150 back win, 85 centimeter mast. And then he has the Pro AF 4.5 board. And the difference with this new Delight is the boom. It looks like the judges are coming down the stairs again with the shaking on that camera.
Picked up a little wave as a starter for Axel Gerard, 16-year-old from Brittany.
Oh, beautiful. Oof. Off the top. Making sure he's high and away from those rocks. There's a little floater. Can he get it back in? Yes, he does. Beautiful surfing style here from the young Frenchman. And all the way along, and you can see Odis in the back as well. Starting off with a bang, both of these athletes.
Really getting to the quality end of the field now. Two beautiful runs from both our athletes out there. Odis with a 0.5 from a run right at the start of the 19 minutes. But those are going to be two decent scores. Lots of excitement around Axel Gerard. Can he get himself a victory finally? Last time out in Brazil, runner-up to Malo. That was, what, November, December time?
Yeah, and Axel Gerard, fourth on the overall standings last year. Having a look at 2023 as well. Axel was ninth, so improving year after year. Known for his freestyle, but since the last couple of seasons, he has really upped his wave game. He was fifth here last year, looking to improve on that. Always a contender, and as you said there, runner-up in Ibiraquera on that last event of the season. The only thing is that last event did have a freestyle aspect to it, which is, let's say, Axel's forte. He is one of the most complete riders we have, but it was 2 waves plus 1 freestyle trick counted on their overall score. So as it stands...
It feels a bit like how we're now we've changed the regulations on pure wave to include wing elements. Almost feels a little bit like what we're now seeing is with these kind of airs and tricks.
Yeah, it can mix it up like you're saying, but there it is more. You can do it on the flat, do it on the wave. You can go for a pure freestyle move. We saw Axel warming up earlier this morning, and there he has a few new moves. I saw him trying to do backflips back onto the wave as well. So looking forward to see what this young man has. Full take. And there you see a nice wave. Waves are starting to open up. It's coming on 1 o'clock. High tide was at 9 o'clock. So we're already mid-tide, which is where Punta Preta starts to show its beauty. But so far, waiting for scores to come in for both of these athletes. Nothing too big right yet.
Taking a while to come through.
System needs lunch, mate. System needs lunch.
Which system? Your system?
Oh, there you go. Judges got lunch.
Oh, I see. That's why they're not pressing the button.
That's how it is. All right, fair enough.
3 of the 5 judge scores count, so you can actually have 2 judges out of the box, and they just count as a miss.
All right, so here we have Odis dropping in. He's got 5.27, 7.0 for that wave from Axel. Right up with the big dogs. Odis, look at this. Right in front of the camera. Little wink, little blink. But going off the back under 12 minutes. Let's not forget 19-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that count.
Here it is again. Just a couple of turns before then going into the wing position to get that air and then dropping off the back of it. So not a big score there from Odis on that one. Certainly an improvement on the 0.5 that he got at the top. Axel still to get a second wave in. Here he is now, rolling in towards the beach. Decides against it though, pulls out of it. And our official photographer has been in that water for a while, bobbing around.
Yeah, the old Grand Lucas Stiller getting the shots, getting the gold. And here just trying to get a few of those diamonds in the rough. Odis, he's scavenging here on the inside. He is currently in first position, a 5.27 and a 2.77. But Axel throwing down the axe early on with a 7.0. Those are some of the biggest scores we've seen today.
Needs another wave, though. Is he waiting for the big sets? Is he not comfortable with the creative smaller sets, as we've seen from a couple of other competitors? It's definitely two different schools of thought out there on the water today. Nearly tripped up Finn Spencer, waiting nearly 17 minutes for another set to come in. 2.77 for that last run from Otis Buckingham. Slight improvement on his score to an 8.04, but Axel's got 7 on just the one run, and here he comes, steaming towards the beach.
Yeah, here we go. Looks at the set, having a little look in the back. It looks like Otis is probably going to be turning around. All right, so Axel Gerard in the front, ride in the swell, going into that neutral position and starting to engage. Here's that first turn. Top to bottom, carving, speed, flow. Very nice here from the Frenchman. This is where he's going to be going for the air as that midsection. Eyes it up. Here we go. Off and away. Axel lands it straight back in the pocket. Very nice here. And all the way down again. A great wave here from Axel. And it looks like another nice one at the back for Odis as well. Both of these boys, they know what they need. But Odis going off the back with that air.
So nice to get the air, the freestyle element in the middle. That was a little 360 there from Otis. But the big carving turns at the start and at the end of the wave with a little bit of freestyle in the middle. And that's going to surely be another 7+ score from the judges. It was equal to that first wave, no doubt.
All right, so just got information from our race director. It looks like we are pushing through. The idea is to finish the competition today if conditions allow it. So a little update. The idea is to finish this World Cup of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. The only wave event of the season today if conditions do stay with us. So it's going to be a long day all the way into the final golden hours of the sun. We've got about 6 hours of competition still to go. Right now in the water. Odis and Axel throwing down. But Axel, look at that, 6.67, 7.0, 13.67. Putting in the groundwork and improving. And his backup score is better than Odis's main score. So, applying the pressure.
Judges deciding, therefore, that last run slightly less good than the one we saw at the early part of this heat. And I guess from what we saw, a little bit more creative on the first run, a little bit more varied. The second one, very structured, very clean, but very structured in exactly what he was almost delivering exactly a plan. Whereas especially that breach of the foil in the first run, landing back into the pocket, worked really nicely. Otis goes for the 3 and drops off the back of the wave. I mean, he would have been coming into this having seen what was going on this morning, knowing that he'd really have to pull out all the shots to progress into round 6.
And Axel picking up on another swell. Definitely looking a little bit more consistent out here on the waves today. We're seeing not as big as we did yesterday, but looks like they've upped the notch on the frequency. And here you can see the young Frenchman deciding to take off. All right, here we go. This one's starting to form nicely. Look how this is opening across the reef. Axel Gerard, top turn all the way down, pump and double pump to making sure he keeps that speed. Again, can see that body language. Nice off the top. This is where he's going to have to get a move on if he wants to get past that section. No, closes out. And getting caught up in the mush. He does have his board on him. So let's see if he can get out of that area. Good few first turns there, though.
Really him working the board, really activating the foil. That little pump just adding a little bit of speed, but then almost ran out of speed and found the wave overtaking him. Found himself in the foam and then knocked over by the wave, and hopefully has managed to free himself from that area. Wing is still good. Board is still good. And he's back into safety. 5 minutes remaining, and pressure is on Otis Buckingham. Both runs, both waves, less good than Axel Gerard. And then, so really, really needs to find something special.
I mean, we can see there, Odis, your KT athlete, out there on the wing air, looking like a 4.5 from when I saw him down there on the beach. There we can see Malo Genole, who took the win in his heat. Definitely going to be happy about that one. And as the crowd is starting to come together, the beauty of this location is that you are sitting on those rocks and you're about 5 meters away. You can see the white in their eyes. And then when barrels start to get involved, you can see them inside the barrel sitting on the beach. It really is such an amazing location to watch these sports. And this is why Punta Preta is the best wave we have on tour.
Unreliable, but looks by middle of next week like we might have another meter on top of the wave that we've got right now. So could be some traditional Ponta Preta conditions for the kites next week.
And that is where we separate the boys from the men when it gets big. This wave, when it gets big, commitment is key. And one thing is to commit when it's about 3 to 4 foot. When it's 10 to 12 foot, like we had one of the years, there it is all about that commitment. But look at that. Odis flying across and works it on. Oh, just getting caught up on the reef there. But he definitely knows how to get some airtime, this guy.
Landed in the danger zone and stayed up for a while. So judges will be happy with that, or will they score him down for being knocked down by the end?
I mean, he definitely, it's a one turn plus the air. The air definitely has height, but you can see straight lining here.
Yeah.
He does have a lot of height with it and coming down, holding the landing, so showing that he has that control. But in the end, it's only a 2-move wave. So not going to get those tops, but I reckon he's going to have a nice photos. I can see Lucas in the background there looking at the viewfinder. So you got to do it for the shot, mate. You got to do it for the shot.
If you can't win, then you might as well put on a show.
Yeah, I mean, a lot. Still quite a bit of time. 6:67, 7. I mean, similar to Finn, we can see Axel is putting in the groundwork early on, as I don't think those are going to be scores in the 7 vicinity. We're just waiting for one more wave to come in. Just coming up on 2 minutes left on the old ticker. And it is definitely a shocker out there at the moment with your best athletes. And Axel having a little look-see, siding against it.
Doesn't need it, does he? 13.67. He's got it all wrapped up. Although we did see a pretty good show from Liam, even though he had his score wrapped up, went for a big one right at the end.
Yeah, 3.0 for that one with the big air. And Axel still having a little walk around, float around out there, as we are just coming up on 90 seconds. And Axel Gerard, 13.67. It is going to be very complicated for Otis, as he is not in position to be able to achieve that kind of score in the next 60 seconds.
2 more heats coming up in round 5. 4 more athletes to see, 2 of which we've not seen yet. Leon Schell from Great Britain will go up against Zany Guy. And then heat 8 will be Cash Brizola and Anderson Bobo Gallagher. 2 to progress into round 6, into the quarterfinals. We'll carry on into the quarterfinals, and then we'll split off and see the women's semi-finals, and then come back.
Exactly. That is the heat schedule. Semi-finals of the women, semi-finals of the men, mini-finals, then finals, and submarine there from Axel. And Odis, last hit, as he has 15 seconds to go. Axel has put in the groundwork. I mean, this has to be something big if he wants to have an opportunity here. Odis already with a couple airs across, but he's going to get behind the phone ball and not be able to answer anymore. So it is going to be Axel Gerard making his way in to the next round.
Here we go then. It is round number 5, heat 7. And it is the local charger, the young gun, Zany guy, who has already laid down his first wave. There it was. He goes up against Leon Schell in the white. First time we'll see the Brit today. It was a very good performance yesterday.
Absolutely.
And remember, he banged in 4 waves that were +5s without dropping it, without falling over. It was it wasn't massive, but it was a consistent run. And yeah, they're spotting the camera, right? And
into the camera. I wonder if he got a grin out of him, though. Was there a grin there? These youngsters, you got to get it all for the gram. It's all for the gram. But yeah, Leon yesterday, absolute brilliant performance. Zany, a little less consistent today.
A nice long wave there from Leon Schell, but although, as you remind me, it is not about quantity, it's about quality.
I mean, we saw him with a nice little move there. Couple of turns, wing flipping on him. Unfortunately, so losing a little bit of control and then gets himself and continues out. But still, numbers on the scorecard. Brush off the old cobwebs. Get outside of that mush and go in. 90-minute heats. And as we stand, this is round number 5. 19, 1-9.
Yeah, not 9-0.
Yeah. If it was 9-0, mate, me and you would be having a break.
This was good, though, from Zany. We picked this up kind of halfway through and maybe not going quite as deep at the bottom of the turn as he could, but getting pretty close to the top of the wave. Some nice turns in there. See what the judges felt about those first runs. Zany just 20 years of age from here in Cabo Verde. Not one of the two that qualified through the qualifiers that were run by the local organizer. That was Noah Angulo and Marcelo Sanchez Boyes. Those two came through via the qualification. It was Zany came through because he was ranked 22nd. 16 minutes still remaining of this particular heat. Let's take a quick break before the sets come rolling back in.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Back to live pictures.
Yeah, and here we have 4.0 for that first wave, 397, so pretty much equal on both of these athletes. Zany now, the young Cape Verdean, crouching like a tiger. Nice wave here. Now he's got to speed up if he wants to get past that section because that wave is jacking up.
Comes off the back of it, but gets himself back onto the front of it to grab the wing. Now what's he going to do with it?
Nice air there, and you can see Leon in the back as well, going really nice arc all the way out. But yeah, Zany losing a little bit there, almost going off the back of that wave.
Nice air from Leon as well. Lands bang in the pocket. It's not quite as dynamic as we saw from the two Frenchmen, and he decides to bail out of that before it gets too close to the beach. That dynamic kind of movement perhaps is what these two are lacking, but great to see they've already picked out two waves early on in the heat. It's not big, but it's something. Here was a little air. That's my motto for life, Joe.
You just left that one bouncing, mate. I'm sorry. It's getting to that time in the afternoon. Quality, not quantity. Ladies and gentlemen, goes a long way. But here, oh, getting caught up.
Oh, I thought that was a choice. It wasn't, was it? So now the challenge to get himself back up and foiling.
And a big shout out to Alex and the guys over here on the stream. Mano, Axel, Cash, a lot of the athletes saying the top three. I agree with you, but don't forget, we got Finn. And we have Leon, who is doing a very good performance yesterday. Zany keeping it consistent. 4 and 4. Looks like he's got his gear back together because he didn't have the best first heat here this morning. Just managed to push his way through. Let's not forget we'll be winner of each one of these heats of this round number 5. We're making it into the quarterfinals. We will be doing the quarterfinals of the men, then semifinals of the women, semifinals of the men, mini-final, winners final, bada bing, bada boom, world champions. That is the name of the game, and I can see a lot of Cape Verdean flags coming up on the stream as well.
And then opening ceremony.
As well. So full action-packed day. It doesn't stop down here.
Interesting that the judges, again, thinking and rating Leon just a little less than Zany. So not a big difference between the two. 8.9 plays 8.14, but it is advantage Cape Verde versus the UK. plenty of holidaymakers out here from the UK. I think I saw about 4 or 5 flights from the UK to Cabo Verde.
And
There's only one from Portugal.
And the good old towel on the hotel to deck check early in the morning, mate. It's a big giveaway.
I don't know. I haven't been to the pool. Now we know where you've been.
That's that big water thing you walk past every morning going to breakfast, mate.
Yes, exactly.
But no, it's so cool to see the tourism back here in Cape Verde, because obviously a lot of these islands with COVID losing and depending a lot on travel, and island is starting to fill up. We can see more people out here. And at the moment, pretty similar for both of these athletes. As 8.97, 8.14. We continue on here. Day number 2. GWA Wingfoil World Cup Punta Preta.
Leon lining up for something. He's on this wave, but hasn't let go of the wing as yet. Not in that neutral position to surf. Here we go then. Guy right in a really nice position here. Maybe a little bit too behind the wave. Finds himself in the foam. He's going to have to use the wing to get himself out of it. Wow. In the end, the wing takes out his legs.
Just coming up on those 10 minutes. So you can see the eye in the sky. Having a little look around. As the location here of Punta Preta. And going down here is Zany. There you can see our organizer, Joe Silva and Giada. A big shout out to those guys for putting in and making this event happen every year. Zany, he is right in that impact area, that impact zone.
I think he lost his board as well.
Yeah. And you can see the look of concern on his face because he knows the consequences of that.
Leads at the moment.
It looks like Leon, so I can just saw his dad flying past the booth as well. So wondering what. So Leon is down as well. So both of these athletes down. Upper hand for this man on the water so far. Maybe we can get a drone view to see how both of these athletes are.
Yeah. Right, so where's Leon?
It is. So I saw his dad run across. So maybe Leon has gone down. Okay, so that's Zany's board. And he's going to be getting that. And you can see Anor having a little swim out. Teamwork, but Leon, I can't quite see what is happening.
Amazing how strong the foils are on these boards, that they get smashed around these rocks with every wave that comes in, however big or small. And yet, for the most part, it's the wings that get punctured rather than the foils that get damaged.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where is
Leon?
Leon.
Oh, wait a minute, because no, that's another camera.
Yeah, they've got 2 cameramen in the
Two
outside
cameramen, so that's not them. I'm going to ask for that drone view again, guys, if possible, and see if we can try and find the other athlete. So that's Zany. Well, wait a minute. Blue wing.
Oh, so we've got a 3rd wing on the beach.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe. Yeah, there he is. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You can see he's out there on the Strike V3, your F1 rider. And there's Zany pumping his way past him. Just going, hey, mate, you all right? You need some help?
Interestingly, whatever he did before he fell was better.
Yeah.
And so Leon is now leading. 10.12 plays 8.97. I don't think we've seen that run. Worth trying to pick it out, because that has put the Brit in the lead. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remain. Quite forward, isn't he? Zany on the board. So we've...
Yeah, I think that looked like Cash. I reckon that's Cash getting ready for his next heat.
Okay.
Same wing. So, yep, that is going to be Cash. So, obviously, as they're, both of these athletes have come all the way down. So, yeah, the 2 athletes on the water is going to be Zany Guy, local Cape Verdean, who's going up with the Armstrong. As you can see him there on the left-hand corner of the screen. And then Leon Schill, who's going to be that man in the, what would you call that, light blue?
Yep.
Light blue, the V3 there from F1. So these two athletes getting ready to rumble. Leon putting on a 5.95 for that last wave. And now, got 7 minutes, just under 7 minutes. Plenty of time for another set to be coming through.
Plenty of experience over the last couple of days for the Cap Verdean. Had to come through the first round where he scored a 10.27. And in fact, he won that Heat 2, which allowed him to progress straight through to the third round. He's got another wave here, where in the round 3 he scored an 8.07. And then we saw him this morning with a 6.63. So it's almost been going backwards for him. But he's capable of a 10. And this is a nice run from the local.
Yeah, all the way down the reef as well. Look at that. It's now he's going to be going high so he doesn't hit those rocks. Zany guy. There's his way out back on. This is a nice way. We can hear the crowd going wild outside. Looking to improve. He needs to improve. What does he need to improve by? Probably about a 5. No, he's going to need a bit more than that. So about a 5.2, 5.3. Not sure if that's going to hit those kind of scores. Nice open face turn all the way back as well. Round. Cut back 2 good solid turns here. A little bit of a wiggle and a wumble there on the bottom side. But this is actually, we missed that part in the first one. Very nice wave here from Zany. See if those scores are going to equal out a little bit more.
And a nice little air to finish as well. He's in fighting spirit.
I can see here, Dan on the stream. Not light blue, it's mint.
Mint?
Okay, mint. Thank you, mate. Appreciate. Guess it depends on how you're looking at it, but yeah.
Depends what eyes you have.
Let's say it's a light color. Great wing, that one. F1, one of the top brands. And a big shout out to everybody back at HQ, to Chloe and everybody.
Right.
I'll be seeing you guys soon, but now 5.43, 5.95. So back at him, Zany taking that lead position.
By 0.28 of a point. It is super close here, and we haven't seen a run from Leon for a while. He's been in the water, struggling to get back up to speed. Now he's there, 4 minutes remaining on a wave, and he needs just a fraction of approval. Gets himself a 3 to start. Oh, drops off the back.
Yeah, hit that just a little bit too early in the flats. Is he going to be able to get up, though? Because there's lines coming in, meaning he could be there in the set. And I think Zany, is he up? He looks like he's pumping. Yeah, no, he isn't up either. So both of these guys, as that wind, we've got about 16 knots of wind right now. They're both on 4.5s. As we continue on here for that round number 5. And just waiting to see if we're going to have another set rolling through. I mean, this is down to the wire.
Room for improvement for both of them, though. Especially Leon's backup score of a 4.17. Oh, but he's down again. He's on the water. He hasn't been able to get back up and foiling. 3 minutes remaining. Of course, once you're back up, then you're reliant upon the waves to come as well. So excited to see what he could do today, but it's just not been fluid. Those first 2 runs of a 3.97, then a 4.1, then a 5.9, and then it's been swimming ever since. Zany guy heading towards the beach, but from my eyes, can't see much of a wave there.
No, and you can see also Leon here not being able to get up. The wind is definitely, I mean, it is fluky as hell out there right now. I can see. Do you wonder if after this round there might be stopping to see on the conditions? I've just asked that question on the old group, as we can see quite a lot of these guys floating around at the moment. I mean, there are waves, but it's just that wind is really patchy once they go down. But, you know, a lot of them risk it, go out on smaller wings to be able to have more maneuverability, and it can play against you. Tough conditions so far. And you know, it's, as you just said there, Billy, we've got about 16 to 17 knots of wind so far. 4 5s and 5 meter wings is what we are seeing out there on the water.
It's like what we saw with Wesley and Ugo earlier on today. Ugo dropped it a few times, was able to get back up, but Wesley wasn't. So down to the weight, of course, down to the kit they're carrying. 1.5 minutes remaining. Leon is now back up and running, and he needs to go big, or he is going home. It's literally that.
It literally is, yeah. I mean, only 0.28. He'd need a 0.29th of a point to take the lead. So looking at about 4-3, 4-4 is what he would need. And, you know, normally he has those on tap. You could be doing those day in and day out. Does look like a little bit of a ripple. Has a look behind him. See which one is the better wave. Both of them are going to be dropping in. All right, here we go. Last encounter. Everything on the line. Leon Shell dropping. Very far out on the shoulder. He's really hoping this wave starts to form. It does. Going to be going for the air. Oh, so close. Great ride there from him. All right, he's got the air. Now it's time to surf it up. He wants to get those points back. Oh, going so close to those rocks. Big off the lip. Now we're talking. This could be a buzzer beater. Zany on the wave behind him. So no matter what, we're still going to have an encounter. Another big air. Oh, Leon pulling out the goods on the buzzer.
Can he eliminate the local? It won't be particularly popular on the beach, apart from one family out there who have come to Cabo Verde for many years on holiday, and that's how Leon got the bug. And I tell you what, he is such a smooth rider and consistently able to deliver better points than what he has on the board right now. The timer's hit 0. Zany fell down. He bailed out of his last wave. So he's not going to improve. Leon has improved. It's a 6.77, and it's the Brit who qualifies through to round 6.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Salvilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Salvilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
Através do Bolsa Atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, não para simplesmente de preocupar com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo de dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para chão, quando vem, depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa também evolui, é pouco mais brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É o importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é exemplo disso. E tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar esses sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
One last heat of round number 5, and it is your number 1 seed, your world champion from last year, Cash Bazola. Biggest combination of 2 waves that we've seen so far in this competition came yesterday, thanks to this Maui-based American. And he goes up against Bobo Gallagher, who we saw earlier on in the final heat of round 4. Defeat Jeffrey Spencer. He got himself an 11 in very, very tricky conditions. But he's going to need to go bigger than that, I'm sure, to defeat Cash. Only one heat of competition for Cash so far. 17.03 was that combination in round 3. But we haven't seen him, of course, in rounds 1 and 2 because he is our world champion and seeded. And let's see. So this is Leon at the end of his run. I think we saw that one already, didn't we? That was the end of that winning run for him. He got a couple of nice airs in there. I don't know, actually. Maybe that's a different run. But either way, it wasn't scored. Oh! I tried to do a backflip, didn't land it. But he was out of time by that point, I think. Right, let's concentrate on this final heat then. Gallagher in the blue. There he is. And we've got a decent set coming in. Cash Bazzola is in the white. Decent amount of carving. Goes for a big air. Lands it on the wave. In the back of shot is Cash going for his first run. Both with the Anderson kite. God, running really, really deep. Bobo not afraid of the rocks. At the end of that run, what did Cash do behind, though? We'll be waiting on those scores. So both Anderson wings. Is that Cash in the water? So here's Bobo. Looks over his shoulder at Cash. And I think he's registered exactly what happened there. Cash went for a wave. We saw him up and about when we initially cut to the shot, but then he was down pretty much after that. Cash taking the World Championship thanks mainly to his victory in Morocco last year. Was beaten by Marley last year here in Cabo Verde in the final. Here he is now. And just look, it's almost a unique style, the way he rides these waves. Beautifully crouched down. Oh, it's long. Just losing momentum. Sliding along the lip of the wave. Now gets back into carving and surfing mode. Anderson Gallagher with a 6.3. Oosh. And Cash getting just caught out there. Well, it's frenetic stuff. Both of them out on the water and getting in the waves early doors here. 14.5 minutes remaining. So we've only had 5 minutes of competition. But the points come thick and fast. Waiting for the judges to score Cash's first 2 waves. We saw one where he dropped it. The second one looked better. So this is Cash then in the white. Is this wave 1 or wave 2? It's a pretty small wave, that's for sure. Little grab. Not a lot of surfing going on, although he may have caught it late. Oh, and almost getting catapulted over the front of the board. That must have been his second. A 5.17 for Cash. Judges preferred Bobo's with a 6.03. And it's true, having seen that replay, that it was a little less fluid than you would usually expect. Bobo going again here. Got himself a 3rd wave.
Oh, big air off the top as well. But going off behind the wave, unfortunately. So the battle of the Armstrongs here. Cash Bazzola, top score yesterday. 17 plus and a 9. And look at that, tweaks it out. Lands right in the section. This is what gives him those scores.
Cash has got himself a second score now of a 5.93. So 2 consistently strong equal-ish point scores, whereas still waiting for a second good score from Bobo. But look at how he got himself ahead of the wave there to land into the pocket, rather than we've seen so often today people being blown back behind the wave.
Absolutely.
Although then you kind of want him to continue, right? Once he's got himself back into the wave, add a few more turns in there. But he decided to bail out of that one.
Yeah, and it's all about the timing as well. Like talking to Malo after with the interview we had with him on the beach, you really have to time it so the lip kind of throws you back out to not be able to go off the back. We saw some big moves there from Cash yesterday, but still Bobo, a little bit of the upper hand when it comes to the overall score of the wave. But now Cash, 5:17, 5:93. Your top two athletes out here so far, 11:10. So your current leader, the battle of the youngsters out here on the water.
Waiting for that second good score from Bobo. Here he is in the blue. And that wave's developing nicely for him. Maybe a little bit too far along on the shoulder to really be in the danger zone, but that wave soon catches up with you. Gets a nice air off the lip, but then that's it. It's going to be an improvement over a 2, but it's certainly not going to take the fight to Cash at the moment, who's cruising around at the back.
Yes, we already can see round number 6. We have Franco and Spencer. Van Vuren up against Genole, Karai and Gerard, and then Shield, plus the winner of this heat. That's going to be the lineup for the quarterfinals, which is going to be the round that's coming up next. Just had popped out and talked to the race crew as well. They are pushing on. We are continuing on with competition. And then let's not forget, after that round number 6 is going to be the semi-final of the women. Here we can see in the white, Cash Mazzola. All right, dropping in. This one's forming off nicely. Oh, just the flow of this young man. Beautifully timed. Crouches and makes himself along. Can he get by? Oh, no. He's going to be coming close to those rocks. Makes it look too easy.
Yeah.
Bailing with style.
Knew exactly where he was, what he was doing. Knew he couldn't continue from where he was. Still a wave, still a score. But perhaps not as good as the 5.9s that he's got on the board right now. Oh, it was a 6-0. And a 5-2 now to Bobo.
So
he's
nothing
taking the
in
fight.
between them.
Yeah.
The fight is there. Watch out, Mum. Put away the China. The kids are here to play. Gloves are off. And here we can see the shore starting to fill up with the tourists. Everybody coming down to see the best wingfoilers in the world battle it out for that World Championship title. Just under 10 minutes. And waiting for that net set to come through. But the two youngsters of Armstrong are here for the fight.
Looks like we've got another wave setting up here. Right under our drone. Our drone's a bit in a different position, so I thought he was further down the beach than he was here. Now, get that fluidity going in the turns. Looks pretty good so far. Just a couple of turns.
Going for the power here, looking for that air section. Going for that toe side stick. Yeah, makes it. Can he get back down? Yes, he can, but oh, that is shallow and that is close.
Oosh.
Just avoiding the rocks there from Bobo. And you can see the judges having a little look-see. Continuing on here right now. 8.5 minutes to go. 11.97 for that man in the lead. Bezzola up against Gallagher with an 11.26. They're not going to improve on that 5.23 off that wave. And they're just cruising out the back, waiting for some sets to come in.
Yeah, so
to be able to engage one more time.
A slight improvement from Cash, because he's gone from a 5.93 to a 6. So that's just put that score up just a fraction higher, a fraction further away from Bobo's reach. And even more worrying, he's in the water. 7.5 minutes remaining.
I mean, one of the things with Bobo, he's light. So considering he's going to be paddling out to try and get a little bit more into the wind section of the competition area. 7.5 minutes, plenty of time for him to get back into position and onto a waves. But Cash now right at the top of the break. As you can see, those kind of rocks there in the middle of that little triangle is the point of Punta Preta, where it wraps around. And as you were saying, Ben, it is definitely hard out there, but look at that. I mean, he's pretty much going to just stand on that board floating. All right, Cash dropping in. Here we go. This one's lining up nicely across the bay. Let's see what your current world champion has for us. Just the body language of this guy. All right, here we go. First couple of check turns, keeping that speed. Off the top, flows through. Look at the velocity of this man. Going to be going for the air here as he's looking for that lip. There it is, up and away. Tweaks, goes off the back, but there was style. Yeah, wind definitely a little bit more offshore, so very hard to be landing those ones back in the critical section of the wave.
Just trying to spot his landing as soon as he's up in the air. The style is just different. The style is just so unique to him in what we've seen from all of our other athletes today. That way he drives the board through the water in those carving surfing turns. Right, Bobo's back up and running again, bringing the challenge. Let's see what that last run has been judged at. Hasn't come through as yet. And Cash with that slight advantage over Bobo at the moment. Got to say, it would be a big shock if Cash went out at this stage of the competition. He is in the water.
Yeah, and obviously both of these athletes probably around the 60, 65, 70 kilo mark. Bobo definitely not making that. Heaviest athletes we have out there has definitely got to be Wesley Brito, close to the 100 kilo mark. A couple questions over here from Dan. But yeah, obviously Cash and Bobo a little bit on the lighter side, so hopefully a little advantage for them there. At the moment, Ocean not throwing them much of a bone, only a slight difference in between these two. 11.97, 11.26, as we are just under 6 minutes, if my eyes caught it just before the timer went off the screen. And looking out, there is not much energy out there.
So that's an interesting one. That huge air we just saw from Cash and a couple of beautiful carving turns early doors, only a 3.7 from the judges. I think that middle period was where it was kind of lost for him.
Yeah, and obviously in the end, a one-hit wonder. They want to see the surfing. As big as the air was, not landed back on the wave, so it won't count.
Okay.
But also, in the end, they want to see the surfing linked together. And after seeing Cash doing moves like that, landing back on the wave, of course, they're gonna slash it in half.
It leaves us still very, very tight for the victory in Heat 8. With 4 minutes remaining, there is 0.7 of a point between Bobo Gallagher and Cash Pizzola. Cash is on a wave, though.
All right, going for that air. You can see almost pretty much landing back on the foil. 2 hands on to be able to get that power. Watch out, here we go. Just speed lining it across the competition area. And yet another one. He just sticks the landing. Cash Pizzola trying to improve on that 5.97 backup score.
Is it enough, though? Didn't feel as fluid as we've seen earlier on. They really do have to make the effort to try and create fluidity, even if they're trying to avoid those rocks in the middle part of the wave. We see the nice S-turns in the early part of the wave, and then it's kind of almost just trying to spot where the rocks are and do something there rather than just be straight.
So the last spot for those quarterfinals of round 6 will be defined by the winner of this heat. So close at the moment. Bobo is back in position. Cash is out there as well. As they know, in between the two of them, there is only a hairline of a difference. Bobo taking a little look, siding against it, going back out.
Something rolling in, and I think Cash has taken advantage of it. Bobo on the wave behind him. Oh, big wipeout for Cash.
Going over the falls, Bobo, this could be his opportunity as a set wave. Look at that off the top. Nice backside turn. Again, right next to the foam ball. Power, keeping the speed. Yes, he does. This is where he normally starts to look for that air section. There comes the hand. It has flattened out a little bit for him. Manages to get a smaller air. And a little bit out of control there as he is very close to the rocks. You can see all the bubbles in the water. Is that going to be enough? I don't think it will be.
Well, not when Cash has just been given an 8.
There you go. So a big 8.0. Hopefully we'll be able to see that wave of Cashes on the replay. As we're just coming up on 90 seconds to go. Cash Bazzola 8.0.
And the result of the 8.0 is him in the water. But clearly the run, a big one, because we haven't not seen an 8 today. We've seen an 8.3, haven't we?
Yeah, we got one there from Finn, and here we go. Here's the wave. That gave him the best score of the heat. Oh, beautiful, just going right into the foul section. This is why. Look at where... No, that is definitely not going to be an 8.0.
No.
So it must have been one before that. But still good to see. Everybody likes a wipeout.
No, I mean... We must have been watching cruising when the 8 came in. We should see another score come in for wave 6. 45 seconds remaining, and doesn't look like the set was really taken advantage of by Bobo Gallagher. No improvement from him. Still waiting actually for that score to come in, because it can't be a 0.5 like the... and it was a 5.27. So an improvement for Bobo up to 11.3. That would have been good enough had Cash not improved to an 8. Right, is this the 8?
Okay, nice little air there from him. And power along. No, this isn't going to be it either, I reckon, because that was the one from before. So unfortunately, it looks like that wave is not going to appear, as that was one earlier on.
Yeah.
And a big, I mean, it doesn't get bigger than that. Cash Bazzola proving a point, as he is definitely the man to beat as we move our way into round number 6 of the men coming up next. As the clock is over, it is official. Cash Bazzola continues on, but a big congratulations there to Bobo Gallagher.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
welcome back, everybody, as we continue on now for round number 6, the quarterfinals of the competition here, GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde. Marley Franco is going to be going up against Finn Spencer. So Canada, hailing out of Maui, up against Marley Franco from the United States of America. There you can see Marley on your screen right now, there with another pro. Looking like he's on that 5.4 again. Yes, he is. He's also on the swell board. And then Finn, he was out on the float before. That new wing by Duotone. And just waiting to see as they are going to be starting off here. 4 heats of this round number 6. Then we'll be moving it over to the women for the semi-finals, where we have both the athletes of Muna White, Mardease, Francesca Maiani, and Annie Reckard are going to be coming into the mix. All right, so it's going to be Marley is going to be the first man to drop in. Here we go. All right, going for had a little look-see. So decided to go against that one. Looks like he was trying to go for a wave behind, so that's not going to be the one he was looking for. And there we can see the faces of the boys that are going to battle it out here for a spot in the semi-finals of the men. So who is going to be our first semi-finalist? We will soon find out. And yep, there you can see Finn out there on the float. Just under 17 minutes, 19-minute heats, top 2 waves count. We're looking for commitment, fluidity, linking those maneuvers together, and 100% surfing. All right, Finn, who was just taking off on the wave there. There we go. Nice carving bottom turn. Look at that, painting a picture out on the screen. And one of the things with Finn, he just keeps that speed. Nice air there midsection. Now this is when he grabs onto the wing to be able to power through as well. Breaching the foil. And here probably going to be having an air finisher. A little bit more surfing. Going for the 360. Yes, sir. Very nice. So a nice move there from Finn Spencer, who is going to be starting off this encounter with that first decent score. All right, Marley also, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the replay of that last one. So waiting for the number to be dropped. But that was a good wave there. And now there you can see him. Franco dropping in on a wave, but very much on the shoulder. Nice top to bottom check turns. This is when it starts to get close to the rock. Oh, you can see the white in his eyes. Gets the air going off of the back. So obviously judges looking that he connects and actually lands back on top of the wave. But still, numbers, it's all about the numbers. At the moment, definitely, we can see that leading this heat is going to be Finn Spencer. Oh, big air there from Spencer again. I love this bottom turn now. He just engages, drives his way through the face. 7-10 for that wave before. And looking like another good score already. Oh, the swell has arrived and Punta Preta is throwing down. Marley Franco again, but not getting the consistency that we are seeing out there from Finn. 14 minutes on the clock. And Finn with yet another good wave. And yeah, that air you can just see really going off the lip. And that is definitely what we are looking for. That is what we want to see. That is what the judges want to see. To be able to give these guys those top scores. All right, Finn. Again on the inside, you can see that cutback where he goes back into that power section. 2 hands on the wave, 2 hands on the boom, and no deciding against it, as that was one of those little inside rollers. And going to be making his way back out. And yet another set. Oh, the waves aren't stopping in this heat. We can see the crowds here on the inside starting to enjoy the action. And there we can see that previous wave. And a beautiful carving turn there to start it off. Nice air landing right back onto the face. And then going off the edge. But still, Finn Spencer with the advantage so far. As we continue on here this second day. Quarterfinals of the event here on the men's side. The idea is to make it all the way through to the finals. And be crowning our world champions. Coming up next will be the women's semi-final. And then we will move into men's semi-final. Mini-final of the women, mini-final of the men. Final of the women and final of the men. That is the initial heat order coming in. It's just gone past 2 o'clock local time. As we continue on down here in Punta Preta. And can start to hear the local music coming over the speakers, which only means one thing. The rhythm is going to be hitting Punta Preta. And this is almost like the battle music. Suddenly you can see the boys rocking up, swaying from side to side, getting ready for battle. And the battle is definitely out there on the water so far. Finn again, another big score, 710, 673, 13.83 there for him. As they go all the way back out and waiting for that next set to come in. And you can see everybody here on the beach. That's why I'm talking about the rhythm. You can start to see the boys moving as they're just cruising along. And there is definitely no energy out the back while we're waiting for a set to come in. There we can see Finn Spencer circling around. And the same there for Marley as they're fighting for that priority to see if waves will be coming their way. And a great shot there from the sky of both of these athletes. Even though the wind is light, 16 to 17 knots is what it's marking at the moment. It's supposed to increase a little bit on the afternoon, but this is about the average that we're going to be having out here today. 5.4 there on the Nova Pro for the North athlete, Marley Franco. And on the left, looks like a 4.5 or a 5 there from Finn. Trying to go a little bit smaller. It's all good if you're up on the foil. If you have to pump your way up, little extra size always goes a very long way. Right, dropping in, pushing against that foil. Here we go. Big air to start off with. Marley. Okay, first check turn. Pushes himself down the face. Keeping it up as he's going past that section. Quite straight line at the moment. Goes to the 360. Perfectly landed. That was a beauty. And a couple more turns in air as well. This is going to be a great score for him. This could mark the difference. Has some good numbers, but trying to hold it together here. And he does manage to hold it together. And we saw Finn going off the back of that wave as well. Let's see what the judges thought of that one. There you can see from Finn that textbook in the air just to start off with, and then he's going to get some even more height. Deciding on the breaching, some of the new moves that we've seen from these athletes, breaching that foil out. And we can see our judges' crew up the top, making sure that everything is on point. 7 minutes to go, 13.83. And still waiting for that last wave score of Marley Franco. Franco just floating about there. And Finn circling around, waiting for that set to come, getting ready to engage. And Marley again on another wave, but just an in and an out. As they really are waiting for those sets to come our way. Definitely a lull moment in this heat so far. Guys out there on big wings because that wind, it is fluky. You know, it's even going down to 14 knots now. Forecast says it will maintain throughout the day, but it is definitely playing with us. Round number 6 here of the competition. Day number 2, GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde Punta Preta, powered by Armstrong. But absolutely no action so far. Had an initial 2 waves from Finn, a 7 and a 6 as that first set, but it's been a lull. But here we go. All right, Marley Franco dropping in. What's he got for us? Little bit of a wiggle. But no, he's going to be deciding against it, all right, because he is right. He is right next to, literally right next to the rocks. As we continue on here in this round number 6. Oh, style. Having fun out there. 4 minutes to go. A little bit of a 1 foot and airing his way around as well. And go for the 360, mixing it up, yeah. But going down, as he does know he's going to need that set wave if he wants to get it past Finn. Finn clinical out there. And there we can see the replay of those moves, slow-moing all the way. And then here that free, but going off the back, as you can just see him having fun out on the water. 13.83 versus an 11.70, as we are making it happen. Ben making as much noise as possible over here, as we're just coming under 3 minutes. But still, once again, Finn pulling out the goods. I'm looking out the corner, and I can't see any of the markers on the right-hand side showing that sets are going to be coming our way. All right, so waiting now, 2 minutes to go, and it does look like a little bit of energy out there. Finn very much right on top of the point to see if there will be a set coming in before the end of this one. He knows he has it pretty secured, but he has been seeing Marley has really been pulling out the goods throughout this competition. Round number 6, heat number 1, so the first quarterfinal of the day. And as I mentioned before, we will be crowning world champions if conditions stay with us. We also have that opening ceremony. It's going to be happening in the beautiful location of GWA at 7 o'clock. So if you're down here in Cape Verde, make sure to be there. Come and see meet all of the athletes. Well, we'll be introducing our players to the world. But so far, it does not look like the ocean is going to be able to throw us another bone and send a set our way. 60 seconds to close this heat number 1. And you can see how not really gaining much speed, even though they are out on big wings. Very, very marginal out there at the moment. I'm just bringing up the forecast updated, as it has just gone past 2 o'clock. Let's see if anything has changed. But no, it doesn't look like it has. Maintaining that we've got about 16 to 18 knots during the whole day. 1.8 swells, 14 seconds. And it does say that it actually increases a little bit in the evening. So hopefully that will be coming true. It looks like okay. Final 10 seconds. We are going to be having Finn Spencer dropping in. Oh, going for that big air. But closing it out, not quite getting the landing on that. So that's going to be it. And we are going to be talking about this wave because I'm not sure this is going to count. Didn't see if he took off before the buzzer or after. But getting caught on the inside, way in front of the foam ball. It is going to be Finn Spencer moving through to the next round.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it. What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Salvilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Salvilas.
Welcome back. It's round 6, heat 2. Nathan Van Vuren versus Malo Guinello, the champion from last year here in Cape Verde. Second position overall in the rankings and a big score. Got a little bit of sun out on the beach as well, and that's just bringing out those blues in the ocean just to add even more spectacle to what we've already seen. We're quite a way through this heat 2. There are the faces to the surfers out on the water. Malo Guinello, Nathan Van Vuren. And there are the scores already up. A 12.63 from Malo. He's just done a wave of 7.93. We're going to get a chance to catch all the replays. I don't know exactly which one's which, but Nathan Van Vuren is in the blue, so this is a wave of Nathan's. He's had a 3.17 and a 4.33. And a nice big air from the South African to round out that particular run. Gets back into surf mode. Right in the risky area of the wave as well. And pops himself out of it. So this is Malo then. And that fluid style we've already seen from the Frenchman. Right to the lip of the wave. Then right down to the bottom again. Gets himself prepared for an air. Nothing particularly special there. He did a 4.7 as his first wave. And now has done a 7.9 and a 7.3. This one carries on though. Yeah, nice. And now live pictures of the Frenchman on wave number 4 for him. Gets himself nice and high. We saw that in the previous round, didn't we? Just knew exactly where he needs to be. High out the water, either on the top of the wave or bring the foil as high as possible, just to avoid the rocks that are lurking underneath. 9.73 plays 15.26. That is going to be incredibly hard to beat. Guinole in 2 victories last year, but it was his performance in Morocco that let him down. Otherwise, he would be our world champion coming into this event. A reminder that this is the only event scoring towards the 2025 season, and therefore we are going to crown our world champions tonight at the opening ceremony. There might be a second surf appointment later on in the year for our wingsurfers, but that will count towards the 2026 tour. Just trying to see if 15.26 is the best score that we've seen today. 15.7 from Liam Corral. Remember, we didn't actually see that point score come in because Liam's run was right to the end of the buzzer. And a 15.7, a 16.36 from Malo in his previous heat in round 5, where he defeated Teo Jimenez. So just consistently performing. And a real uphill struggle for Nathan Van Vuren, who's was in the mini final last year. But as per the draw, sometimes you can be lucky, sometimes you have to face the champion from last year. Another wave for the Frenchman. Nothing much developing here. The frequency, though, definitely much higher in this heat than we saw in the previous heat. Wow, nice off the lip and lands right in the power zone. Gets thrown down, unfortunately. But this is the man who really needs to pull out all the stops if he is going to continue to progress in this competition. Both guys in the same pool of water. And in fact, as you can see, both standing in the water, getting themselves prepared again to get going. Spoke to both of these guys on the beach. Malo with a really good idea of exactly where he was on the wind, where he was on the wave, what he needs to do at any given moment in comparison to what's underneath him. Nathan explaining how much he enjoys being able to be a part of the design process of his kit. signature foils. And that's what he's running. And the two of them now heading downwind to get themselves up on the foil, and now turn back upwind to get themselves in the right position for the waves. 8 minutes remaining. No change in the points. Only 3 waves counting. Only 3 waves for Nathan Van Vuren. 2 of them counting. We've got to wait for those sets to roll in. Lots of action at the early part of this second heat. 4 heats, of course, for round 6. We are in the best 16. Sorry, we're in the best 8. We're in the quarterfinals, aren't we? And so points for 9th position. Whenever you hear us saying last year they came 9th, that is eliminated in the quarterfinals. So far eliminated Marley Franco. So excited to see Gnarly Marley here in competition. Went up against Finn Spencer. And once again, poor old Finn finding himself with a pretty light heat. Not too much action from the ocean for him. And now we're in a quiet zone, waiting for the next set to roll in as the sailing boats offshore roll through. Nathan's picked up something here, already surfing. Quite short turns, but it looks really nice. Nice little air, puts him right in the danger zone, needs to get out of there. Now 2 hands on the wing. And he's really up in the foam there, and eventually gets knocked down as behind him. Malo sees what Nathan has done, bails out of his trip, doesn't need to put himself in danger, doesn't need to find himself in the position that Nathan is in right now, which is a disaster. Wing on the beach. He's saved the board, needs to get himself out of there. Just about saves himself. That wing. 4.5. Now being brought up the beach. No assistance available around that area, so the wing has to come all the way round to where they launch and then be handed off. And also launching in that area where the waves are breaking, almost, well, impossible. Meanwhile, Malo Guenole. Oh, goes down early on and gets barreled towards the rocks. The waves are definitely getting bigger, aren't they? Where is the wing? I can see where Malo is, where the board is, but has he lost the wing as well? There is Nathan's wing. And is that... Oh, yeah, there we go. Malo's wing already made it to the beach. In one piece, that's good news. We saw a few earlier on today punctured. I think that is okay. Just trying to get a better look at it. Yeah, still looks... No, it's not. Oh, no, so he's completely lost the wing. He's going to need to go down to the beach to get a new one. Nathan with a bit of surfing going on to get himself to the beach, but we have neither competitor able to improve right now. Nathan without a wing in his hand, and Malo having destroyed his wing, kind of unnecessarily as well. Didn't need to go for that big move. With decent score on the board already. But that's not really the way we want to see competition with 5 or 6 minutes worth of floundering about. See, there's Malo trying to surf his way in. He was quite far upwind as well, so he's going to have a long trip to the beach. 3 minutes remaining. I mean, Nathan, yeah, he can't even, if he get a perfect 10, he wouldn't even surpass Malo. So there's perhaps no point necessarily in going back out there with 2.5 minutes remaining. At least his wing is still in one piece, however. That's going to compromise potentially Malo's progression further on. Yes, he's going to move forward into the semi-finals, but he might not have the ideal kit that he perhaps wanted. His preference for board, his preference for foil and wing may be compromised. Two minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Back on the board, back with his wing. Nathan Van Vuren heads out. They're missing some decent waves in the background. Tell you what, we've lost a couple of €1,000 worth of wings this morning. Up on the board, Nathan Van Vuren making it look easy. Home beach of Melkbos Strand after many years in Maui. 24-year-old now back in South Africa and building alongside his father Ivan these foils, the signature foil that he is now running and relying upon to get himself through into the next round. It's going to be very tricky. He actually needs 2 waves, which with 1 minute remaining is almost impossible. Well, actually, I think it is impossible. But one last chance to wow the crowd here in Cabo Verde as the sun starts to come out. A rather sad way to end Heat 2. I think there's a new wing being handed over to Malo on the beach as the old wing gets returned back to his truck. There it is. Is it the same? 4.5. It is exactly the same. But looks as though he's looking at his watch. He knows what time it is. 10 seconds remaining. And Malo has done it in the most unusual way. Malo has taken the victory here.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Salvilas. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Salvilas.
Bolsa Atleta.
através do vosso atleta, consegui que a sapatilha bicos, agora todo atleta a nível mundial tenta usar em competições internacionais, quase ao pé de igualdade daqueles atletas de alto rendimento.
Depois que conseguir bolsa, para simplesmente de preocupa com a questão financeira e começa a dedicar muito mais a treinos e minha preocupação fica competição, treinos e desenvolvimento pessoal. Então aquele bolsa ali tem uma importância imensa para mim.
Eu passo a dificuldade para morrer, me tiro bem arriba, nunca tenho trabalho fixo, minha trabalho um dia sim, um dia não. Às vezes aqui pode ser para o chão, quando vem, depois que naquele bolsa e a coisa está me evolui, é pouco mais de brilho, energia no treino, é ter mais foco.
É o importante quem tem que as muitas condições financeiras é que gostar mesmo de correr e é exemplo disso e tem que mostrar aos jovens que conseguir realizar seus sonhos realidade.
Candidatos em idj.cv até 20 de janeiro.
Welcome back, guys, to round 6. Heat 3 coming up for you in just a few moments' time. And we are really in the thick of the crunch of things. It's quarterfinals time. We've eliminated Marley Franco, and we've just eliminated Nathan Van Vuren. 2 more to come. Liam Corral, Axel Jarre, Leon Schiel, and Cash Bezzola. Your 4 athletes yet to get on the water in round 6. And first off, let's watch Liam Corral and Axel Jarre, both star performance in the previous round 5. Axel with a 13.6 score. Liam the best score, the second best score of round 5 with a 15.7. Could this go the way of the Maui boy? Wind's starting to blow a bit better out there. He missed this event last year. Got knocked out in the semi-finals in Morocco and the quarterfinals then in Brazil. As the girls get themselves ready, we will be seeing the semi-final of the women once our round 6 quarterfinals are done for the men. Then we'll go back to semi-finals for the men. And we're going to crown our champions today. It's been a big day of competition for everybody. Really looking forward to crunch time. Big semi-final coming up in the women's between Muna White and Annie Reichert. Annie really not getting a chance to do anything yesterday. Boom! Axel Jarre goes down on his first wave. Leon Corral in the blue. He bails out of his first wave. So there'll be a little score on the door. 1.33 it is. Axel was definitely more committed with dire consequences in the end. Hopefully he's got himself out of that danger zone and can get back up. So one of probably the lightest competitors we have. Certainly one of the youngest. And there we go. Easy peasy. Boom. And it is breezy. Just that little puff of wind and Axel is flying along once more. 16-year-old from Brittany. Right, whilst we're getting ourselves warmed up for this Heat 3, let's go down to Joe, who's got one of our Heat winners.
All right, standing down here on the beach with Annie Reichert. Congratulations, great riding out there yesterday. You were in the last heat and now getting ready to go in for a session.
Thank you so much. It was really fun. I took too small of a wing and I kind of floated for a little bit, but the gear handled, and when I was up on waves, it was beautiful and the sunset was amazing. So I'm excited to get another shot today. And it looks tricky, but in a different way. The waves are beautiful. I mean, they're just perfect and peeling, and the last like 20 minutes have been pumping. So I'm excited to get a chance out there.
So obviously you coming from a volcanic island as well, there's a huge Maui crew here, and one of the things we can really see is a big family, everybody helping each other out, always smiles on and off the water. How is it to have so many friends at an event?
It's pretty surreal. I think like I've never been to an event where coming halfway across the world I feel like I'm at home, and that's in large part due to how amazing the people are here and also how many people from home are actually also with me too. And yeah, between Cash and Jeffrey and Finn and that whole crowd, they've been so supportive, and I booked the ticket really last minute, and so they've like really accommodated me, like I'm borrowing helmets, wings, everything. So yeah, it's been really, really cool to witness and be a part of, and I'm just grateful for them.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. It looks like conditions are improving as that tide is getting to that sweet spot. We will see you out there on the water. Back to you guys.
Great to hear from Annie Rijkaard there, who will be coming up in a few moments' time. As I said already, that is the heat we're looking forward to the most. Now, Axel Jarrah's been on another wave. Just came out of that one. I think we're waiting for the scores to roll in for him. 3.8 for the first attempt. Liam Corral's got a 1.33 and a 3. But I think we are waiting for the second wave from Axel Jarrah to get himself properly on the scoreboard. Running the AFS unfettered foils. And looks like just a 4-meter wing for Axel, such as his size. Doesn't need anything bigger than that. Poor old Wesley needed about a 5.5 this morning. So this must be Oh, hang on. What are we looking at now? We're looking at a completely different competition, no? Or is that Liam's first run? That might be Liam's first run. A 6 point... no, this is a 6.5 from Liam Corral. So whilst we were watching Joe's face, we've had 2 good runs, both from Liam and Axel. Whoa. Liam staying up there. The foil getting bit by the shark below, but really great stuff from Liam Corral. And behind him on a wave was also Axel Jarrah. What was he able to do? It was a 5.8 from Axel. So scores are very, very tight at the moment. But as Joe said, conditions are getting better out there. Oh, and Axel just rescuing himself. What a beautiful run by the Frenchman. At the moment, he lies just fractionally ahead of Liam Corral. 9.7 plays 9.53. Liam in the water right now. He needs to get himself back on foiling. And whilst we wait for the next set to roll in, let's go back down to Joe.
Cash, just grabbing you before you go out onto the heat in the water. Conditions definitely looking tricky today. You had the best wave, best general score yesterday, kind of proving the point why you are El Capitano Numero Uno world champion. But second here this last year, and it is looking very challenging today.
It's definitely not easy out there. I think with the tide coming in, though, we've gotten a bit of a pulse, and it could kind of turn on here in the last half of the day here.
It does seem like patience is a virtue. We're seeing a couple of the little nuggets. I mean, just behind us, we saw Leon getting a nice wave. What's your kind of game strategy? Do you want to try and get a couple in the bag and then wait for the bigger ones, or do you wait for the set every single time?
You know, in the beginning, it's been really slow today, so just trying to get 2, and anything that kind of stays off the reef, I'm happy with. And once I get my 2, then I'll be a little bit more choosy.
Well, I'm not going to hold you anymore as you look anxious to get in the water. Good luck out there, and hope to see you in the next rounds. Back to you guys.
Cash Pizzola in the next round, the final heat of these quarterfinals. We've got a couple of more scores that have rolled in. Let's have a look. Here's Liam once more. Is this where he wipes out? Looks like a decent wave from him. Maybe a little bit safe at the top of the wave with his turn. But plenty of surfing, which is what the judges need. Now he can see that the wave's starting to break. Gets himself on the wing just to power up a little bit. Doesn't use it a lot. And then back into the neutral position to get a couple of airs. That's what we saw right at the end. We caught that one, didn't we? Where he almost seemed to get tripped up. That was a great run from Liam Corral. Now it's gone all flat again. This is the last run from Axel. Perhaps a little bit more reliant upon the wing. Big air, lands in the wave though, and is able then to continue. That's what the judges like to see. And finds himself ahead of the foam wall coming at him. Gets himself out of there. Oh, plays with a lip as well. Beautiful run. And we've got another set coming in, as I can see out the window. Liam has just come off it. No idea where Axel is. But this is a heavy fought contest for Heat 3. No sign of Axel. Here is what Liam just managed to do. Oh no, sorry. We're going to see a replay of Axel's run. Liam just behind. Again, the drone foreshortening. Now it looks like he's right in the pocket. Now he looks like he's in the danger zone. Some beautiful turns. Now, what about the freestyle nature that we expect to see from Axel Gerard? Boom! Yes, and he lands it.
I just caught that as I was walking back from the beach. First backflip off the lip onto the wave. Axel Gerard. Now, let's see what the judges are looking at that, because that is Innovation 101.
That's what we were expecting. That's what people were tipping you earlier on, Joe. Keep it in your pocket as long as you need it. He obviously felt like he needed it in front of Liam Corral, because Corral's done some fantastic runs so far. I reckon there's a bit of discussion going on in the judging tower there as to what they should be rewarding.
Yeah, there you can see they're watching the replays. Obviously, we have the live stream for them as well, so they can see exactly what is happening there. Jose Luengo standing up. Alvaro Nieva, head judge in the back, having a little look-see. Let's go back to the action, guys. As our judges, multiple faces. And we will have to wait to see that magic number come up. I mean, yes, it was a little bit on the flat, but innovation, first backflip, different than the 360. I'm going to say it looks better than the 360s. And as we mentioned before, people were calling it out. And the secret source by Axel Gerard has been released. Here we go. Another good wave. He's not leaving anything up for chance.
He is slightly behind at the moment. Liam's had two really nice waves. Having to bail out of that one early. Surely that last run is going to be a better score than the 6.5s that Liam has on his board right now, because Axel's only got 5s and he needs something special.
I mean, he had a couple good turns. I didn't quite see the first ones. So let's not forget, yes, it is a spectacular maneuver, which we're just going to see once again while we're waiting for the sets to come in. I mean, here you can see on this slow-mo where he just cruises, punches it in, and does continue on surfing. Needs to get back on the wave, but still good maneuver. Going to be an interesting moment, because obviously these are the kind of freestyle maneuvers, thanks to being able to use the power of the wing now to perform those air maneuvers. These are going to be the starts of things we're going to see on the surfing side. So very important moment. 6.47. And then we can see Nathan, always the ambassador, even though not making his way through to the semi-finals, putting on a solid performance here in this event.
So even with that backflip, we still haven't got Axel ahead of Liam. Such has been the surfing of Liam so far in this heat. Two really solid surfing runs with some tricks thrown in. But ultimately, judges feeling as though Liam's second run stronger than Axel's second run, even with the big trick. So that gives you an idea of where the judges are thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Axel concentrating on that move and a little bit of less surfing at the beginning. Now, if he got the surfing at the beginning and then threw those kind of moves, that's when we're going to start to see those big scores. We just, managed to tackle Cash into getting that interview just before he was going out onto the water. And yeah, there are a few nuggets, but conditions are tricky out there. And when, the quality of the athletes that we have in this round number 6 are saying it's hard, it is definitely hard out there. They're breaking a little bit off of the reef, and then some of the top sections, you really have to pick off the good ones if you want to be able to go in all the way around. And yeah, 13.10, Liam again putting on a solid performance.
Yeah, both runs early on in the heat, really strong. Axel's first run visually equal to it, but scored slightly less. And then he went with that big trick. He needs to go with that big trick again or to do something similar. Then at least he'll be on par with Liam. Right now he's 0.8 of a point behind Liam. So he needs to get himself a high 6.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes to do it as well. And now this is where that waiting game starts. It does look like there's a little bit of some lines coming in out the back there. So you can see it's quite cloudy today. When those rays of sunshine come through, you can see the beauty of the color. There's that mint F1. It's not light blue, we've been told.
Is that official?
That is official. So
okay.
It's the mint color. After 8s are in the house. There we can see the Spencer brothers, Jeffrey and Finn, just cruising out. And as you can pretty much sit 5 meters away from the action, they have all of their cars parked up right against the reef and can just enjoy the action firsthand.
2.5 minutes remaining. Liam Corral, who was not here last year, missed this event, versus the 16-year-old from Brittany. Onto another wave for Liam. Big air lands in the wave. Now got to continue. Got to keep the momentum. Drops one-handed. Now into surf mode.
We can see Axel grabbing one at the back as well, but Liam really making good moves at this 360 as well right away. This is going to be a very good score for him. Axel has got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and Axel's bailed out early as well.
Yeah, he's obviously seen that one didn't have scoring potential, so now he has to stay at the top and hope for a set to come his way because he is trailing as it is.
Oh, he's trailing and static, and the flat water there suggests not a lot of wind for him to get out. This is what happened to him. Went big again.
Huge 360 off the lip there for him, but not being able to get that. This is what I love about this new rule being added. Those kind of moves is what we're going to start to see pushing the sport forward. I mean, I think the general consensus over a lot of the riders, they really like to now being able to add that air part into the mix. And then we can see also Muna White, multiple champion, getting ready to get out on the water.
So looking forward to that contest between Muna and Annie later on. The master and the apprentice almost. But two big names in the sport of water sports generally. We still have to complete our men's category though. We've still got Heat 4 to come with our world champion. And we've still got 29 seconds left of this, but it does look as though we're going to lose Axel Gerard. So much excitement around this young Frenchman, but he hasn't been able to deliver 2 big runs. And Liam is incredibly strong and consistent.
Very consistent. He's been on beat ever since the start of this competition. Yep. Axel, there are no ways for him out the back. So that is going to be official. It's going to be Liam Corral is going to be moving his way into the semi-finals of this competition.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Introducing the 2025 Float. Elevate your sessions with the 2025 Float from Duotone.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Heat number 4, round number 6, the final quarterfinal. Already waiting in the semifinals. Finn Spencer is going to be going up against Marley, 4th and 1st position from last year in this event. And then now going to be out there on the water is going to be Leon Shell up against Cash Pizzola. Coming in with power straight off the beat. Here we have Leon. What's he got for us?
Got to go big here. He's got to send it. He's up against the world champion with so little experience. Wow. He has shown so much promise over the early rounds that we've seen him. Massive air from Cash further back, though, in the white. And he's getting himself dragged out of that wave as well. Straight away, 19-minute heats, and within a minute, we get 2 big performances.
And coming down here, Punta Preta for the last seed of the quarterfinals. The winner making it into the semifinals of this event. For Life Podcast, go crash and send it. Well, both of these athletes definitely sending it. And as we grabbed Cash just before we went on the water, saying that it is tricky, but there are a few nuggets. Mentioned to me that a little further up on the break, almost at where the left-hander would normally be if it was bigger, you can catch up on a few. The guys having to pull out all of the cards from up their sleeve to be able to get the performance they need out here. Cash.
I think Leon's on the beach.
And it did look like Leon was on the beach there getting caught out. So hopefully, yes, he is. All right. So Leon starting off this heat. Not exactly how he would want to.
What's he looking for? I think has he lost something, or is he
No,
going to
it's
swim
just 'cause
round to the...
as it's so shallow, he's just swimming across the rocks instead of trying to walk across them. Because he's lost, it looks like he's lost his board. And yeah, okay, jet ski's coming in as well. So you can see out the corner of the booth here. He's just about to make it to his board. There you go. So Leon now has his board. But he's going to be having to paddle into the shore if he wants to get to yet another wing.
He's not allowed to touch the jet ski.
Correct. If he is assisted, that will be it. Game over. I'm not sure if maybe Leon is actually the... I reckon Leon is the one with the wing, and it's a friend of his who's out there grabbing his board.
Ah, okay.
I think that might be the case. The wing has broken. I'm seeing coming across our booth here, Ben. Big slash down the middle.
Yeah, so that's somebody completely different.
That's somebody who has gone out and grabbed his board. But let's keep on Cash out in the competition area, as he already has a 3.90, 4.23 there from Leon. So good start. And now Cash is in position up the top end of the competition area.
And an opportunity here to really lay down the gauntlet for Leon. On the beach, he'll be mainly focusing on what he needs to do for sure, but have half an eye on what Cash is doing here. It's a little roller coming in, deciding against it. It was a little behind it anyway, but it didn't develop into much. What about this next one? Cuts across. So there is Leon. I'm pretty sure you're right in that it wasn't Leon on the back of the jet ski.
So basically, Leon has come back to shore with his wing, picked up another board by himself, but the board that was out in the middle of the bay has been picked up from a friend of him. So he's keeping to the rules and can continue on in the competition. But yeah.
Slightly confusing because they were both wearing black and both with exactly the same designs upon them. Right then. Good news, though. He can continue. And is, at the moment, kind of leading, even if both scores would not count because there's only one single wave on the board at the moment.
And the question will be is if that fall has shaken him up. Because, yes, you know, to get a wave, but to kind of go down as soon as you start, and then you can see the wing slashed in half.
Horrible.
Unfortunately, that's not a sight you want to see. But he continues on. Action is on out the water. And Cash having a little peekaboo there, but deciding against it. It does look like there are some lines coming his way, though. Is he going to be turned around on this one? Yes, he does. And this is looking like a very nice swell, as there are lines stacked across the horizon. Both of the athletes dropping in.
Watching Leon Schell here. A few moments ago on the beach. Got himself a new wing in his hand. Doesn't need to use it for the moment because it's all about the surfing. Now choosing to pick up the wing. Gets a little air. And once more. Two in quick succession. The beach are going wild for something. I don't know what's happening with Cash behind. But that was a solid run for Leon, and that's going to calm the nerves, isn't it, after being smashed about a bit earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. And now let's have a little look-see at Cash. I think the crowd was shouting for both of them. Great moves. And we will see the replay of that last wave from the Hawaiian. All right, here we go. Cash, little air. Up and around, just see how crouched he is. And now here, oh, that wave is picking up perfectly. Look at that. American Airlines in the house. And managing to stay on his board. That was huge, but 2 turns and a big air.
Yeah, but I was wondering where he finished up.
Yeah.
And he's finished up on the beach. So much like we've seen from Leon before, he's now got work to do to get himself back out there. Was it worth it? Was it worth that huge commitment? Landing himself right in the pocket, really in the sort of most dangerous point. And he did stay up, didn't he?
He did stay up, so I'm presuming it's going to count. Now we can see it from a more frontal angle. So he had that one turn, and look at that. Look at the size of that air. Beautiful. Points himself down, lands it, and does he control out of it? Yes, he does. So that move counts because he has created control, gone along on the white water, and then he's gone down. So great move there from Cash. But he is in a sticky situation if he wants to be able to make his way back out. And here we see Leon pumping like no tomorrow.
Graphics still waiting for that score, for that run. It's no doubt it's going to be big, though, for Cash Bazzola.
Yeah, it's curious. I mean, we are coming to the point where obviously innovation is coming out, and now with the addition of the being able to use the power of the wing to get the air, these big air maneuvers are coming in. But let's analyze it. Biggest one we've seen, there was a couple of surfing turns, so checking that box, checking the air box, and he did get the landing, 7.73. This is what the judges want to see, without a doubt.
We've seen 8s. We've gone beyond 8. But that's still a really good score for Cash, and it puts pressure on Leon. We know that Cash is going to be struggling for a little bit. He needs to get himself back out on the water, and his second run is only a 3.9. So that means that Leon needs a 7, but he only needs a 7.2 or something like that. He doesn't need to go a big 7. Has he got that in his pocket? Have we seen Leon with a 7 before?
I think we've seen him with high 6s.
Yeah, right.
Let me have a check here. If this
my computer's decided
if this wants to load, internet seems to throw the hamster another carrot, please. All right, so Leon 12s, so no 7s there. I think the highest he's had is high 6s from what I can see. Yeah, high sixes, but still great performance for him because he has been very, very consistent. Yeah, 6.80 for Leon. So more than capable of doing it because waves are definitely starting to form. We've seen some big moves from him. And there we go. Getting that foil high and in the sky. Not tweaking it as much as we see from Cash. Cash kind of, extends that back leg to get that kind of picture-perfect tweet out position. Leon kind of throwing his legs a little bit in. So obviously, style does come into the mix. So Cash definitely having the upper hand when it comes to that. But both of these guys throwing down. And there we can see Cash trying to get back up on his foil. There he is. Time to go. Oh
dear.
Signs of nerves, maybe? I don't think so. After an air like that, altitude sickness?
Yeah. He just got himself, once he'd landed, and he would have realised where he was and realised there wasn't that many options to get out of there. Lucky that all the equipment stayed in one piece. And Leon still hasn't put down a second run yet. That's what we need. We need a second wave from Leon. It needs to be a big one. And it just hasn't really rolled in for him for the moment.
Yeah, and I just got a question out here. Luis Augusto, from what I was told, he was out there on the skate, but I have seen Leon changing his wings multiple times. When we finish this heat, I'll make sure to find out that info for you. And yeah, you can see almost right on the money there. Billy, as he got a high 7. So Cash Pizzola, 7.73. 3.90, totaling at an 11.63. And here we have him dropping in one more time. The way he lands and pushes that forward in, just doesn't lose speed at all. It's just fluid. There's not a wobble. There's not a wiggle. It's all the way along. Okay, now he is. This is when he's going to push it out. Try and make that carving back turn. Here we go. The amount of control. Cash, beautiful. Right. Oh, just coming up on the lip and getting knocked off.
Just a little bit late on the landing. The wave a little bit smaller for Leon behind. At least it'll be on the... Oh, dear. And catching a rock underwater.
Equipment testing ground, these rocks, I tell you.
And look, that board has gone all the way into the shore.
Yeah, so Leon in once again a sticky situation. It's not what we want for the youngster.
Don't need to use a tether, do you?
No.
Need to wear a helmet.
Yeah, obviously, with the foil, as it's, technically it is quite sharp. You want that board going away from you, not staying attached to your leg when you're going over the falls. So some people have the leashes or kind of cool leashes that go to their knee if they're downwinding or kind of, freestyling where you can push out of it. But when it comes to the waves, you want that foil getting as far away from you as possible. But when it comes to competition, sometimes you might want to be able to keep a hold on that board. But yeah, so no leashes on boards for most of these athletes. And Leon, I mean, he is using some energy up.
Yeah, second big recovery from Leon. At least everything's in one piece. Whereas Cash now still waiting on a score for that. It hasn't come in on our live timing at the top there. Just getting himself gathered. 6 minutes remaining. Still time.
Plenty of time. I mean, we saw Leon in the previous heat with one of those buzzer beaters on that final wave. Again, the wind, anything can happen. Top 2 waves count. He's already got a good score, 4.23. And he'd need around a 7. High 6, so we've seen him be doing high 6s. But I mean, Cash with that backup of a 390, he can do those all day long.
Yeah. As I say, we should be seeing a score from in that second box from Leon because we have seen more than one wave for him. But certainly not going to surpass the 11.63 that Cash has on the board right now.
Yeah, and Leon struggling here. You can kind of look at the expression on his face. Went over the rocks twice. You can start to see the exhaustion coming in. All right, Cash, he's got the speed. Powering along. Watch out. Here he comes. Going for the 360. Oh, just catching up short. That was a beauty. Trying to equal what we saw there from Axel Gerard in the previous heat. He obviously went, okay, you've tried it. I'm going to make it.
And also trying to get beyond 15 because we know there are other competitors out there that can get 15s. If you want to win the competition today, that's where you need to be. So at least, I suppose, Cash can use these next 5 minutes as a bit of a practice. Not too much of a threat from Leon.
And here we can see Annie also getting ready for a semi-final, as that is going to be coming up very shortly. Great to see all of the athletes coming in from Maui. Very talented young lady. As she is going to be coming up in that second heat. And also going up against her friend Muna White. First semi-final, the winner is going to be Francesca Maini and Nia Suardias. Those are going to be the first two athletes.
Yeah, Nia didn't get herself a second heat yesterday, did she? Because she went directly through a bye. So we only saw her once.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just talking to Nia when I was walking up, she was saying, you know, she wasn't over the moon with her performance yesterday and looking to improve it. Her words were, you just watch and see. So, wow. Put your money where your mouth is, mate.
World champion from Spain, Elena Moreno, not here. So the flag for Spain being flown by Nia. Mardilace also being eliminated yesterday, the third Spanish lady of 7 entrants we had. And so a Brit, a Spaniard, and 2 Americans in the semi-final of the women's. And it looks as though we'll have a couple of French, no, 2 Americans, a Canadian and a French.
Canadian / Maui. What would we call him? Knowing Finn, I think he'd probably prefer that we call him out Hawaiian out here on the water. And now, all right, Leon, beautiful wave. This has got some size to it.
He's got to do something with it, though.
He has.
Hasn't done anything yet. Go for the air, but needs to surf it now.
Yeah, hitting the air on that flat section, judges, you know, especially when you have the likes of coming to these future heats. That is a better turn. All the way along off the top.
It's huge for Cash in the background as well.
Opening up very nicely for these guys.
Now the surfing turns are coming in. I never did get a score from that second run from Leon. It doesn't matter because this one's going to be better. And did Cash go down? I think he might have done again. Here's Cash's run. We saw it in the back of shot. The waves were good. High out of the water.
Oh, trying to let that foil loose and do a sliding 180 as well. And look at that going over this section. Just look how his body position. Look where he places himself and lands it perfectly. So that really is a one-hit wonder. Some comments coming up on the stream, you know, asking like how a one turn into a huge air that we saw before got more than, you know, the likes of some of the waves that are surfed a lot more. Very good question. Judging criteria, obviously innovation is out there. It's the first time we're seeing these aerial maneuvers. And, you know, our judges looking to mix it up because the sport is it's at a tipping point. It is at a point where they're starting to bring in those big airs. I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of the power surfing and linking it together like we've seen from, you know, Malo Genole. And then that, you know, that beautiful backflip there from Axel. But the surfing before the backflip wasn't as good as the surfing before Cash's big move.
Yeah, and Cash once again finding himself in that difficult zone to get himself back up. And yeah, there's also damage to a foil there.
Yeah, coming down so hard. Probably hit a rock as he's on his ways. Because I tell you what, those foils can take a beating. 30 seconds to go as he's going to try and get out of the impact zone. Leon counting down.
Quite sure why we're not seeing scores for Leon. Feel as though there should be something on the board for Leon, but both website and live timing not showing anything. And with 3 seconds remaining, he does have a wave, and here we go, but difficult to know exactly if he's got an opportunity still to win this final heat of the quarterfinals.
All right, just got information in. So if a competitor gets assistance inside the competition area from the rescue press boat, jet ski, or any other craft, they will be disqualified from the heat. And so meaning that in the end, what we saw out there where he was getting assisted and then it looked like he wasn't because he got the board from the shore, meaning that Leon is not getting any more scores because of this. So Cash has taken the win early on in this heat, even though both of them have been surfing it out.
Yeah, so what we saw on the back of the jet ski was Leon. It wasn't somebody else.
Yep, it looks like it. I mean,
interesting one, though, because a simple rule they should all know, and also the jet ski driver should also know not to necessarily offer himself up. But there was a little bit of discussion in the early competition yesterday about that, because the jet ski driver was very keen to go and help, and race director on the radio, don't do it. Right, that is the quarterfinals done and dusted for the men's. We're going into semi-final mode, and first up, it will be the women.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com. Welcome back to Ponte de Preta in Cape Verde for women's semi-final time. Picture postcard venue and the very, very best waves that we can possibly offer lining up for semi-final number one. Francesca Maini from the UK and Nina Swadiath from Tarifa.
Hometown, mate. Hometown. But both of these girls absolutely throw down. Nia not having the best of days yesterday, was able to almost cruise through because she, obviously Elena Moreno not being here and being seeded, she kind of had an easy way through. Francesca hugely impressed me. She was dedicated. She was pushed in. You could see in the body language and pushing every single turn. 19-minute heat again. Your semi-final here in Cape Verde. Who is going to be making their way into the final, and both of our athletes floating into the competition area.
Interesting, a little bit late. The clock's already started. 16 and a half minutes in remaining. Semi-final number one. And Francesca is one of very few athletes that we'll see also in the kite discipline. More comfortable in kite than with wing?
I mean, compared to what we saw out there on the water yesterday, it looks like she's comfortable with whatever you put in her hands. So, no, great to see. Obviously, one of the athletes that does all of the different sports, a very, very good big air kiteboarder. Seeing her doing multiple of all of the new moves, and looking forward to seeing her at the King of the Air further on when we had the first Queen of the Air. It's the first women's discipline we had this year over there in Cape Town. And now both of these athletes just trying to swim their way into the competition area. 4.5. That is a small wing.
Yeah. Wind's been all over the place today.
It has. Left, right, and center, mate. But yeah, you can see her out there on the Nova Pro when it comes to Nia here. Out there on the Unit D Lab from Duotone with the Alula. One of the new wings, so not using the float. And look at the set that is about to roll in. This is looking like one of the nicest sets we've seen so far. A line snack to the horizon. All right, Swadia's dropping in. What has she got for us? Oh, that Punta Preta wave, when you see it from the side there with the drone, just how it peels along.
Didn't like it.
But she didn't like how it was peeling. So decided to go against it. But yeah, you can see that beautiful A-frame. And Francesca here struggling. There you can see using the wave to kind of bump her along. And now that's where she's going to try and pump to get up on that foil. And Nia, I'm not going to say letting go of a set, because obviously she has the perspective of exactly what is happening out there. But from here, some of those waves did open her up along the reef.
It looked good from the drone. She would have seen what was breaking on the shoreline. Always look different though, doesn't it, from water's edge, or beach, or drone.
Nice top turn here from Nia, right in front of the camera, going along, staying high to get away from that reef. One of the things, Nia is known for her consistency and also competition savvy. She knows at the moment she doesn't have to push it. She's just getting a couple of numbers, couple of scores up. Francesca, known more for kind of putting them to the wall and all bells whistling. And we saw that out there yesterday. And here we can see Annie getting ready to go into the water, your Armstrong athlete from Maui. And great to have her here. And check out this athlete. She really throws down when it comes to waves. Surfing some of the biggest waves out there. You put a board underneath this young lady's feet, and magic will happen.
This is Francesca's first attempt then. A little bit later onto the water than Nia. Oh, and goes down. That is not good news as to where she's gone down as well. Nia just getting a couple of scores on the door already, so 1.4 and a 3. But Francesca's found herself in a horrible position. And this could well be being swept onto the beach here, and a reset for the British rider.
Trying to duck dive underneath that one. You can see being pulled back, and oh, there's another set wave coming her way as well. So she's going to get thrown through the tumble dryer. All right, Nia. Wing getting a little caught up. She goes to that first backside turn, going in for a second, opening, arcing up. Needs to be going back to the power section of the wave instead out on the shoulder if she wants those higher scores. 2 hands on, and airs her way out. Oh, Swadia's putting some numbers up.
That's all you really need to do. As we saw in the women's competition yesterday, just a couple of solid runs, a couple of solid waves. Francesca, quite sure what happened there. She was quite happily in the wave and almost ended up with weight too far forward.
And that is a face of concentration if I have ever seen one. Annie getting ready to get in the water, and you can see the crowd starting to come along as they know semi-finals are here. Oh, and Francesca still next to the rocks, just going with the current. and hopefully being able to paddle out of that impact zone, as you can see her here.
At least that big set now should have calmed the seas a little bit.
It's not a 4.5, it's a 5.4.
I wasn't going to argue.
Okay, all right. Seeing it upside down.
I know how dyslexic I am.
Blonde
So, like,
moment
upside down works well
of the
for
day.
me.
Blonde moment of the day. So I was very surprised that she was going on a 4.5. So there you is. She is on that 5.4.
Judges like the run, though.
Mm.
Judges like the wave.
Very much so. 4.5. I mean, best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, more committed. And I suppose you could say from what we saw, it was
Yeah,
more risky.
Body language going in, risk it, throwing it in. Nia, very calm and collected. The second wave, just a couple of check turns, then goes off. I mean, she is going to be right back in position. Francesca still yet to get up. But nice first trading punches here in this semi-final. Let's not forget, winner will go through to the winners' final. And second position will be going into our small or mini final. And there's some lines coming up again. It looks like Nia having a little look-see. I'd be going for that third wave if it was me. And deciding to turn around here on this second one.
I haven't seen too many riders with backside to the wave. Maybe a few of the men riding switch to counteract it.
And here we have Nia amongst the haze of the wave in front of her, throwing all the way around. And here, there you go. That's a better open carving turn. Very nice here from the Spaniard all the way down. Judges are going to like this. Top to bottom, rail to rail, foil to foil. Really cruisy, nice style here from Nia Suarez. That is going to be a good score. Ah, people joining in. Hope you are well. Go Frango, go Frango. Supporting her fellow big air athletes, Francesca. And getting ready to get out there. She has already has a 4.5. Let's see how the judges are going to be scoring that last one. And also I can see Charles Brodell, one of our hydrofoil freestyles as well.
I think that was scored as a 3.15. Came up pretty quick as a score, but...
It does look like it, yeah. Waiting for this internet to give us a little love. But yep, 3.15 for that last one. All right, so 6.20 versus a 4.5. But Francesca has a 4.5 on one score. So plenty of growing grounds, plenty of room.
Judges definitely rewarding the risk then. Definitely
absolutely.
recognising that. Because Nia, as you say, her surfing was beautiful. But it has been safe so far. Francesca can get herself a decent wave. Clearly, she's happy to take bigger risks at the moment. Maybe Nia can then switch it up if she needs to. As you said, calculating what needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, Nia, one of the things she is, when it comes to competition, she's a pit bull. She knows exactly what she needs, where she is. Let's say wave is not as much as her speciality as it is when it comes to freestyle. But she has improved so much. Let's not forget winning the last event over there in Ibidaquera. There was a freestyle aspect in amongst it. But now with the addition of this new format and, you know, being able to use the air of the wing and holding on to be able to perform those air tricks, we might be seeing freestylers coming and doing a lot of different innovations. We've seen the 360 attempts there from Cash, the backflip landed by Axel. It's a, you know, a new moment and new moves will be coming to the competition floor. But so far, both of these athletes just chilling along. Francesca, even though she's in second place, I'm going to say has the advantage.
Okay. About halfway through this first semi-final. Just one attempt, one wave from Francesca that was rewarded well by the judges, but then took a long time to recover from. She found herself on the rocks. And that risk versus reward, we've seen so many. I mean, Cash was exactly the same, wasn't he, in his run. Each time he went big, was on the rocks, got himself out of that situation, went back, did the same thing again.
I will say, though, Ben, you forgot to put the quarter in the wave machine. It looks like it's run out of credit.
It does
because
look like
at the moment, there is nothing out there on the water as we have 6 minutes to go. There we can see that next semi-final that's getting ready is going to be in between Muna White and Annie Richard. And also, I mean, look at the people on the boat. What about that for a view?
I like the boat. Very pretty.
Are we calling that boat mint, or is it also a light green?
Oh dear!
Well, you know, I don't want to say it. We might get handled here.
It's a different shade of whatever colour that was.
All right, so bobbing and cruising around. Swadieth out on the yellow and purple duotone, the new unit D-Lab. And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Francesca Maini is going to be out there on the Nova Pro from North.
Nia's now got herself a 6.63, so that was what her last run was.
Yeah.
Took a while for it to pop up on the screens, but you certainly recognise the surfing element of it, and the judges did too. That puts real pressure now on Francesca.
I mean, she's looking at a 4, but she would need a 4-something, a 4.7, 4.8. So pretty much the same score and some of the bigger score that we've been seeing from Francesca, because let's have a look. She's had an 11.9 in that previous round.
Okay, so she's capable.
She's definitely capable of 12.20 when she went out against Muna. So 2 of the biggest hits. So plenty of time. One more set, one good wave, and it could change everything up. But both of the athletes are in position. So even if Francesca gets another wave, Nia will have an opportunity also of increasing. And a 3.15 is a small score for them.
Absolutely. Easily increasable, if that's a word. Something developing here. Is it big enough? It does at least give Francesca an opportunity to go again with 4 minutes remaining. Into surf mode then. Here we go from the Brit.
This is a better wave. Look at that. Flowing, similar to what we saw from Nia. She's looking for the air. She is powering along, and this is where that section starts to get hollow. This is where we start to see some of those air getting as close as he can there with our drone. Great riding here from Francesca. Needs to maybe add it up if she wants to get some extra scores. I'm going to say Nia was a little bit more top to bottom, but now as she's come to that last section, let's see what the judges have thought about that. 6.63 for Nia. Going to be lower, I would say, for Francesca.
As you say, you're all about the carving top to bottom turns, and there wasn't a huge amount there from Francesca. It was a committed, speedy run. I almost looked as though she was staring at the drone saying, "Get out of my way." Waiting for potentially some air to come. It didn't, but she does have the opportunity to loop round and maybe pick up something if it presents itself. With 3 minutes now remaining, she does at least have a second score on the board, although that's not actually appearing as yet, but it should still appear. Oosh! Down goes Nia in a critical moment. 2.5 minutes gone, and almost a gust of wind pulling her off her board.
Given an opportunity for Francesca now have priority on the set coming in if it does appear. And that is definitely not what Nia wants. Let's have a little look-see as we are waiting for that score. What would she need? She needs a high 5, so she would need a 5.29 is what Francesca is going to be looking for to be able to go past Nia Swadieth.
And thankfully, Nia's easily back up on the board and back up foiling again. Seeing many men stuck in that position for a couple of minutes' time. It only took 30 seconds for the Spaniard to get up and running. Where's this score for Francesca? Was it enough? Certainly wasn't as big as a 6.63. But everybody needs to know if she's close. No, they've awarded her a 2.3 for it.
Yeah,
so she's going to have to go big again.
Yeah, you could see that drone angle. She was quite far out on the shoulder, and wasn't getting the turns that we saw there from Nia. So 90 seconds, Francesca really needs a nugget to be coming her way if she's going to be able to get past the Spaniard here, Nia Suarez, as she's just coming nice and close to us.
Doesn't put her in a great position, though, does it, for a wave if it comes in the last minute? Carl's round now. Presumably knows exactly where she's at timing-wise. Francesca needs to cut back, which she does. Just about has priority.
Yeah, and turning herself around in front of Nia to make sure that she holds on to that priority. There you can see the guys having a little look at the watch. There's some of the kite surfers who are getting ready tomorrow. You see Hendrik Lopez there on the left. Zany still on under the flag in the red. Nicolas Adamziev. Then we can see the Aussies also getting ready to rumble, as it's looking like tomorrow might be the day that we'll be starting with the GK Kite World Tour. The first event of the season. And now Francesca's speeding along. It looks like she's seen something. And Nia going off of the back. Is there going to be a wave here for Francesca? We will soon find out, but she needs it to be a golden one if she wants to have an opportunity here. Oof. So this is going to count. Final wave for Francesca. The one for Nia won't. All right, here we go. Francesca, final move. Buzzer beater. Can it be?
A few turns in there. May need a few more, though. That's a small wave, too. Little bit of a pop, a little bit of an air on the back side of the wave, though. And I'm afraid that's it, I think.
Yeah, we're going to wait for the official results to come in. But unless something really changes, it is going to be Nia Suarez who will advance. But we will see those results coming our way very shortly.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second semi-final. This is almost, could be, a celebrated final with Muna White and Annie Reichert. Annie being invited by the organisation to take part in this competition. She's had an easy run of things so far after the first 2 heats that we saw yesterday. But now she has got one of the fiercest, one of the most complete athletes in the women's category. Second here last year. Muna White will also compete across all 3 categories and disciplines over the next 10 days. But for the first couple of days, focusing on the Wingfoil category. Elena Moreno, who won here last year, who won overall the World Championship, not here. And quite a few new names to get excited about. Boden van der Linden already being eliminated yesterday afternoon, as was Marley. We also lost local Anita Amaro. And so in the final then, Annie Reichert, Muna White, and we've just seen Nina Suarez and Francesca Maini. Before we get points on the board here, let's go back to Joe on the beach, who has the winner.
Nia, congratulations, coming off of the water with the win. It does look like it's a little tricky out there, but that last wave, rail to rail, turn for turn, going into the final.
Yeah, really stoked to be in the final. We didn't got the best heat. We just got 1 set in. And yeah, the wind was pretty light. We couldn't get up really at the beginning. But yeah, it was still nice and really excited to go on to the final.
One of the things we can see throughout the competition is now that freestyle aspect coming in, the air tricks. You are known for your freestyle. You are the world champion. How do you feel about that, being able to mix the turns with the maneuvers?
Well, for me, it's a bit more sketchy on backside, so a bit harder to combine. But it looks insane, especially in the men. Like looking at Finn and Cash just ripping is really nice.
Well, there you go. Sky's the limit. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in the final. Back to you guys.
I like that Joe throws back to both of us, even though it's only me in the booth. Right, we've got some moves going. We didn't see much from Annie yesterday. Certainly building confidence. We heard from Joe earlier on how little kind of experience she has, how she's borrowed almost all of her kit to be here. I'm pretty sure that might have been Muna actually. Scores on the doors, and Annie Reichert has already got herself a 7. Muna White with a 3.8. That was just quite sure exactly who that was finishing off. It could have well been Muna, but we need to see if we can find, yeah, it was Muna that we just finished off. Annie Reichert with a 7.08 on her first wave, pretty much over the last couple of days. And here she is out back with her Armstrong wing. The competition's been going 6 minutes. I'm presuming that we're still waiting for the scores of that second run from Muna White. But the judges loving whatever they saw from Annie Reichert. Yeah, the second one comes in as a 5. So what we just caught there coming off the back of the interview was Muna's second run. That's been judged at a 5, but Annie Reichert has been given a 7 for something else. Just a recap then, yeah. So here we go. This is what we were talking about a little earlier on. Muna White being given a 5 for this. A couple of turns in there, quite upright, as we saw yesterday with her positioning. Pumps out of the danger zone and pops out the top. Pretty controlled, as we saw from Nia before. But certainly that kind of low attacking surfing style that we saw from Cash, for instance, slightly lacking there from Muna. Now flying in. Annie Reichardt. Has she got a wave developing underneath her? Not sure there's much there. It's gone a little bit quiet. So while she has got the better score of the two women, for the moment it doesn't count because she needs that second score on the board. Even if it's a small one, it needs to be a 1. It would be better than what Muna has at this second, but we're still only just under halfway. I reckon there's something building behind her. If she cuts down wind too much, she will find herself in the wrong position. But how cool to see. Muna White now positions herself heading towards the beach. Is there any opportunities to improve on that 3.83? There is the wave there. Right, here we go, into surf mode. Wing goes into her right hand. And this looks good. It is a set. And there's a few turns in there. Slightly middle of the road on the wave. But she's in a good pocket. She's not too safe. We saw Nia further away on the shoulder. And just one wave back is Annie Reichardt. This will be her second score then. We'll see a replay of the top of that. But she's already got that massive 7.08 on the board. And that is definitely going to be hard for Muna to beat.
Wow, Ben, what did I miss?
Unfortunately, we didn't see it. But it clearly was a good run.
Beautiful.
Here we go. This is Annie's second run.
Okay, so pumping away through, but 7.0, that is a very, very good score to have.
Okay, not much there for Annie's second attempt.
And a big hello to Nicole and the McDonald family. Old Wall Street and the boys. As we are just under 10 minutes to go. So 3.8350 here for Muna White. And Annie there with that 7.08. What an opener here for the Armstrong athlete. So I've just gone and had a chat with the race director just before I came back in the booth. So we are doing the semifinals of the women, semifinals of the men, mini final of the women, mini final of the men, grand final of the women, grand final of the men. That is going to be the heat sequence that has just been modified. As we continue on here, day number 2, GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde, and the beautiful right-hander, that is Punta Preta.
Something developing here behind Annie Reichardt. We haven't got the score for that very small wave that she just attempted, but this looks like a better one. Let's see some of those big arcing turns then. A little bit more tentative and upright than perhaps we're used to seeing her on a surfboard. Just needs to get a little bit more direct with those turns. But it's a decent run of things. Behind her, Muna White on a smaller wave that's sort of given up the ghost on her quite early on. But we're waiting to see both the scores actually from the previous waves that we saw. This is Muna's run. See, just a little bit more, especially that top turn. She's bringing it all the way back round to then be direct down the wave. Full complete turns from Muna White, with Annie just being a little bit more tentative. Happy to be far out the bay, picking up the wave nice and early. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, they can really read it. I mean, you know, the surfing background that this young lady has, and coming from Maui, and, you know, pretty much always on the water, as we said. 8 athletes here from the United States, all of them hailing in from Maui.
Well, it's 8 men.
Yes,
so
exactly. So even more.
Yeah.
And really enjoying to see the surfing action that we have from these athletes, and great to see how they're picking up on some of the waves. I mean, look at that, 7.08, 5.58. That might be the biggest score of the competition, because it was in that round number 1 in between Muna and Francesca, but unfortunately connection seems to have gone now. So hopefully that will be coming back and we'll be able to get, but if memory serves me right, it was a 12.5. So it looks like Annie might have the best score of the competition, and Muna, once again, 12.43. Does it get any closer?
Muna needs an improvement then with 6 minutes remaining. Something rolling in here. Annie spotted it, but she decides to go away from it, or she tacks downwind of it to try and pick it up. No, she's far too far behind the wave. Yeah, and tacks back up.
Just waiting to see if I can load this. Yes, we can. Success. The hamster has made it happen. So Muna still has the highest combination score of a 12.73.
Okay.
So just shy of that. And again, in this heat, Muna above the 12-point average. She had a 10-point average in that round number 3. And now in the semi-final, also 12 points. So anybody's game, 5 minutes, plenty of time. And you can see here Annie out there on the XPS, the Armstrong gear. And a 5.3, if my eyesight is correct.
Well, as you said, as you found out from her earlier on, completely borrowed kit from all the other athletes. She came in. I'm sure she had a bag on our flight. But she's picked up that wave nice and early. And it is now starting to develop. Is there an improvement on the 5.58, which is her backup score? She doesn't need it. She is leading over Muna White, but this looks like a lovely wave.
Beautiful. Little out on the shoulder, but still cruising away along. That's a better turn there, going back. Now let's see if she can push away along this pocket. Again, cruising all the way in. Great wave selection here from the Hawaiian.
Slightly tentative on the bottom turn. The top turn's really complete, but it's the bottom turn where she's just sort of pausing.
There you go. Smooth operator in the house. Beautiful riding. Graceful. Graceful riding here from Annie. And Muna waiting out the back. Let's see if that's going to improve on that 5.58. And obviously, as we've been saying, the judges have a different perspective. They're a little higher up and a little more straight on, so they will be able to see exactly where those turns were. I'll tell you what, James Carew over there getting excited. James waiting for his opportunity, multiple world champion of the kite surfing discipline. And he wants to draw blood as not having the best last event at the end of the season, costing him that 3rd title. So we will probably be moving over to the GK Kite World Tour tomorrow. And here we can see Muna. She's up and she's out. I'm waiting for a set to come her way. And is there going to be an increase on that score, Ben?
She's been out the back for a while. Didn't choose to go on that last set wave that we saw Annie take advantage of. It is an improvement from Annie, a 6.47.
Okay.
13.55 is now the combined total to beat.
And the best heat of the competition.
Here comes Muna, though.
Muna has seen it, and she knows that was a good wave. She has the better top wave at a 7.15, so she can get around a 6.3 if she wants to be going through into that first position, and Muna can do those all day long. So if a set comes, both of these athletes know how important it is, and here we can see everybody Starting to chill out down here on the shore as they watch the world's best semi-final of your women's discipline here, the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Cape Verde.
I mean, Muna White seems to be a bit of a legend to all of the younger girls, a bit of an inspiration to some of the younger athletes. This is going to be an upset, surely, if Annie Rijkaard can steal away victory in this semi-final and progress towards the final in what is her first competition in the GWA.
And we can see the boys chilling there, Chucho and Axel. And Annie having a little look-see, lifting the wing to see if there's any movement around. It's less than 2 minutes. And I'm looking out of the booth here, Ben, to see if I can see some motion in the good old ocean. But it is looking pretty flat out there. Will we have a final set for there to be an extra battle in the water? But at the moment, Annie Rijkaard putting in an absolute A-game on the best performance of the competition so far.
Nia versus Annie. That's two very different styles that we've seen moving into the final. If it stays the way it is.
Yeah, don't count Muna out yet. As we can see, yep. And Sebastian Lamont, she is out there on the new swing. All right, so Muna White, she knows what she has to do. She's done it before. Can she do it again? Will we have a buzzer beater? 60 seconds. She is engaging on this wave. She's going to be riding this one all the way. Nice top turn. Close to the rock. She's going to have to risk it if she wants to get those scores. You can see looking out of the corner of her eye. Okay, going down and pushing. Muna all on the line. Beautiful turn there from her. Another one keeping that speed. Annie in at the back as well. The final standout. And Muna, big carving hack. And goes down at the end. Annie dropping off the back. Has she done enough? Has Muna done enough to be able to grasp that place in the final? Or is this young athlete from Maui going to be entering into her first final of the GWA? We will soon find out, as there is no more waves on the horizon.
Here's what Annie was able to do on her wave further back. Having to work the foil to pick up the speed. That means she's not carving. Not too many turns, and actually she popped out of it, so she bailed out of the wave totally. No improvement for Annie Rijkaard for sure. And there's Muna.
Yeah, don't count anybody out yet. It ain't over until it's over. Amazing to see what these athletes are doing out there on the water. The show they are putting on. But we will have to see as we're waiting for those numbers. There's the lines. I'm pretty sure that clock has closed out. So waiting for results to come in. It is going to be down to the wire. And no matter what, congratulations. Oh, Muna. I said it. 6.95, 14.10 on the final wave. And we're waiting for one more wave score to come in there from Annie.
Yeah, but that was that little one that she came out of so fast that surely she wouldn't be improving on a 6.47. Confirmation there of the result then on a last wave of 19 minutes. Muna White has snatched victory from Annie Rijkaard, and she progresses through to the final to join Nia Swaideth.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
welcome back everybody as we are now in semi-final mode. Finn Spencer, Malo Genole. It is going to be Canada Maui versus France coming out on the water. Two very similar styles, these athletes. Power surfing is the name of the game. And when we were down there on the beach getting that interview with Malo, has a big longboarding background. Oh, in Estrella Galicia. Okay, also out here. All of the sunset session, getting ready for some cold ones and some celebration. At the moment, we are pushing through semi-finals of the men. Then we will go to mini of the women and the men, grand final of the women and the men. But right now, on the water, these two athletes, Finn Spencer, Malo Genole.
Finn in the blue lycra for this one. Malo in the white. And conditions starting to blow again. Pretty good for the previous semi-finals that we've just seen for the women. There is Malo then in the first wave. It's been a couple of moments, in fact, before the first few minutes of this semi-final has already passed. And a pretty small wave to begin with for Malo. Not much creativity that he can really do with that one, but it's a point on the board. And in his quarterfinal, he spent a lot of time, both of them, in fact, Finn and Malo, spent a lot of time waiting for waves to come their way, for decent set waves to come their way, and in the end had to scrabble right at the end to get some points on the board. So Malo this time deciding just to get it done, get those small points now, and then concentrate on the big points later. He's going to go for another one here. Pulls out nice and early. Some tourist jet skis in the distance. Finn with one of the biggest scores of yesterday and some big arcing turns to begin, but again it's a really quite small wave to play on. Well, judges gave Malo a 5.27 for that wave, so it's not necessarily judged upon the size of the wave, but it's what you do with the wave that seems to count. Joe's just headed out to try and snatch an interview with one of our girls. He may or may not have been successful. As once again, the Canadian Maui and the Frenchman go head to head. No scores on the doors for Finn yet. I thought we saw him pick up. Yeah, there we go. He did pick up a small wave, which has been awarded a 1.33 for him. Now this looks better for Malo. High on the wave. Big arcing turns, get himself all the way down and then all the way back to the very top. Has to slightly shorten off that last turn to get his two hands onto the wing. And now the freestyle element comes in. Finds himself right in the danger zones, then in the power zone of the wave. Keeps the fin high, the foil high out the water. And now continues with some more turns. Maybe not as extremely creative from a freestyle point of view. As we see Finn going wild up there. We'll see a replay of exactly what happened there in a few moments' time. But I think he went big and wasn't able to land it. Here is Finn's run then. Another really nice wave. Crouch low. Big arcing turns. A little bit more middle of the road. So only a couple of turns there. Malo was able to do more. And now straight. Pops out the water. Now come back for a big air off the lip. A couple more turns before that. And this is what we saw in the back of shot then. Powers up. Oh, he went for a backflip, but completely lost the board. If he can land that, that would be spectacular. But a lot of combination there, a lot of variety. Be interesting to see what the judges thought of both of those two runs. Decent waves. Malo first, Finn second. Got to say, not much freestyle from Malo, but Finn a lot more airtime and tricks.
And we can see our judges looking out. As they know, semi-final on the water just skipped out there for a minute. As the idea, we can see all of these people right out in front of you. They have a huge pot of the traditional Cape Verdean rice. They're having a party. They've got beers and rice to watch the finals. Doesn't get more local than that.
Yeah, right.
All right, so Malo dropping in.
Oh, it was a 9.7 for the last run for Malo. What are they going to reward Finn then, as we got another run from Malo?
7.27 for that last one from Finn, but 9.07 to the best wave of the competition for this man on your screen right now. Your gong athlete coming out of Brittany, Le France, and just hopping his way across there. Again, what did I miss?
This time you missed a beautiful wave. Interestingly, though, as we will see in just a second, not a lot of freestyle in there. It was all about the beautiful surfing.
Ah, this is what I like to see. Power surfing all the way down the line. Beautiful turns here from Malo. I can understand why the judges have been liking that. And look at that, off the top, letting that foil loose. And getting the best wave of the competition so far. And tweaking out that air, landing right back on the foil. And not actually touching the board down. So yeah, understandably, this man is the athlete to beat out there so far.
9.07. That is absolutely going to be impossible. Not impossible, but very difficult to beat. Let's go and hear from Malo a little bit earlier on in the day.
Today is pretty weird. I mean, we've had better, but we've had worse for sure. Still dreamy, but yeah, it's pretty small, so there are not many waves that are connecting like all the way along the peak. So yeah, if you manage to get the right ones, you can like send it all the way. But yeah, it's like really shallow, really on the rocks. So it's pretty hard. Like if you fall, it's done. But yeah, no, still really good waves. So yeah, pretty fun. Yeah, here like for my side, it's one wing, one sesh. So so yeah, it's pretty normal. I mean, for sure it's earth-breaking to break some gear, but but yeah, I mean, when you send it so close to the rocks, for sure gonna happen. The level was really high, and this year is even higher. So yeah, excited to go as far as possible.
Full take and cache le spot, as the boys would say. Malo, always a smile. And I mean, he is smiling high right now. 14.34. He has 9.07 and a 5.27. 7.27 of that last wave from Finn. So both of these athletes throwing down. But Malo with that 9, putting in an absolute blazer.
But those second scores, certainly from Finn, easily able to improve on once the waves present themselves. And here we go.
Finn back into action. Power hack all the way around. Beautiful roundhouse there from him. Now it's going to be gaining speed. Pushes his way down. This is beautiful power surfing here from the Hawaiian as well. As he moves his way along, big air back into the pocket. Your duotone athlete. Roundhouse away once again. Wave backing out ever so slightly. But that is definitely going to be improving on that second score. And Malo right behind him. These boys aren't leaving anything up to chance. Oh, beautifully timed. You can see even a little bit of an airdrop there. Timing it perfectly, Malo. looks like slashing that wing in half in the heat before has not hindered him at all.
No, exactly. We speculated that maybe it would compromise his setup, but that's going to be an improvement on his score for sure, and certainly Finn as well. So now we wait for the judges to speak. We've still got 7.5 minutes remaining. An opportunity for another decent set wave to come in. Here, once again, is Mallow's. I love the aggression that Finn started his run with. Mallow a little bit more sort of chilled at the beginning, but then in came those tricks. A lot more tricks than we saw from the 9.07, but that compromised the fluidity of the run, perhaps.
And you can see just going off the top here, Mallow bringing out all of the moves. Will he improve on his score? We'll soon find out. As he's waiting, he has a 527 backup score. And here we can see that last wave there also from Finn, as he is starting to rake his way along all the way down the reef. Both of these guys, non-stop action.
Cesar delivering full semi-final number 1. 6.5 minutes remaining. Scores are already massive. And yet both of our athletes continue to push the boundaries of this discipline with a new rule set for this year. The opportunity to use the wing to your advantage to create more freestyle opportunities. And that is exactly what we're seeing happening. This is a replay of Finn's last run. Just it's proper S-turns in the sea.
Yeah, you can really see him pushing against that foil and throwing it all the way around. Big air there at the end, and both of the guys going back into position. Yeah, at the beginning of this wave, really getting underneath that power section of the wave. Floating his way through. Great wave there from Finn and getting caught up on the inside. But past, let's say, the danger zone of the wave. And now Mallow back in position. 14.34. Oh, 16.27. And there, a 7.93. So it is back. Less than a point difference in between the two of them. Excuse me, a 0.04 in between them. So Finn is back in action.
Except for the fact that Finn is down near the beach, I'm afraid. And with 5 minutes remaining, has got some proper work to do to get himself back in the right spot to pick up a wave in the last 5 minutes. And he needs to. He trails by just over a point. Just under a point, sorry. And with 5 minutes remaining, we wait to see if Finn can get himself back out there. Let's hear from him a little bit earlier on with Joe.
Yeah, just gotta take what you can get and then make the most of it. But it's tough when you only get 1 or 2 a heat because you really can't fall. Can't make any mistakes, so it's tough to know how hard to push. But yeah, it's fun. I finished 3rd in the overall title last year, but there were 3 events. This year it's just 1 event, so more opportunity to do well, which yeah is super exciting. It's just all out for 1 event. Yeah, everything's riding on this 1 event, so gotta put it all out there.
There he is, getting himself back up and running again. Mallow out back, ready to position himself to pick up. But he is in control. He has that 9.07, the best wave that we have seen over the last 2 days of competition. And it's going to be really very hard for Finn to beat. And even then, he has to beat it by a little bit more as well, doesn't he, to get himself ahead with the 2-wave cumulative total. And at the moment, he's waiting to get back up on the foils.
I mean, I'd be careful there, Ben. You called it out and you saw it with Muna.
Yeah, I got it wrong in Muna.
It can happen with Finn. There is plenty of time for a set to come through and these guys to throw down. So anything can happen down here in the GWA. But at the moment, definitely Mallow with the upper hand, throwing in that 9.07 early in the day, meaning that he is a 1 point ahead, less than a point now, as a 15.53 as he's improved by Finn on that second wave. And now we just wait, the calm before the storm, to see if another set comes in. I want there to be another set, because these guys showing the action out here, this is what we want to see. We want to see anybody who's going out swinging. And at the moment, Mallow in the lead. This man here, second position. Let's see if the ocean will send us some energy for this first semi-final. Semi-final number 2 coming up, as we are going to be having Liam Corral and Cash Bazzola coming out in the water. So winner of this heat goes to the final. Second position of this heat goes to the small final. And then we will be moving on to the mini final of the women, in between Francesca Maini and Andrea, who just Muna getting past her on that final wave.
Downwind. Malo heads now back up to his compatriot Finn at the top of the shot. Is there anything rolling in for them? It's been a funny old day here in Cabo Verde with pretty leaden skies and even a little bit of rain at one point. And the wind hasn't necessarily been there, but it's certainly got better this afternoon, hasn't it, to support our semi-finals and finals. There was a moment in the middle of the day where we were a little bit concerned that there wouldn't be enough, but it's done what it said on the forecast. And now we just need to wait to see whether the waves are starting to form. Has Malo got something here?
Let's not forget, we're just 2 hours past low tide now. So now we're on the push. This is the sweet moment of the swell when it is pushing from low tide to high tide, as low tide was at 2:30. So that's why we're probably seeing a little bit more frequency, a little bit more consistency through the waves. 90 seconds to go. Finn is in position, and he is just going to have to do the old wave dance out there if he wants to have an opportunity. Will the ocean give him a chance? We will soon find out. Coming on the final 60 seconds.
They are mammoth scores on the board, a 15.60 and a 16.34. Finn does not need much to improve, but it doesn't look like the seas are going to provide him a wave to do so. A 9.07 from Malo, the best wave of the competition, to see him through to a final potentially. If Finn can pick up a wave in the last 30 seconds, even if he's just beginning that wave as the clock kicks 0, it does still count, but he would have to absolutely fully commit to it. And we haven't seen much roll in over the last couple of moments.
No, and you can already see him starting to make his way down, the same as Mano. So they are going to be closing that out. All right, Finn going to decide to come on this roller. Needs it to be something big if he wants it to happen. Here we go, defining moment. Can he get what he needs to take out Malo Genolea? We will soon find out. Finn dropping in, Malo looking over his shoulder.
There is something there for Finn. Needs to get a big improvement. Needs to really do something special here to get himself into the final.
Pushing against that fall, going underneath. Already got an air and 2 solid turns. Here comes the freestyle move. What's it going to be? Big air off the top. Lands it in all the way down. Malo is in the back. I'm not sure if that one's going to count if he got that before the buzzer. Finn off the top. These boys to the end. Backflip. Not landed there by Malo. And a 360 almost from Finn. Oh, what a semi-final.
It's the way to finish it. That is the way to finish it. Has that improved his score? Is it enough for Finn? This is what Malo is doing behind. Amazing that that set just rolled in out of nowhere. And he went for something pretty big here. Maybe a precursor to what we might see from him in the final, where he will have to put everything on the line. Powered up, went for the backflip.
Oh, going for the backspin there, the Palau. But coming down and holding out, unfortunately. And we're going to be waiting for results to come in, because that was very close at the end there. Who is going to be making their way into the finals? We will soon find out. As is that score in yet? So refreshing here. Give me a number. Give me a number. Give me a number. And Scores are still being revised, so it's going to be close as we continue on. Coming up next, Liam Corral and Cash Berzola. We will get results to you right away.
You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Welcome back, everybody. As we can see, the crowds are starting to pack in. Semi-finals and finals coming our way. We just saw Finn and Malor. And coming up next, Liam Corral and Cash Berzola waiting for results as they are still in revision. So it must have been close. And now the second semi-final. Who are going to be our grand finalists? The winner of the previous seed and the winner of this heat will be making that happen. And coming up next, mini final of the women. So we will get those results to you as soon as they come in. But at the moment, who knows?
Liam Corral's been super consistent across the last couple of days. Not necessarily the most extreme rides, not necessarily the biggest airs, but he's got really good points every single time he's been on the water. Cash, our world champion, has really thrown it down so far. This is a big semi-final to establish who will go up against what we think is Malo, but at the moment, we still haven't got all the scores in.
Ladies and gentlemen, results are in. Finn Spencer, 16.40, taking the win over Malo Genole at a 16.34. Buzzer beater once again. Finn throwing it down. It does not come down more to the wire than that last semi-final. Congratulations there to him.
Winner last year will not be in the final this year. Seen a couple of small waves from both Liam and Cash so far. Just getting ourselves back up to speed with this run from Liam in the blue. And it's Cash in the white this time. I'll tell you what, that doesn't look very blue to me.
I don't know, mate. That looks green and it's called mint.
Yeah, right.
Let's not go with colours. But yeah, definitely. In the darker lycra is going to be Liam, as we can see,
okay,
a 5.50. And in the white lycra, because there's no doubt the white is white.
White is white, yeah.
Is Cash Berzola. But wow, what a last heat, that last exchange. A final wave there from Finn in the excellent rage. They reconsidered that fifth wave there from Malo and from him as we continue on. So into the grand final, we are going to be seeing Nias Wadieth, Muna White, and then on the men's side, let's not forget it's going to be Finn Spencer and the winner of this heat.
Another big air from Cash on the second of the set waves. Really mixing it up. We haven't seen the big scores as yet come from these two. This perhaps more of an opportunity. Goes again and lands right in the foam, but is able to ride out of it. Yes, he is. And still plays around. Brilliant stuff.
Cash, he's scavenging. He knows what is on the line all the way to the bottom. Great surfing there from him. And here we're going to be able to see that replay. So all the way from the top, and also you can see Liam as well. Synchronized surfing for both of these athletes. Turn for turn, neck to neck. Now we're talking. Cash there with that first hit. What I love is look how he stomps onto the landing. He's got to have knees of steel, this kid. And then a nice little tail release there as well. And as he makes his way down here to the bottom, getting another big and poised, stylish air. And here, when it almost looks like he's going to drop out, he still gets a few more turns in.
Yeah, right. Let's see what the judges think of that. I like how Liam just drops in. It's so casual from kind of wing mode into surf mode. 8.6 for Cash on that last one. Still waiting for Liam's score. But that's interesting. Not quite as... What was the individual wave score for Finn on that last one? Because that must have been big to elevate. It must have been a 9, right?
8.60 there from Cash. Oh, okay. Starting off with a 360. And right in the power section of the wave. Now, he is a good set wave. Can he make it happen? Yes, he does. Second air. Can he keep... Oh, such a shame. Because that one was opening up really nicely across the bay. And, oh, he is in DEFCON 7, Danger Valley right now. There you can see the boys running towards him. Because they know what is happening. He's going to be going underneath, holding onto that board so it doesn't hit that wing. Do not want to see a fall poking through that. And coming closer and closer. It does look like maybe one more set wave coming. And there we can see our mini finalists getting ready to come out. And here, Cash, always a smile. This guy, always a smile. Oh, is that barrel? Does someone want a little shampoo?
Liam with a 6.07 on the wave that he was just ahead of Cash. The wave that Cash got an 8.6. So it is advantage. Bazzola, our world champion, over Liam Corral, who's kind of been maybe the surprise, would you say, of these quarterfinals and semi-finals?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, he is one of the Maui crews, but he hasn't had such of a great result yet. And here, throwing down in the semi-final, and at the moment, very close to Cash Bazzola. And then coming up after this, we're going to have the women's mini-final, men's mini-final, women's final, and men's final to close out the day. And you can see some of the crowd on the beach telling them where to go, what's happening, where the waves are. When you start to hear some of the boys on the reef whistling, that only means one thing, and it means there's a set coming.
Liam just getting himself resorted out after that big wipe. Having a look around to see what's being said on the beach. You're a couple of points behind Cash. You've got to go again. Got to go big. That's what he was doing. There'll still be some points for that run, even if he did wipe out at the end of it. Has he looked almost as though something had broken on the bottom of that wing?
Yeah, he is definitely taking his time. Not quite sure. He's waiting. Okay, he's waiting for a swell to be able to try and get up. Wind is definitely on the fluky side now as we're coming to about 15 to 14 knots. So it is getting light out there. Just coming up on 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometimes when that sun starts to initiate the old dip, it does drop. So hopefully that won't be happening.
Is that boom supposed to be detached like that? I feel as though that there's a bit of damage to the bottom of the wing.
So hopefully maybe we can get a close-up again. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so no, it isn't. So it looks like his boom is either detached or broken. So Liam obviously not being able to get that pulling power. Oh, what a shame. So he's trying to make his way in to be able to get another piece of gear. And as we're standing, Cash 8.60, 4.65.
Can't deliver any power with the damage. Here we go, another wave though for Cash. He's got to improve on that 4.65, which is, oh wow.
He's just having fun out there now. He really is just enjoying himself. And when an athlete of this caliber starts to have fun and is starting to play out there, that is when you have to start to be worried, because then he is completely in the zone and really is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Look at that. Roundhouse cutback off the top. Beautiful there from Cash.
That was a show run, if anything else. Beautiful style points for Cash on that one. Here's how it started.
A good old slide. Look at that. That is so hard to do. To be able to have that much control under the foil, it is ridiculous. And Cash just showing why he is the best in the world, but he's going to have to put it out, because at the moment we've already had the first one of the upsets, so to speak. Last year's champion is out, Manuel Genolé, as he's going to be going through to the mini-final, not the grand final. And Finn is waiting to see who is going to be joining him. Let's not forget, Finn and Cash are two very good friends as they compete together and travel together as well. So who's going to be the king of the water? We will soon find out.
Liam's finally got himself down to the beach to get that wing swapped out. Throws away the mint one.
Well, that's definitely black.
Yeah, and gold, or yellow.
So there we can see him out there as he brings himself into contention. That's definitely got some catching up to do. And here we can see Cash dropping in one more time. Your Armstrong athlete hailing out of Maui. Big set wave. Look at that. Oh, commitment.
Oh, no.
But just getting nipped, not being able to get. Just not timing that quite right. But fortunately, pushing himself through there. So he's going to be able to continue on. And there we can see the new F1 striker, Lula. And Liam paddling like no tomorrow, as is Cash.
There's room for improvement in both of these scores, considering what we saw from Mano and Finn earlier on. Here's a replay of just as he goes to the lip, it breaks. And then the ball gets caught and brings him down. But yeah, if you think of the scores being 15-16 in our previous semi-final, we've got a 13.5 and an 11.5 right now. And finally, back up and running-ish is Liam. Bit of adjustment going on, perhaps. Just waiting for the right moment. There we go. 5 minutes remaining for Liam Corral to make a difference here.
And here we can see the beach starting to pack in as the finals are on our way, because after this, it is all about the grand finales as we have the minis and the big finals coming out. Wondering who is going to be that final athlete. Finn already, 860, 823. Two big scores there from him. But watch out, Liam Corral flying through the competition area.
Clearly on a different wing to what he had earlier. How much will he need to adapt to that versus his mint F1? This one looks perhaps a little bigger.
It does look a little better. Tell you what, it looks sexy as hell. I do love that black color, and that's the Alula Strike V5 from F1. So obviously less drag and greater performance. Has a Alula sweep control pattern for ideal trailing edge tension. And then unmatched speed, maneuverability, and freestyle abilities. The Alula construction option that we have here from F1. And dropping in amongst the crowd, coming off the top now. Here we go. Action is on.
Oh, nice little 3 there. The wave's not really there, but he's making the most of it. Still with 3.5 minutes. He can go again. He's got to stay upright here. So to improve on a 5.5, not completely out of his reach, but he needs to go really big to try and take victory of this second semi-final over Cash Mazzola, who is out there. There he is. And presumably will try and take the best of the wave. I've got a couple of other Armstrong wings out there just to confuse us from the long shot. That is Cash getting back up and running again. I think what we saw was one of our next heats out the back. And here we go again. Cash in defensive mode. Liam Corral needs to throw everything down here. And Cash has been given another score. Maybe we didn't see that, but it's gone up to 16.83. And that's almost taking it out of reach for Liam Corral.
Yeah, I mean, he is almost comboed out. No, he is comboed out. He ain't almost. He is comboed out, because even if he had a 10, he would only have a 16.07. So Liam Corral needs to improve on both of his scores if he wants this to happen. Cash almost pretty much putting the hammer down. And I mean, 2 solid 8s showing that he wants to take this event. He had the old chip in the shoulder, not taking the win last year, even though he did get the overall World Championship. And now he wants to take Cape Verde and this Cape Verde crown home to him, to Maui. But there is one man, and a very good friend of his, who wants to avoid that from happening, and that is Finn Spencer, who is still waiting. But we've seen it time and time again in this competition. We are not counting anybody out until the buzzer.
No, it's been a reassessment of one of the first waves that Cash performed. That point has changed. Blimey, he's almost on the beach there to get out of that one. So you haven't missed any waves. It's just that the scores for the first 2 waves, waves 2 and 3 have been adjusted. And that's why the scores have now gone up to 16.83 in total. A little run there, not going to be bigger than an 8.2. And Liam out the back, yet to pick something up. Waiting for one last opportunity with 45 seconds to go. But even if he does improve it, it won't give him a victory. Such is the strength from those 2 runs from Cash Mazzola. And now one last push in the back of shot for Liam Corral. Doesn't look like there's anything there.
It doesn't. It does look very, very flat out there. And he's not going to be able to improve on 2 ways. So it is going to be Cash Mazzola who's going to be making his way into the final once again here in Cape Verde, 2 for 2. But this time he wants to be taking the crown home. But his good friend and mate, Finn Spencer, is going to have something to say about that, as we have the Battle of the Titans is going to be coming on. And up next, we will have mini final of the women.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Oh, hang 10. Hang 10 was happening out there from Cash Rizzola, having fun. And I mean, I said it before. When you see guys like this having fun, enjoying themselves, just playing around out there, watch out because big things are going to happen. Coming up next, we're going to have the mini final of the women coming out onto the water. And Cash making his way all the way into the shore as he is going to be our finalist together with Finn Spencer.
Not even for competition, just for the show and for the pleasure. So very, very cool. Right, serious stuff now. We're into mini-finals and finals. And the first of our mini-finals will be between Francesca Maini and Annie Reichert. Both super strong in their semi-finals. This is going to be a highly competitive mini-final to establish third and fourth places in this year's championship. Annie Reichert could well have been in the final, beaten, pipped to the post by Muna White's last wave. And we know how it's kind of two different styles, because the pure wave riding of Annie Reichert versus the more freestyle big air stuff that we see from Francesca Maini. It's the same thing that we will see in the women's final with Nina Suarez and Muna White. The pure surfer versus the more freestyler.
And we're just waiting for them to come out into the middle of the competition area.
Yeah, I thought they were out there because we saw them in the back of shot, didn't we?
Looking at out the booth. Okay, they were all the way out there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drone. So there we can see both of our athletes as this heat is on. So there we can see with the white and black. It's going to be Annie with the Armstrong. Yes, and then we can see also here Francesca Miani, as she is out there on the Nova Pro from North. And that's going to be that 5.4, not 4.4 at 5, like I said before.
Yeah,
there it is.
She lost a wing, didn't she, earlier on? So her stock is reduced from this morning.
All right, so there we are, two semi-finalists as we continue on, as they are just cruising out the back. The mini-finals are battling out for third and fourth position here at this event.
Timing's on then. As we said, we are on here. 16 and a half minutes still remaining. No waves yet from Francesca and Annie, but they were out there quite early. We saw them in the back of shot in the previous heat. So whether they've been, whether they've seen the flags go up, whether they've heard the announcement that we're on, Annie comes back closer to the shore to check out what's going on. The green flag flies from race control. And that signifies that the timer has begun.
Let's not forget 19 minutes of action, so we're already 3 minutes into the seat. Yet any waves to appear on the old horizon. Somebody throw a couple of quarters in the wave machine. And your mini final coming our way. In the white lycra is going to be Annie Reichert, and in the blue lycra, Francesca Miani. As we continue on here for this second day of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. All right. Wow. While we're waiting for Some waves to be coming our way. We have some action from Annie Reichardt that we grabbed a little earlier. And we can see it looks like there's a few clouds coming in on the horizon, meaning that the rain is coming in. Hopefully that won't affect the wind, because sometimes that can actually create a lull and the wind will disappear. Just been informed by our race director that the mini finals are both going to be of 19 minutes of action. Then when it comes down to the final, they're going to have 25 minutes to be able to produce the goods and see who is number 3 and number 4 spot here at this competition.
Wave number 1 then for Annie Reichardt. Not a huge amount of turning going on here, but it looks like a nice long wave, and gets herself in the power zone of it as well. And then engages the wing to get herself out back once more. So some points on the board as we now switch to Francesca, who's just coming out of a wave. So absolutely engaged in it for a short period of time and then came straight back out again. So we'll see some scores on the board, but they're not necessarily going to be particularly impressive. A 4.00 from Annie Reichardt. And then, oh, now Francesca picking up this one quite late. Let's see what she can do with it. Into surf mode then. There are those S-turns that we're always looking for. Of course, you have to say that on that first wave, Annie was quite straight. A little better from Francesca. Real expression on her face. Concentration. And it's nice. Look further back behind, you can see Annie's very straight on her wave, whereas Francesca's getting that left to right motion. Perhaps not going quite as high on the wave or as deep as we've seen from some of the men, but that will be a solid run, and I would have thought that 4.13 is not reflective of that wave, but of a wave before.
Absolutely, yeah. No, she's definitely going to get a better score. And let's not forget that we had saw there one from Annie as well. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to be seeing on a replay. Here we go. All right, so that was the wave. Both of these girls grabbing one on this set. A little bit of a bigger wave here for Annie. Cruisy, floaty all the way along. And let's not forget she had 7-point rides on that semi-final there with Muna. And almost taking the win, but Muna grabbing it all the way out. Oh, balance. Longboard style there from the Hawaiian. And she makes her way all the way down to the inside of the bay. Great ride here from both of these athletes.
See what the judges think of that in comparison to each other.
All right, so there you can see the judges talking and considering both of those waves, both of those rides. So from top right-hand side to the bottom, Julian Cagnier, Anor. There we can see Noé Cantaloupe, Rui Meido in the middle, Manuel Hesada Marque, and Jose Luengo. And there with the sunglasses at the back, your head judge, Alvaro Onieva.
Some serious discussion going on there about those last two runs. Waiting to see what comes up on the scoring board on the top left-hand side of your screen. Yet to have those two fully completed, and both women unfortunately now in the water.
we've got about an hour and a half of competition to go. So we have one more heat of 19 minutes, which will be the mini final of the men. Then 25 minutes for each one of the grand finals. And we will be following the winners in from above. And there it is, Francesca Maiani. 6.0, 4.13. Annie Regard with a 5.93 and a 4.0. I mean, it is a hairline in between these two as we're just approaching that 9-minute mark. So 10 minutes has already gone. Continuing on here for your mini final of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Punta Preta, powered by Armstrong.
How on earth did judges decide that there was a 0.07 point difference between those last two runs from the two ladies? I have no idea.
And some of the people on the stream here asking of some of the scores being given by our judges. As always, when it is so close in between athletes, questions do come out. Power surfing from Malo, technicality there from Finn. But a panel of 5 international judges have decided that it was Finn taking it over Malo, moving his way into the grand final. And denying Malo for making that double win here in Cape Verde as he was the last year's champion. But great riding from all of the athletes out there. And now here we have Andrea dropping in for yet another good wave. And it looked like Francesca was behind her.
Needs to get those turns in. There we go. A couple of turns for Annie. This is to replace those backup scores that we saw in the first couple of waves. Pretty sure that Francesca is behind our timing tower on the left-hand side. She is up on a wave, though. And they both come out at about the same time. So shorter run for Francesca, but as we've said before, it's not the length, it's what you do with it. Halfway through this mini-final to establish who will be on the podium to join Muna White and to join Nia Swadias.
And here we go. All right, so here we can see that last wave from Annie looking down, making sure she knows where those rocks are. Powerful speeding, making her way in, your Armstrong athlete. Out there on the 5.3 XPS there by Armstrong. And beautifully riding her way across. Let's see how the scores are going to be after that, because both of these athletes got another wave. So we've got 9.93 at the moment. 2 waves are coming in for these athletes. So we're waiting on a score for Francesca here on your screen. And also waiting for a score for Annie, who is going to have the upper hand. 3 waves each, as we are just coming up on about 6 minutes left. And we can see Francesca out there on the Swow and the Nova Pro.
That certainly was a slightly weaker wave by the looks of things to Annie in comparison. Haven't got those judge scores through yet. Francesca leads, but by 2.2 of a point.
And you can see Annie looking like she's out there on the Wing FG board instead of the surf. So a little, maybe even a little bit more buoyancy. And then when it comes to Francesca, out there on the swell. All different kinds of equipment out there on the water throughout this whole competition. And then as we talked yesterday to a few of the guys, for example, Bobo of the smaller, some of the athletes who are out there on the MA 625. And a 72 centimeter mast, which I'm pretty sure from what I saw, Annie is out there on the same setup. And then that 150 back surf freestyle tail. As we're just approaching those 5 minutes, you can see her waiting for that gust. As we have 5 minutos.
Still not got those scores in for those last waves. Now Francesca's comes in at 4.67, so that has just improved her total by half a point. But they only have 3 waves on the board. Annie only has 2 waves on the board. 4.5 minutes remaining only.
So Annie would need to be improving by about 0.7 of a point. So she needs it to be high 4 is what she'd be looking for, as they're still waiting for that third wave score to be dropped. It's definitely going to be close in between these two athletes so far. Coming up on 4 minutes. What happened there?
6.6 she's been given for her last wave.
Boom. 12.56. Judges really liking the surfing style here of the Hawaiian. And now Francesca, it does look like she's going to be taking off here on this little inside roller. Going very far out into the bay. She's having a little look-see, lifting the wing. But I reckon, yep, she's going to be turning around. And there are lines coming across the horizon. It looks like Annie's going to be turning around and dropping herself in on a set wave.
Will there be any communication to Francesca? Is there time to tell her that she needs to up her game a little bit? Because she would have been happy with those 2 runs. They were both pretty solid. But the judges preferring Annie's second run, giving her a 6.6, the biggest score of this heat so far. And she's heading towards the beach again and goes again with another wave. No.
She was going to drop in. It looks like she's having a little look-see. Okay, yeah, she is in the end. Has she already engaged on the wave? That's actually a smart move because it would count anyway. Nice. Bottom to top turn, going very close to rocks. And here we can see her pumping. She's looking at the rocks. Oh, the smile's there. She knows she's in that impact zone. Down she goes. You could see the look on her face as she knew she was in trouble when that wave was jacking up right behind her. And now Francesca out the back, very close in between these two. But Annie, 6.63, 5.93, 12.56, having the upper hand with just shy of 2-point difference in between these two athletes. All right, Francesca has a 6, needs a big wave, needs this one to count to maybe have enough time to get back out and see if she can get that top score. I can start to hear the whistles on the beach. They're liking what they see.
Still got 2 minutes to go back out if she wants to. Annie Reichert's not going to be able to improve. She's on beach side now. There she is. Oh, Francesca drops it as well. I wondered whether she got caught up with her with her wing. With 1:50 remaining. We still wait to see what scores were given for that wave for Francesca, but surely it's not going to be enough.
No, 3 point. And while we're waiting for these girls to get back up, we are going to grab a short interview out there on the water.
This is my first ever GWA event. It was really, really fun. I haven't surfed or foiled this wave very much. I got 2 sessions in, including my heat yesterday. So I think every time I go out there, I learn a little bit more about the location and about the setup I'm riding, and it was surreal. I was the last heat of the day, and it was sunset. So there's this beautiful sunset, and there were a couple holes in the wind, so I was kind of just sitting at certain points floating, and I was like, oh wow, I am floating, but this is just so beautiful and incredible. And then getting to share this wave with one other person is so special. So it was really fun, and I'm glad I get another chance today and to try again. Yeah, I'm a water woman, so back home in Maui, I love to do all of the sports I can. I love to surf and foil and wing and downwind and all of that stuff. And when winging kind of made its big upcoming on Maui, I got into it and I loved doing it. And I've just never made it to any of the events to travel to. And so this one, I finally had the support of one of my sponsors, and I pulled the trigger and came, and it's been really, really cool to feel the energy and especially get to be around riders from other countries and just kind of see the improvement in all locations, not just my home too.
Great to catch up there with Annie. A few words of how she's finding Cabo Verde so far here in the mini final, and nothing changing out there on the water. Both these athletes are going to be making their way back in. So it is going to be Annie Reichert in her first appearance here as a GWA athlete is going to take 3rd position And then in fourth is going to be Francesca Maiani. Waiting now as the next heat coming on the water is going to be your mini final of the men. And before we get into action, we're going to take a short commercial break.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
And welcome back, everybody. So coming up next, mini final of the men. As we're going to bring up the faces of the athletes pulling their way in. As we can see, it is going to be Malo Genole is going to be going up against Liam Corral. So let's go out to the action as we continue on here in Cape Verde.
Malo this time in the blue, in the dark. Liam in the white, and Malo already attacking. Here we go. He'll be frustrated with missing out on getting into the final on that last wave with Finn. Both these guys super, super talented and already seeing big waves being laid down. What's Liam lining up here? Just an exit strategy, I think, there.
Yeah, so both of these guys just getting a kind of a one-hit wonder there. As you mentioned before, yes, Malo would definitely be frustrated not making his way into the final and defending his title here. And now battling out to see who is going to be fourth and third position. We've already seen there's going to be Annie Rackard in third, Francesca Maiani in fourth position here in Cape Verde, with just the finals to go as we are here in the mini-final of the men, where we have France versus the USA.
Nothing out there at the moment. Both Liam and Malo heading out to sea. A couple of anchored boats, but that's about it.
And we just did have a little bit of rain came through a bit earlier. It was drizzling ever so slightly out there. As you can see, those black clouds in the back. But now it is smooth sailing. As I mentioned before, 19 minutes of action here for this mini-final. And then when it comes to the finales, 25 minutes. So 2 more heats to go. And then we will have our opening ceremony over there in Ojo de Agua, the beautiful restaurant in the Santa Maria town. Such a cool little fishing town. But man, has this place grown over the last few years. And it's great to see, especially after COVID, how tourists are making their way back to Cape Verde, because it really is paradise.
Here's Liam dropping into another wave. Pretty small scores from the judges on the first set, but he's got a decent one here. Goes freestyle, not too much surfing. Oh, and he goes over right on the top of the wave. And that is going to take a while to recover from. Meanwhile, Malo with those signature big S turns.
Letting the fall loose there as well. Still going quite down the line here for Malo, but it looks like he's eyeing something up. Yes, he is. Here comes the power. Going for the plow and lands it perfectly. With that back rotation there for Malo. but still not quite getting it on the wave, but just showing what is possible out here and how the Wingfoil surfing aspect is now developing as they can use the wing, the power of the wing for airs. Beautiful. Just look at, I mean, Malo is definitely one of my favorite athletes. It's just cruisy, powerful, flowing style, and then ending it off with a nice big move.
Drone had to scamper there. He's getting pretty close to it, wasn't he? That would be a shot.
I think the drone was trying to find out if he had something in between his teeth. Yeah, big props up to Robbie, our drone pilot, getting as close as he can, getting those images for you. Really making a difference here, especially when you have that beautiful bird's eye view. And now you can see both of these athletes pumping away. Malo straight back into action.
They're obviously rolling in nicely for the moment. It's funny when you get these top competitors, what they can find out there on the water. And once again, those big arcing turns.
Oh, beautiful. Off the lip, pushing it forward. This is some of the best surfing we've seen so far. Malo letting that foil loose there in the end. Perfect timing here from the Frenchman. And all the way along, even letting that hand out, just adding a little bit of style with ease out here on the bottom section of the wave. That's going to be a very nice score here for the Frenchman.
Doing all this while Liam Corral now recovers, having had to get out of the danger zone over the rocks. He's now found himself a nice wave as well with that spare wing after damaging his other one in the semi-final. Properly in the whitewash there and gets himself out of it. Knew exactly where he was. Knew he wasn't going to be able to recover if he was stayed on the wave. Some work for the judges to do then. They've got scores on the board, but they're not the most up-to-date, with two decent waves for both of our competitors.
And here we can see, so totally out at the moment, 12 versus an 8.40. Oh, again, Malo here is taking no prisoners, proving a point off the top. Beautifully timed air there. 100% surfing style. And a nice nose grab there at the end of the section of this wave. And you can see in the back, Liam was having a little look-see at what Malo is doing. I mean, I can't use the word that I want to, but Malo is angry. Malo is definitely angry, and he is putting it all out on the water.
That's two more waves to come in from the judges, from our timing to be updated. Scoring, I should say, rather than timing. And yeah, I mean, think about Malo is he's straight back up and straight back out to pick up another wave. There's no waiting around here. 14.47, an 8.07 and a 6.4. I wonder whether they are up to date now. Yeah, he's still got one more wave to go, I think, Malo, to be judged. Haven't got anything through yet from Liam's wave where he ended up on the rocks. There's a few people on the stream pretty frustrated that we're watching Malo here in the mini-final rather than the final itself. Always going to have your opinions, right? And your fans.
Yeah, I mean, both of those guys rode really well, and that's where, you know, in the end, you need to see all of the waves written down on paper, and that's why we have those panel of 5 judges, because they have all of that information in front of you, and they can go back. They have the live stream to be able to revise it, and that's kind of sounds like what was happening, as they did take their time to get that result. And in the end, ever so slightly by 0.06 of a point, I think it was Finn Spencer who makes his way into the final. And he is going to be going up against Casper Jola. And then when it comes to the women, going to have Muna White and Nia Suardias.
.3. A 7.23 and an 8.07 for Malo, moving him even further out of touching distance from Liam. Liam's got to go super big. This is exactly what happened to poor Liam in his last round with Cash. Still got 10 minutes to run. And we know that Malo can go bigger than that as well.
Oh, we definitely know he can go bigger than that. And you can see the boys just cruising out the back. Just coming a little bit shy of halfway there. We can start to hear some noise down here on the beach. And let's not forget that everybody is waiting for the grand finale to be coming their way. But so far, mini final of the men. Day number 2, GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde, Punta Preta. This beautiful peeling right-hander, and dropping in right now, Liam Corral.
Both our foilers bailing out of their respective waves. They weren't big ones anyway. Certainly potential for Liam to improve, though. Didn't feel the potential was there in the wave, so he heads back upwind. Back up to the top end of the competition area to reposition. Still those leaden clouds. Almost looks like there's a bit of rain offshore. And that will have an effect on our swell and waves for tomorrow.
All right, and there it is. That's that midway point. You can see some of the kiters coming in as well. Camille Lossaran just joining us here on the beach. And now Mano Genole, he's going to be throwing in. Oh, beautiful opening wave. It's amazing the difference of the perspective of the cameras when you can see it from one angle and from the other. Covering all sides down here in Cape Verde. And a beautiful grab right back into the power section as a Muir Gong athlete from Brittany representing France, Mano Genole, putting on a show for the crowd and just laying back. You can see body language with style there from him, 15.30.
Haven't really seen an answer from this man yet, but Liam's got himself a decent wave here.
I can hear Todd here on the stream saying he's pretty impressed that the surf and the rocks haven't eaten more people and gear. Considerable amount, but yes, I mean, the best athletes are managing to dodge their way around, but there has been some broken equipment, and Punta Preta takes no prisoners. See, he has a leash.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we saw from Cash when he was high above one of the waves and got pulled down by his board because of the leash. It'd be so easy here to lose the board to the beach.
And continuing on, let's not forget our finals are going to be coming our way, where we will be crowning our 2 world champions here today.
Few more waves rolling forward. Is there an opportunity? I'm surprised we haven't seen an improvement from Liam, to be honest. That last one from Malo being given a 6.77 by the judges. He's back into the waves again. Liam just one behind. Oh, has to go high. And Liam's in there as well. It's looking for an improvement. He's only got his best score of 4.3. Surely there's something that can be done here. But we've seen better from Liam in the early part of the stages. And, it goes down hard.
Oh, getting pulled in by the leash. That's when you do not want a leash on your board because you see getting pulled. That's why a lot of the athletes don't use them when they're in these kind of conditions. But you do risk that if you do go down, you will be losing that. But sometimes it ain't worth the risk. At the moment, Malor 7.23, 8.07. So top scores there for Malor.
And we've got some decent set waves rolling in here. Another one for Malo to play with. He doesn't need it. 15.3. He's got this in the bag. We haven't seen any improvement from Liam in terms of scores. But it's for the pure pleasure.
And Malo just flows. So much style. Oh, he's going so high, he goes out of the picture. Air France is in the house, mate.
Everyone loved that on the beach. I've got the MC firing hard as well on the beach to get everyone hyped. And, you know, he does that massive move and then he puts a few more turns in as well. It's not over once you've done the air. And he's able to run that all the way across the beach as well.
Oh, going for the front flip off of the lip, Malo. And the crowd goes, wow, that is what we want to hear. He is just giving a show on. And what better place to do it than here, Punta Preta. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Liam might be on another wave. But look at the height and the power stomping this down. And right back up on the foil as well. And then that grand finale where he just goes off. And look at this. Boom. Tucking himself away. Beautiful riding here. Malo Genole, who at the moment has 1 foot in the door and 1 foot on the podium, as he is currently in the lead of the mini-final, meaning he would be ending up in 3rd position.
Oh, here's Liam. He did go for a wave, as you said, behind him. And unfortunately, looks like he went down. So many waves coming through. About eight different waves for Malo. 6 different waves for Liam. Presumably this is going to be what happened. So this is at the end. Different perspective because he was so far down the beach. An absolutely epic way to finish that run. Is it scored by the judges though? Well, doesn't matter. He's going to win it anyway. Yes, it is. It's a 9.5.
Oh, now we are talking. The judges showing what they want to see. That is a pure definition of where they want this sport to go. Malo Genole, 17.57. If only he had those scores in the previous heat, he would have been going through. But putting on a show here for Cape Verde. And there we can see, look at the light in the back. And watch out, because he is going to be dropping in on another wave. And this one has some power.
Got some decent waves at the end of the day today. Malo can't really improve his scores much more now, but it's all for the show. The beach went wild that last time. What can he do again? The last opportunity with 2.5 minutes remaining of this competition to show what he could have done had he been in the final. Oosh, gets taken down though. And that was a big tumble dry, that one. Here's Liam though. Showed so well in the early stages of the competition. Judges have not liked what he's shown in this mini-final. Just an 8.47 is his tally. A lot of 3.5s out there. Whoa! Doesn't land it, but either way, good effort to go for it. A minute, 50 seconds remaining. Both of our athletes in the water.
And there you can see Malo's wave, that number 8, the highest wave of the competition, 9.5. Our head judge saying outstanding commitment, risk and control in the maneuvers, showing a very, very wide repertoire. Dotting the I's and crossing all the T's, basically. Malo putting in that perfect wave. And there you can see Liam giving it his all here. But with that wing out of contention, it is going to be Genole is going to be in 3rd position here in Cape Verde. Liam Corral is going to be in 4th. Coming up next is going to be the women's final as Muna and Nia to decide who is the queen here in Punta Preta.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Welcome back to Ponta Preta, Cape Verde, Sal Island, for the finals of this year's Wingfoil World Tour. Just a one stop here in Cape Verde, and we are going to crown our champions. Finals time coming up, 25 minutes to get the best 2 waves possible, and it is Spaniard Nia Suarez and American legend Mona White, who will go up alongside each other.
Yeah, Mona pushing her way in. Let's not forget she is defending champion here. Nia Suarez taking the win over there in Ibiraquera. And both of these athletes know what it is to have that gold around the neck. Who will be the queen of Cape Verde? We will soon find out. 25 minutes of action. Duotone athlete representing Spain on your screen. Nia Suarez. And then F1 athlete representing the Hawaiian Islands, Mona White, your 2 finalists here.
It's not yet on, still the clock waiting to begin. And we saw them able to get about 9 waves into the mini-finals. Conditions much better this evening than they were at lunchtime today. Seriously struggled with the wind for a little bit. The waves frequency particularly is quite long. At times, other heats would have 2 or 3 decent sets, but then others would just have the one. But it's looking good this evening. The sun begins to set on a long day that started at 8:30 local time this morning. And we are going to be finishing at around 6 o'clock for the men. It's going to be 5:30 for the women. I don't know exactly what's happening outside, but as you can see, is it a birthday cake?
It does. Oh, yeah, it is. So, looking like Hendrik's birthday. I can see Lydia's mum and all of the Cape Verdeans getting the party started. Is it his birthday? Is he holding the cake? We will soon find out. Push that guy out of the way. And Hendricks does have it. So who is it? I can see Me Too as well. The man, the legend. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Hendricks' birthday. So action out. But let's continue on with the grand final of the competition out on the water.
And the first waves then. Mona White.
25 minutes of action. Kind of in and outs only for these athletes so far. Both of them making their way in. Mona continuing on as we have. And there it is. So it is. Hendricks with his birthday. I'm not going to sing because I don't want it to rain anymore. But congratulations there to him. Feliz cumpleaños, hermano. As we continue on, there he is. And he's going to be waiting for his action. He's going to be out there on the kite surf competition. This is one thing I love about Cape Verde. The vibes, the energy, just, you know, how they enjoy everything and how they are one big community is why so many talented athletes and so many talented ambassadors come out of this location.
Seen away from the two of our women so far. Points yet to come up on the board, but now this looks like a stronger, better set wave for Nia. A little bit far away from the pocket for the ultimate scores, but really nice turns.
Nia, 360 on the wave. Yeah, there's the freestyle, and you can hear the roar of the crowd. Get in the move and managing to make her way out. I mean, a 360 for your freestyle world champion is easy money. And let's see how the judges are going to be scoring that. She got a couple of decent turns, then that freestyle maneuver. We've seen it with Marley. We've seen it with a few of the athletes. And now Muna all the way out the back. Little F1 rider. Let's have a look at the replay of that last wave there from Nia. Here it is. Boom. Switching herself around. Nicely done there. Over there with that front side free. All right, 7.5 coming up. Nia Swadia's 1050. A 483 for Muna. And now looking for set waves. Knowing Muna, she's going to be standing out the back and going for the set waves. She knows she has the surfing aspect is where her potential really starts to show. Here we have big set wave coming in. Look at the size of this one. One of the best waves we've seen so far. Linking it up. Here we go. Muna White dropping in. First turn, going back to the power section, coming down the line. This is where she has to go a little higher to create that speed to get past where this wave starts to jack up. Big open carving face turns here from the Hawaiian. Letting that tail loose as well all the way along. And as this was a bigger set wave, you can see completely open outside in the bay. But watch out, because in the background, also we can see Nia on that second set wave and getting nice turns. This is a final.
And the waves have come out for it as well. Jazzy's going to love that one from Muna. Nina's been able to do the same, but remember the freestyle element, that freestyle move that we saw in the last wave from Nia. Is that what's going to make the difference here? Because we know how good Muna can be when it comes to the carves. When it comes to these big surfing turns, Nia's doing a lovely job there too.
Yeah, and you can see there is the replay of that last move. Just that, unfortunately, that other graphic is underneath. But Nia, that was the last wave, so that was the one behind Muna. Waiting to do it. It's going to be interesting to see the scores here, because Muna had a very picked off the correct wave. 7.5 for Nia with that freestyle maneuver. What are they going to be giving for the pure surfing? 1050. 483. I'm going to say I reckon Muna might be moving her way into first position, but then Nia having another beautifully surf wave. She's definitely going to be improving over that 3.0. So it's going to be going from one side to the other in between these two athletes, because they know what's on the line. The crown is up for grabs.
There it is then. 8.07 for Nia and 6.7 for Muna.
So beautiful surfing there from both of these athletes. But Nia having the upper hand so far. She said she wanted this. This is the event she wanted to win. This is the event she hasn't won yet. And she definitely wanted to get this one so far. Putting in the groundwork. 8 and a 7. Those are big numbers to get past. But plenty of time. 19 minutes as this final was 25 minutes. As if this heat just started again.
It's not just winning, though, is it? It's beating Muna White. Such a legend of the sport. And so sort of a role model for so many of the women across both kite and wing. It was the other way around last year here in Cabo Verde. Nia was out in the mini final. She ended up winning that. It was Muna in the final. Eventually, she was beaten by Elena Moreno, who became the world champion. And it was sure when we came here that we were going to have a new one. But who was it going to be? And right at the moment, it's going to go from Spaniard to Spaniard.
And you can see both of them out the back. I mean, Again, 2 solid scores. Nia can be very happy with that because she is going to be able to sit comfortably. And if it were me, I'd be sitting comfortably, trying to hold on to priority so to make sure that she takes off on the good waves of the set and not to give Muna opportunity, at least on the next one, to get that best wave. We've been seeing 2 to 3 waves. There you can see Anor Sosa on the right, and that's Nia's mum. Nicole over there in the middle with the true sweatshirt. Anita Amado. And then we can also see the Losaran family there to the left. All good friends of Nia. And nail-biting stuff. As you can see, those ladies are silent, and that doesn't happen.
They know what this means to the 18-year-old out on the water. Muna's got herself another wave here. She's just getting herself settled. Nope, decides against it.
Yeah, Muna, she's going to be hunting for those set waves. She knows to be able to get those big numbers, what she has to do. So she is literally going to be waiting for those set waves. And let's not forget 25-minute heat. So, you know, technically they have a little bit more time. So hopefully we'll have, you know, we've been having 1 to 2 set averages on the heat so far, occasional 3. So hopefully we'll be able to get 3 to 4 sets here. So, and there we can see in the background as well, some of the boys. There we can see Zany guy putting on the best Cape Verdean male performance here in this event. The rookie, the youngster, Armstrong athlete, here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde Punta Preta. Power to you by Armstrong.
Like a decent roller going underneath Nia just then. She's picked up the next one in the set. Is it a proper set? Heads towards the beach. Is this one going to develop? Very quiet outside, I have to say. Doesn't sound like any waves are crashing whatsoever. And we are not in a soundproof studio, I'll tell you that for sure. Something so elegant about just being up on a foil with the kite down like that, leaning in.
And both of these athletes just making their way back out as the calm is happening, keeping the nerves high. But wow, both of these athletes already putting on a performance, but Nia, 15.57, some of the best scores we've seen, some of the best scores I've ever seen her get on the waves. And she is meaning business of our grand finale here for the Cape Verdean events. Next up also will be the male final, where we're going to have the clash of the titans, the 2 friends going up for the crown and also for bragging rights back home in between Finn Spencer and Cash Pizzola. Those boys hang out, travel, pretty much do everything together. So definitely going to be some foil mania coming up to us soon. But so far, it is that lady on your screen, Nia Swadiath, taking the advantage. And it does look like there are some lines out the back. Muna is going to be waiting for that set to come through because she knows she pretty much has to almost improve on both of those waves. Let's have a little look-see here, Ben, of what scores Muna had in those previous heats. She was getting 6s and 7s in round number 1. And then it was over in the semi-final. Her score was a 14.10, where she got a 7 and a 6. So she's going to need 7s and 8s. She's going to have to increase on the best scores she's had so far, because Nia has put that groundwork. She's locked in 2 solid scores early on. And if there's a time and a place to do that, that's in a grand final.
Nia riding goofy here right at the moment. I saw her switch feet a few moments ago, but seems more comfortable that way around. Just patience needed with the idea of the 25-minute final rather than 19 minutes was to give more waves, to give more opportunities, and it seems to be needed at the moment. We've gone into a bit of a lull here with our women's final. There's something rolling in there, though. There also could be an element of just them not picking up on certain things, and definitely now Nia has an opportunity for a decent set.
But watch out, because that wave behind it, and Nia has looked at it, because Muna has circled around her, and I can see Muna looking like that second wave is going to be a bit bigger than the first one just by how it's forming along on the reef. So Nia dropping in. Here we go. Synchronized surfing coming at us. Your final here, Cape Verde. Look at her mum. Mouths are open and watering. Here we go. Dropping in. Oh, straight lining and getting a little bit too much speed. Going down. Muna, good set wave. Are we going to be seeing a freestyle aspect here from the Hawaiian? We will soon find out, as she is making sure she can get past Nia there. Now going to be taking it to work. Top to bottom, side to side. It was the 360 that gave Nia that first big score. And Muna just struggling here at the end. Is going to be coming off of this wave. So we will see if that's going to be improving on that backup score. I don't think it will. We did miss that first turn.
She had to go quite straight, didn't she? Because of Nia in the water. And just hadn't quite worked out the timing to be able to avoid Nia, so just chose to go straight. And that compromised that whole wave. It was a good wave. It was a good set. See what happened in the replay.
That was a beautiful wave. First turn was good. And then here the second one was wow. And this is where she was having to straight line it a bit to be able to get round Nia as she went down in that wave before. And now gets back to work. Let's have a little look-see at the numbers coming up. Still waiting for it to be dropped. But again, Nia in a very comfortable position.
Certainly very conscious of exactly where she was in relation to the beach. Glancing over to the shore. It's going to be an improvement surely on that 4.83 that we saw previously. Nia's going to get a score as well, even though she went down. It won't be an improvement, but she does still get scored on it. Lots of cross fingers down on the beach with just 10 minutes remaining now.
You can feel the tension down there. Let's not forget, it's a double whammy this event, because the winner will also be our world champion. So whoever wins out of Muna and Nia will be the world wave champion as well. So you can see, look at the face of concentration here from Nia. You can see the white in their eyes. They're just leaning forward. All of the crowd here. Big speed, big power coming down. We're going to be hearing whistles very shortly. And now she's going to be coming right in front of the crowd. Nia Swadiev off the top to bottom. Big turns here from her. Yeah, there it is. There's the applause. There's the roar. Another great wave here from the Spaniards. And going for the 360, but just missing it out. It was far out on the shoulder, so the one from before was a lot better. And there we can see, checking that live scoring. And Muna waiting for another opportunity of a set to come through. But so far, it is still Nia Swadiev, but improving her score there for Muna.
Yeah. 6.17 for that last wave for Muna White. Takes her up to nearly 13 points, but 15.5 is where she needs to be, thanks to Nia and her earlier runs. It's really, she needs to get herself an 8. That's where she needs to be, and even then, it needs to be an 8.5. It needs to be the biggest score of this competition to get her the victory. Still time, 8 minutes to do so. But she's going to have to add some kind of freestyle into the mix, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. She is going to have to either get one of the set waves. I mean, we've seen Muna in multiple disciplines. She's been a world champion. She's been a champion. She's won this event on both the Wingfoil side and on the kite side. And there we can see Camille Losseran, hand in the air, saying that way to Nia, signaling that she is in first position. All right, Muna, looking like a set wave rolling in. Is she going to be going down on it? No, decided against it because she knows it's close in, and what she needs to grab the biggest wave of a set, and it needs to be a big set coming in and go full throttle, pedal to the metal all the way down the line. So now it is waiting game to see if that wave, if that energy is going to be coming the Hawaiians' way. Because at the moment, Spanish athlete Nia Suarez is current leader.
Both athletes heading back out to pick up the wave nice and early, to claim the wave if needs be. It's not the warmest day down on the beach, especially as we're now rolling up to 6 p.m. local time. Cloud cover for the most part of the day. And now does Nia go into defensive mode? We saw some of the men's matchups where there was very obviously defensive riding, positioning yourself to defend a wave from another competitor. It's a bit patchy on the wind there. Looking on the water. It's not such a big deal once you're up. But the clouds starting to disappear. The clouds that have been covering our competition site most of the day. And that might give us a nice sunset.
Oh, bye. Hey, you see Anita Amado sending a message out. That is not the first time she's done that. That is skills if we've ever seen it. Great to see the vibes down here on the beach. As I mentioned, there's such a cool community here at the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. And a great addition there. Anita Amado, Brazilian passport. And also brought up here in Cape Verde. So Cape Verdean at heart. And sending love and hearts out here on the stream. Once again, a big thank you to everybody for tuning in. Great to see the comments as we have our grand final of the women. And so far, it is Nia Suarez, that athlete on your screen, your duotone athlete from Tarifa, Spain, who is in the driving seat. And let's not forget, this is the only wave event of the season. The winner of this final will also, apart from being your Cape Verdean champion, will be your new GWA Wingfoil Wave World Champion.
Friday evening here in Cabo Verde, the party definitely starting on the beach. It's probably going to roll through the whole weekend. Tourists will be having their last night before the big changeover day on a Saturday. And then a brand new set of tourists to experience this competition on Sunday and be curious what is going on down there. Putting on a big show for the crowd. Expecting bigger waves and bigger winds in the middle part of next week before it dies off at the end of the week. That's the forecast right now. And Nia's got one hand on the title, but she's still going for more and more waves.
And she's looking for an air here. She's getting ready to power up. Oh, big three. Huge. And the crowd goes wild. Big move there from Nia. And all the way around. Oh, she came here for one reason, and she is achieving that so far. Nia Suarez with a huge wave.
And again, she's able to run it long. She gives her options too. She's really picking some fantastic waves. Behind her, this was Muna. And Muna backed out of this one pretty quick. couple of turns, but the pocket of the wave not in shot. And then pops over the edge of it. We've got a clear winner right now.
Yeah, we certainly do. Nia really putting in the groundwork, waiting for the score of that wave to come up. We saw her get an 8.07 for that last one with that freestyle combination. And we'll see what vicinity that one's in. Jaume Altea, ¿cómo estamos? Already claiming the championship, but we have seen it heat after heat. It is not over until the final moments. Anything can happen as the top two waves are counting, but Nia at the moment, ruthless out there on the water. Oh, and already starting to celebrate. As there we can see Nicole, some tears are being shedded as she's seeing her daughter closer and closer. 8.97 for Swadith. Oh, she has 1 foot and a couple of toes already on top of that podium as we are starting to count it down.
There's no way that Muna White can even steal it from her. She did in the semi-final and took away the win from Annie Reichert, but with that kind of advantage for Nina Suarez, Muna White cannot do anything. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, and the Spaniard with 2 waves that include 2 360s has surely done enough. A world champion in so many disciplines over the last couple of years. She is only 18 years of age, but this is going to add another one. Just 50 seconds remain. Muna White out back. There's nothing really on offer for her. A victory lap perhaps for Nia. As she comes down on another wave towards the fans, towards the crowd. Locks in to another couple of big surfing turns. The judges have loved what they've seen from this young Spaniard. And she bails out of it. With 21 seconds to go, there is nothing more to be done.
Oh, it is coming to the final moments as we are going to be seeing this young lady coming in. As we are going to be shouting out as that Spanish flag is going to be flying high in the sky in a 2 and a 1. Ladies and gentlemen, your GWA Wingfoil World Cup winner and queen of Punta Preta, Nia Suarez from Spain, and also claiming herself as the new GWA Wingfoil Wave World Champion. Congratulations, Nia. Absolutely amazing work out there.
She really did command that final, didn't she? A big step up from where she was in the first couple of rounds. Laid it on the line and made it work. And Muna just did not have an answer.
Yeah, Nia putting in the work early on. And we are waiting for her to come out to the shore. She will be handed that Spanish flag. And there it is. It is official. There's a flag there. We can see everybody getting ready as these girls are going to be launching Nia into the air. And coming up next, let's not forget, as we will have the grand final of the men, where we're going to see the battle in between Kasper Zoller and Finn Spencer. So eyes on the water. But it is this young lady here, the new champion of Cabo Verde, and your new wave world champion.
Just waiting for her to perhaps realize, to perhaps see the smile's not yet on her face. Surely she knows. She may not be completely aware of what Muna was able to do. But the two of them, tandem, come into the beach. The Spanish flag is awaiting them. And now surely she realizes, surely she's seen the flag.
And it is, there it is. Your world champion, as the Spanish flag is flying high. And we are going to be waiting as we're going to be starting off out there in the water of the final of the men, Cash Pizzola and Finn Spencer. But that young lady there, representing Spain, Nia Suarez, is your new world champion. And we can see Cash out there in the water. There she is. Get that flag to her. The smile is up. And what an amazing ride here. Nia Suarez, your number one. And a big congratulations also to Muna White. There it is, up in the air. Your number one in the world. And we can see both Finn and Cash. Finn and Cash out there getting ready. So while we're waiting for that to happen, let's grab a short commercial break.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
And welcome back, everybody, as the final has started. Finn Spencer, Cash Pizzola out on the water. Your top two male athletes, as we have getting this one onto a roll. We have just seen the grand final in between Muna White and Nia Suarez. Nia taking that top position. But it is time for the boys to come out to play. The two mates coming in from Maui, Finn and Cash. Who is going to be the top athlete here in Cape Verde?
Already seen Cash with the first of the waves, and this was a big score already. 8.1 as wave one attempt, and he absolutely throwing it down. Not a particularly large wave, but being super creative with it. He would have seen what Marlow has done in the mini-final. He'll know exactly what the judges want. And look, there's hardly anything there. And he still gets himself a 3. And gets tripped over by a rock.
And there you can see also Finn just dropping out of that one. But still, Cash mixing it up. So an 8.17 versus a 4.34. Early days, 25-minute heat. The final heat of the competition. Your GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Cape Verde, Punta Preta. And while we're waiting for the action to go out there we can see the smiles, the hugs, the vibes, and the champion, Nia Suarez, your number one in the world. As soon as we finish off with this men's final, we will be calling it a day. And who is going to be the king of both Cape Verde and the world? We will soon find out.
Defending world champion Cash Pizzola. Claimed that after a 3-round tour last year. Just the one this year for the Wingfoilers. Needs to get a second wave on the board, but has over 20 minutes to do that, so absolutely not to worry. And actually, yeah, no, hasn't done anything as yet. Finn had a couple of runs. Got a 4.9 in for that last one that we saw him just dropping out of. But it was from the very early rounds, from the first time that we saw our top seeds in round 3, it was between these two, wasn't it? With Marlow also featuring. And we need to go super, super creative. Cash already laying down an 8.1. This is the 4.9 from Finn. And again, not a big wave.
And he's going in from deep as well, starting off with that big air right into the pocket. And here, keeping that speed, move for move. A little bit of an air drop down there, having a little look at the rocks, seeing that he's quite close. So 4.93 there for that last ride. But I mean, early days, early days. Both of these guys have been throwing in moves. Because let's not forget, in that previous heat of Malo and Finn, we saw Finn getting a total of a 16.40, Cash a 16.83. So very, very similar scores. And Finn had an 8 and an 8.40. And then when it came to Cash, Cash landed up with 2 wave scores. And he had a total of an 8.60 and an 8.23. So pretty much same scores when it came in those semi-finals. But this is the place to do it. Now is the moment, as the World Championship title is up for grabs. Is it going to be Canada? Is it going to be the United States? We know it's going to be one of the athletes from Maui. But who is going to have the bragging rights at the end of the day?
Onto a wave for Cash here. This will be his second. Doesn't do much with it.
Deciding against that one. Didn't like what he saw. And there we can see Finn just getting up. Cash swinging himself around. And looking out the corner of my booth while we're waiting for the action, I can see Nia walking past our event winner and world champion. And what an event she has had. She has now won every single discipline in the wingfoiling sport. So the most complete athlete on the planet, Nia Suarez.
Just a 1 for that second wave of Cash, but it does put him ahead of Finn. Nothing particularly special yet from the Canadian. Brother Jeffrey went out a couple of rounds ago. But in each one of Finn's heats up until that semi-final, he looked in control, certainly on the edge of control up against Marlo. Very difficult competitor indeed. But with that last run, that very, very last wave on the buzzer, was able to overhaul the Frenchman and get himself into this final.
Interesting to see what Cash is doing there. He is really doing a long tack to be able to make his way back out and get in to the top area here of Punta Preta. He's already thrown down an 8.17, so very nice score. And our Armstrong athlete is going to be joining Finn all the way. You can see just tacking his way upwind. Looks like a little bit of a line coming in, as we can see the drone out there as well.
There's a second drone out there, because we're on drone already.
Star Wars.
That's always a bit scary.
But both of the athletes are in position, waiting for that next set. Cash, 9.24 in the lead, but he has the top score of an 8.17. Finn, in that previous heat, had scores above that. So we know both of these athletes capable of that and more. Grand final, you can see the beach started to fill up as we've already crowned Nia Suarez. And who is going to be our world champion on the men's side? 15 minutes, and we will find out.
It's just fizzling, isn't it, for the moment? The anticipation is there. The beach is filling up. All of the athletes across today and those that we will still wait to see in the kite category lining up to see who's it going to be. They all just appreciate just how talented everybody is. Now Cash goes into surf mode. It's amazing that transition from cruisy wingfoiler to attacking surfer.
Just beautiful how he just, crouches down, keeps that center of gravity nice and low. Now, going to be going for those air maneuvers, switching it out, floating along the top, demonstrating the control, off the lip, back again, powers his way through. We're going to have a big finisher. Here it comes. Grabbing and all the way along. Cash Pizzola, ladies and gentlemen, is hunting for the title. Round the house, cut back and off the right, off the foamy. I don't think there's anything more this kid can do.
That's going to be a big score for sure. That is laying down the gauntlet for Finn. Where is Finn? Out the back. Chose not to take up any of those set waves. But what a run from Cash. And the intensity, you can see it in his body language. He suddenly switches. He was just cruising along like everybody else. And then, boom, I'm going to surf this. Down is the crouch. Then it was surfing, carving, tricks, back to carving, back to using the wing to power up into some big airs. I saw that one in the semi-final.
Just flow. It is just pure flow all the way along.
And it's not a big deal for him to switch into surf mode, to just put the wing in his right hand and then get into that surf mode. It's just so fluid.
And that roundhouse there, beautifully executed. And waiting for that score to be dropped. And there we can see Finn on another outside roller, floating his way across. No, not liking what he saw there. Deciding against it. We're just waiting for that last wave from Cash to come in. It's going to be a big score. 8.17 for the first one. Let's see how he's going to be doing. Is it going to be a backup score or not? Coming up on 12.5 minutes to go. So just halfway through this heat. There's that meridian, the Ecuador of this grand final. And we can start to see the golden coming through. 8.03. As the old diehard would say, boom shakalaka. Amazing work here from Cash Pizzola.
Also gives an opportunity to go bigger as well, because we've seen nines. But 2 8-point scores for Cash. And Finn, highest score so far, a 4.9. He hasn't sparkled yet. He hasn't maybe had the waves to do so. But he's really got to find something big now and properly commit. Because to get anywhere close to that score of 16.2, he's going to need something very, very special. The kind of special that we saw from Finn Spencer at the end of his semi-final to eliminate the previous Cap Verdean champion.
All right, Finn siding around. He had a little look-see, and he's liking what he sees. This one is actually looking like it's going along. Here we can see Jeffrey, his brother, filming the action. Finn, oh, nice, beautiful bottom turn all the way along. Look at that, pushing against it, risking huge bottom carves. Air off the end. And now this is where they power through so they can get past that. Slides it out. You can tell Cash and him hang out back there in Maui and answering back. What are we going to be seeing? And he is looking, getting the information from his brother there, telling him that Cash has 2 8s. So a difference of 8 points in between them. And let's see what the score of that last wave is going to be, because that was very nice, pure surfing. Just look at that bottom turn. Boom, off the top and all the way pushing back. Make sure he's hitting the sweet spot. And just waiting for those scores to come in. Definitely going to be improving. 7.6, all right, back in action. So 12.53 versus a 16. But already Finn has a good score on the board.
Going to have to repeat that, though, isn't he? And he's going to have to go a little bit bigger as well.
And there we can see Liam and Odis and Annie watching their Maui compadres throw down. I tell you, for these guys, even more important than the World Championship title is the bragging rights in that group.
It's a long flight home.
That is a long flight home, and that could be harsh for number 2.
Still 9 minutes on the clock. Still opportunities for Cash to improve. That's the worry for Finn Spencer.
And Cash, you can see they're a little further down in the bay. As where that tide is, you can see it's kind of opening up a little bit more. Not so close to the very top of the reef. And both of them, 9 minutes to go, 760. Top score there for Finn, 817 for Cash. But Cash also with an 803. Finn looking to improve on a backup score. He had a very nice wave before. We've seen him get 8 6s, 8 4s. So it could be anybody's money. We've seen 9s here today. Oh, and Finn, is he going to be going on this one? It does look like he decides. Here we go, dropping in. Oh, Carvey, bottom turn. Nice, all the way off. Cut back right into a maneuver. Says hey to his mate as he's along the face. Going all the way down. He's got 2 hands. Are we going to be seeing a float? Yes, we are. Looking for an aerial maneuver as well, but goes against it. And you can see him going, oh my God, so close to the rocks.
Don't know what happened to Cash, though. In the water there as Finn came steaming past. It just doesn't quite have the intensity of Cash. It's visually easy to see. And this is what happened to Cash.
Oh, just getting...
He went up for another wave. Oy.
Oh, getting caught up, yeah. Pushing that forward just a little bit too hard. And Finn again. So waiting for a score, but yet again on another wave. Has a look back, standing tall. Going down the line, signing against it. He does have a score coming his way, which will improve probably his backup. And these boys just having a little conversation out there. As we continue on here, this grand final of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. Cabo Verde Punta Preta, powered by Armstrong. And your top Armstrong athlete there, Cash Bezzola, currently in the driving seat. You can see Cash there on a 4.6, the XPS. Waiting to pounce.
Yeah, he knows surely the advantage he's got.
I mean, both of these guys know each other so well because they ride together every day pretty much. And we can see Finn's improved with that 577, but not in the 8 range that he wants. Okay, starting off with the big air, getting the grab, now going down. It starts to surf off the top. Powerful cut back here. Can he link it together? Yes, he does. Now he's going to get the speed. Goes for another big air right next to the rocks. This was when he's going to grab on and continue along, but not being able to link that bottom section. So still going to be shy of those 8 points that he needs. But keeping himself busy, that's what he's got to do.
And he definitely needs a couple of extra layers on, doesn't she? It's obviously cold out this evening.
Little warmer down there in Maui than it is here. As soon as that sun starts to dip, it does get a wee bit nippy down here in Cape Verde. Let's not forget they've been on the water all day long. And here we go. All right, back in contention as both of the athletes are out the back. On your left-hand side, current world champion, Cash Bezzola. And on the right-hand side, the contender, Finn Spencer. Oh, nice wave starting to produce here for Cash. Look at this one, Ben.
Once again, the body position, the commitment. Even if you don't know anything about this sport, you can see that he absolutely means business. A nice little tiny air, but we know he can go a lot bigger than that. There it is. Back down
into the middle part of the wave, into the power zone. We do have Finn out back behind and just drops it at the end there for Cash. I mean, it's hard work to get above the 8s that he already has. Finn's got a 7.4 on the board now, a 7.6 and a 7.4.
He is producing the goods. Are we going to be seeing something bigger? Yes, he is. A nice one. And this wave is going all the way down the end, so he's going to have another opportunity to get another air.
Oosh.
Airs his way out, but across the back. Getting closer and closer. Only 1.2 difference in between these two athletes. Your grand final, Cape Verde.
And was that worthy of an 8 score for Finn? Here's a replay of it once again. Such a different body language initially. Cash sort of almost shows I'm engaging. And then he's in surf mode. Finn floats into it a little bit more. Then got a bit of speed on to get himself that trick.
Yeah, riding a high line on the wave here, especially when they get down close to those rocks so they can get past this section. And Finn with another nice big air, looking to improve on a 7.4 as they just going off of the back of that one and ending up as we are coming to the final 5 minutes. And here we can see the wave there from Cash.
There's another big air from him. Lands plumb in the center of the wave. Such precision. And just lost the foil on that last turn and dropped it in the water. 3 minutes remaining. Still waiting to see whether Finn can improve that score. We're still waiting for those last waves to come in. I mean, there's only 1.2 points between the two of them.
Yeah, it needs to be a medium 8. Needs to be a medium 8 if he wants to have that chance, because let's not forget, Finn's top score is 0.43 down from the backup score there from Cash, so he needs to go 0.43 above, so he's going to need a 8.5 something, almost 8.6. Big moves are going to have to be dropped here by the Spencer if he can get this one in. 2 minutes closing down, but I will say I'm starting to see some lines on the horizon.
There's an 8 for Finn Spencer on that last wave. So 5.6 now the total. Plays 6.2 for Cash. If he does that again, he needs to get an 8.2, 8.3. Needs the biggest wave of this final in the last minute and 50 seconds for Finn Spencer to take victory from Cash Pizzola, the World Championship as well. He did it in the semi-finals. Can he do it again in the final? Is there a wave to do it in this final?
Yeah, is that set going to be coming towards us? 8.21 is the number that Finn is going to be fighting for. That is what will give him the win at the moment. Cash with an 8.17, 8.03, holding him off. 90 seconds, less than 90 seconds. And I've got my head out the window, and I can see a little bit of movement. All right, Finn has decided it is now or never. Do or die. Backflip on. Oh, goes off the back of the wave. What a shame. 60 seconds to go, and that could be the closer. Here comes Cash. Does he get it 360 into the pocket? But goes down. That was absolutely ridiculous. What a final.
The boys have put on a show, haven't they? They both end up in the drink at the end of this 25-minute duel. Cash laid down the gauntlet early on. It took a while for Finn to get those big waves in. He's come close. He's up on his board again. He's up on the foil. Is there anything on offer? He's got 20 seconds to pick a wave. One's gone past. Here is another one. Hopefully he knows exactly what time he's got. He's heading back out.
So this will count.
This will now count. 6 seconds remain. Doesn't look like he's on anything right now, but it may well develop. And here he goes.
This wave is going to count. He is on a wave. He is on a wave. as we're waiting to see what can happen. Is it going to be Finn? Is it going to be Cash? Are we going to be seeing a buzzer beater? The backflip is in. No, he goes down. Putting on a show. But ladies and gentlemen, this means one thing and one thing only. Your winner here in Cape Verde, Cash Brazola from Maui, and also becoming the new GWA Wingfoil World Champion. As we're going to go and find, as we can see, all of the kiters coming back on to the water. And we will be following our world champion out. And it is that man there, El Numero Uno, El Capitan, Cash Brazola, your Armstrong athlete, hailing out of Maui, the winner and new wave world champion.
100% commitment from our finalists. Great entertainment. They may not have landed these absolutely insane tricks, but they put on a show for the crowd. They've got mega scores from the judges as well. So much respect from the whole field of our wing foilers, whether they've been knocked out or whether they're on the water. I'm sure Cash knows exactly where he's at. A few of the kite surfers coming past and letting him know as well. I tell you what, as soon as that buzzer went, they were all out there, weren't they? Trying to beat the sunset.
Absolutely. I mean, that golden hour. And there you can see a little grin, a smile on his face.
As that last attempt. But what matters in the competition were those early runs. 2 + 8 scores. Challenged Finn. They were almost done within 5 or 6 minutes of the start, and Finn had 19 minutes to try and do better. He knew what he wanted to do right at the end, didn't he? He had a plan. He clearly wanted to keep that in his pocket right till the very end, but it did mean that if he didn't land the backflip, it wasn't going to be victory. He went for it twice and didn't get it twice.
And it is that man there, taking the win, your new world champion. And there, the American flag landed into Cash Brazola, the boy from Maui, your number 1 Verde and number 1 in the world. Wow, what an event. What a competition we have had here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup. And we can see the vibes out here on the beach. Cash trying to float his way in. Suspense, keeping the crowd on their toes.
Don't forget that there is still the Surfoil Tour, which was an exhibition here 12 months ago, but will be a competition. We'll see many of these competitors in that as well. Plus, we have the first round of the Global Kite World Tour, all before next Friday is our last day of competition here in Cape Verde on Sal Island.
And just waiting for that man to come in. You can see a blip in between those two. This guy who is taking the win here in Cape Verde, and well deserved. And as soon as he comes in and that flag is given to him, we are going to be saying goodbye.
We're going to be saying good night.
And good night, yeah. Goodbye and good night for a full action-packed day here of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup. And Cash is up and pumping his way towards us. And here we go, Cash getting ready to come in. As we saw some of the replays there, and waiting for him to make his way to the beach. and claim that flag. And it is going to be happening right now. As that man, your number 1 here in Cape Verde, and your new wave world champion. Arms are in the sky, and flag is in the air. Congratulations, Cash Brazola, winner here in Cape Verde, and the new Wingfoil wave world champion. And second place, also, that man there, Finn Spencer. Brazola on top of the world.
It was always going to be a highly likelihood that it would be a Maui waterman to take victory. Kaz Brazola is absolutely been the man to beat ever since last year where he became world champion. He's laid it down here, and out of 8 watermen from Maui, it is Cash Brazola who is your world champion and your winner here in Cape Verde, and the celebrations will be going long into the night.
Absolutely. There you can see all of the athletes giving him this respect. So congratulations there, Cash Brazola, Nia Swadius, winners here in Cape Verde and the new world champions. On behalf here of the GWA Wingfoil and World Tour, thank you very much for tuning in here on the stream. I'm Josie Astor, and thank you very much, Ben, for joining us here. What an event, what action, what a day. And we will be coming back very soon, because let's not forget, waiting period is still open, where we have our GK Kite World Tour.
What is the future of foiling? Who knows? All we know is we're here for it.
Fear. It whispers when you hesitate. It lingers in the unknown. It tells you to turn back. But fear is not the enemy. Fear is the threshold between the ordinary and the unstoppable. You don't conquer fear by avoiding it. You conquer it by riding straight through. Because beyond fear is freedom. Trade fearlessly at capital.com.
Vou contar-vos uma história. Era uma vez um arquipélago no meio do Atlântico, onde a natureza se demorou em atos de generosidade. Cabo Verde, terra onde nos temos de demorar, onde cada viagem é mais importante que o destino final, onde as experiências nos surpreendem a cada momento. Um país que fica para sempre no nosso coração. Cabo Verde, do coração.
Investir em energia solar. Go Green Go Sal Village. A energia solar com baterias permite-lhe uma poupança de 80% na sua fatura energética. Tempo de retorno do seu investimento é de 3 a 4 anos. Quer esteja a tentar poupar nos custos dos serviços públicos da sua empresa ou esteja interessado para instalações de painéis solares e baterias em todo o território de Cabo Verde, visite o nosso showroom e armazém para orientação pessoal em Santa Maria, Sal, Cabo Verde. Go Green Go Sal Village.